Okay, so today we're going to be getting a brand new run. This is a challenge run that we're going to be checking out. The gist of this challenge is as follows. We are going to start a brand new run. We haven't decided yet if I'm going to do remix or not so far as the community center, but we are going to do a community center run. That the key parts of the challenge is I may not buy anything from Pierre or Joja Mart at any point during the run, with the only exception of the backpack, simply because I'm also streaming, and it'll be incredibly obnoxious to deal with just one bar of inventory. I don't see this challenging so much as just frustrating. And what this ultimately does mean is I cannot buy the trees reliably. I can get the random cart and get lucky and have like a tree show up. I cannot buy most of the seasonal seeds reliably. Until we hit the winter, there is an opportunity, if I have the money, to buy a bunch of stuff. But with the community center and all that, that is going to be difficult to achieve, because obviously we're going to probably miss some crops, like having enough golden parsnips or whatever the first year, because I'm going to be depending on stuff like mixed seeds, season seeds, and all that. Well, season seeds will be foraging. As an added rule, I may not fish for profit. And to be the reason why I'm doing that is, again, I'm doing that for content creation side on Twitch, because otherwise the run devolves into get a bunch of stuff going around, now stand by the ocean and just fish for long hours, or repeating. So you get the ideas. I go around, I do what I can to get seeds for the day, and then I just fish a whole bunch for money, and all that kind of stuff. And that's a very viable way to make really good money in Stardew Valley, is to just slam fishing. But also from people watching it in real time as opposed to getting an edited video later, you get really tired of watching the bobber for literal real-life hours constantly. So I am allowed to fish to, like, finish quests, to turn stuff in the community center, and that kind of stuff. I'm just not allowed to, like, just take the fish and just dump it in the barrel for a bunch of money or whatever. If there is a quest that requires me to sell it, then that's probably a different story. Because that would be like, okay, sell 5 of that. I think that'll be fine. It's just I can't go and just... The point is I can't just make all my money fishing and just be like... we are going to be primarily trying to use farming or like artisan goods that come from farming as our main money makers, and then just trying to happen. So this definitely will not be a year one community center unless like all of the stars align and all of RNG is my bestest friend. Any limits on mining for cash? No. I don't think mining for cash would be super effective. Like, you could certainly do it, but like the stone, like the raw materials like stone would be garbage. You wouldn't make good money doing that. They nerfed clay a long time ago. And you could do gems, but the RNG is very heavy on that. When you get to the point of skull caverns that you can get low enough that you can get iridium, that actually can be good money. But getting to that point, I think you could get okay money from it. But I think there'd definitely be some wind up to do it. So I think it's okay. I probably won't do it, but I don't think it'd be against the rules. With all that said, we're going to hop in here and get things going, because I want to get off this screen, because this screen doesn't respect your volume. One moment. Yeah, as I mentioned, bug in Stardew Valley that's been here since day 1. This screen does not respect your volume settings. You're at 5% volume? Congratulations. It's still at 100% volume. So for all of you, I've adjusted it down about 50%. For me, it is still blasting. But, I'm just gonna do that so I don't have to listen to it quite as bad. So for this run, there's a couple different ideas I have. I'm not doing the meadows with the chicken. That was an interesting farm. I actually don't like the layout. 4 corners gives me lots of opportunity. We've got kind of the best on all worlds. So that's certainly a thing. The wilderness one, I don't want. Hilltop is fine for the mining. I don't really want to do Hilltop. Forest has foraging opportunities. So the ones we're kind of thinking is the beach farm can be good. There's crates that show up. They give you all sorts of stuff like sugar and flour and all that. I really don't like that the sprinklers don't work well, which kind of sucks. So generally, I would be kind of going towards probably the standard farm or the Four Corners, which I know are like the basic farms. I get it. This is the standard, neutral, benign start. If for those who don't know, it's basically like a neutral start, a fishing start, a foraging start, a mining start, a monster start, a little bit of all worlds except for the neutral one's a farming start, to be clear. The Four Corners is a little bit of each. Like, I've liked Four Corners in the past because it's kind of like if you can't decide between these four, it's a little of all of them. The Meadows is now the animal start, and then the beach is kind of its own unique thing. It's got lots of good stuff, but it is also foraging and fishing are its primary two things. The downside, again, being sprinklers don't work right. I'm leaning towards standard. And meanwhile, so far as this, I almost feel like we should give it a fun name, because we are literally just not going to be doing shopping with Pierre or Joja. People have jokingly called it like the anti-capitalist run or whatever. I'm not going to go for that because a whole bunch of people will they'll probably be like, anti-capitalist, meh. And it'll be a whole thing, and we just don't need to deal with that. But it's Naturalist Reserve for the farm name. Hey, thank you for the thank you for the roses all over there on TikTok. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. But yeah, I'd say your name, but it's a smiley face and a heart, so smiley face, heart. Thank you so much for those roses. Oh my god, this is so loud. Okay, it's so loud I can't even think. I mean, I might just go with Rual Storge just because I can't think of it. But natural is reserved. Like, I was trying to think if there's a word for someone who is like, they just don't do business with others or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, choose your dog. Bootstrap. Well, Bootstrap is supposedly building up from nothing or whatever. Like doing it yourself. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with Rual Storge just to get things moving. A clever name would be nice. I didn't put enough thought ahead of time. Like, this is literally an idea. Agorist Farm? Agorist. I don't know what the term agorist means off the top of my head to make a decision about whether or not... What does agorist mean? Agorist. The concepts of counter-economics and non-violent revolution. Agorism is free market anarchist philosophy. That feels like that is going to be opening a big old can of worms when people pop in here. No Pierres. Good enough for me. Favorite thing. Anti-competitive behavior. No. That sweet cash. It's too short. Independence. Aw, man. I would do that, but I feel like it would just be welcoming and all of the people are like, my freedoms. I know I shouldn't be worried about that, but it's one of those things that you're like, oh my god, I don't want, like, and I also don't want to be mistaken for one of those people because they're all ridiculous. Pickles. I actually don't like pickles. Free market. Yeah, that's the thing. So many of those have become kind of, buzzword / dog whistles for different groups that I just... It doesn't matter, but I just want to stay away from it. Tacos is gonna... Tacos is actually one of the ones I usually put in there. Is tacos or enchiladas are usually good ones. Okay. What are we doing? I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna put a hat on pretty quick and then we'll never see our hair again. Hairstyle 69. It's like vaguely unkempt. Pants color. Please tell me there's like a monocle or something. It's just facial hair or whatever. Oh no, I forgot. High top farm? Yeah, so it's just shorts, skirt, short skirt, pants. Those are your choices. I kind of feel like the tux t-shirt works. I cannot wait to get off the screen so I can put my headset back on and not blow out my eardrums. Oh yeah, gotta have them glasses. Like, I think it's over 50% of the population wears corrective lenses. It's something ridiculously high. I mean, we could just do overalls. Can I make the second part of the shirt? So we have the pants color. Was there really no shirt color? Huh. I didn't think of that. I wish it wasn't just a white shirt, but that's okay. So the question is, are we remixing or are we not remixing? Is there a strong preference? Do we remix the community center or not? For those who don't know what that is, the regular community center, they have like the very specific things that go in. The remix community center, it does a randomized kind of thing between a bunch of different options. Mining rewards, we can... Yeah, we'll leave the profit margins the way they are. We're gonna leave multiplayer alone. We're not gonna worry about that. The random seed, we're not gonna use that. Do we have a strong opinion on remix or not? Remix for max fun? Gotcha. Do we remix at all? Do we remix the mining rewards as well? Well, let's do that. That's honestly not that big a deal, but it can kind of screw you a little bit. Alright, so we are doing remix. Okay. We have chosen the standard farm, which I know is the farming farm. But that's what we're kind of going for, so let me adjust the volume. That's still very loud. And for my very special grandson. I want you to have this sealed envelope. There's nothing inside, but I just really like the penmanship I put on the address. I've had it for 30 years. No, don't open it yet. You'll ruin it. I did just glue it closed. Have patience. And now listen close. I'm not going to say closely, I'm going to say close. There will come a day when you feel crushed by the burdens of modern life, and you'll want to take the sword from my wall against your boss. Do it. Live the American dream, and your bright spirit will fade before a growing emptiness. When that happens, my boy, you'll be ready for this gift. And not a day sooner. I will be watching from the heavens, and oh, so help me, son, if you open this earlier, I will smite you. Now let Grandpa rest. 20 years later, because that's what XX means in Roman numerals. I appreciate that they make it very clear when it's time to work by having a giant blinking green light that says work. It makes it very, very clear that I do know when it is time to work. I also like the skeleton at desk that no one has apparently removed. Real go-getter, that skeleton. And I know I comment on this every single time. Do not bring important personal belongings to your office. Don't do it. Your inheritance letter should not be in your desk drawer. That is how it goes missing forever. Don't do it. Keep that crap at home. I understand this is for storytelling, but like people make that mistake. They'll bring important valuables to their office and then be shocked when they go missing. Dear Rual Storge, if you're reading this, you ruined the envelope. This is my most precious treasure. Words. I'm old. Deal with it. You must be in dire need of a change. The same thing happened to me long ago. I'd lost sight of what mattered to me most in life. Money. Just money. I mean, real life connections with other people and nature or some other wholesome garbage, but mostly the money. So I dropped everything and moved to a place that I could truly make money. I've enclosed a deed to that place, my pride and joy, No Pierre's farm. It's located in Stardew Valley. It's very passive-aggressive. On the southern coast, it's a perfect place that you can start your new life. This was my most precious gift of all, and now it's yours. I know you'll honor the family name, my boy. Good luck. Love, Grandpa. By the way, if Pierre is still alive... And it's just this, like, long stream of expletives. That guy. Seriously. If Louis is still alive, say hi to the old guy for me, will ya? And if Pierre's still alive, go pee on his door or something, or egg his house. I don't really care what you do, just make sure it's something that takes a lot of effort for him to clean up and is very inconveniencing. Make sure you write my name somewhere on it. I mean, that will pretty much implicate you, but you know, screw that guy. What makes you think he even has a home? The Joja just lets him leave the office. Then it becomes someone else's inheritance letter. Well, I mean, usually it's usually not inheritance letters, that's stuff like that. Because I mean, it's weird that someone would bring an inheritance letter with them to like work or something. It's usually like someone will bring in, is like, oh, I have this like really nice like thing I can put on my desk. It's this decoration my grandma gave me. And then they get kicked out of the office, and like the company just dumps it. They don't know it's got any meaningful sentimental value, and then it's just gone. They're like, oh, we'd love to give it back to you, but it's in the garbage at the dump. I mean, let's see. If we live there at a futon, at our desk there's work and not work button, yeah. It's like a haunted house inheritance clause. The poop in Pierre's doorstep. Yeah, like, it's one of those things, it's like, you can have all this inheritance, but first you gotta skydive, or like some random thing that they've asked. Hello, you must be Rual Storge. Oh, it seems like the volume is actually fine now. Okay. You must be Rual Storge. I'm Robin, the local carpenter. Mayor Lewis sent me here to fetch you and show you the way to your new home. Whatever. Look, I'm gonna pronounce it how I want, you just gotta live with it. It's just Stardew Valley things. He's there right now, tidying things up for your arrival. The farm's right over here, if you'll follow me. Horm, sweet Horm. Hey, Shadow, how's it going? Yeah, no, Robin's a good bean. This is No Pierre's farm. I gotta ask. Did your grandpa really have a problem with Pierre? Because that name kind of on the nose, if I'm being honest. What's the matter? Sure, it's a bit overgrown, but there's good soil underneath this mess. I wouldn't really know about that. I'm a carpenter, not really a farmer, but you know, that's what people told me. With a little dedication, you'll have it all cleaned up in no time. I expect you'll have it done by this afternoon. Let's see, a lot of Stardew Valley Reddit posts being sad when they found out Robin wasn't romanceable. Oh yeah, there are a lot of mods that let you romance Robin. And there's also a lot of them that let you romance Caroline as well. Let's see. I did think what if the letterer is fake and you just successfully co-opted someone's house and land? I mean, no one knows you've just turned up and gone, yeah, Grandpa was so-and-so, my house, yoinkers. Yeah. If you say it fast enough, No Pierre sounds sort of fancy. My day's doing well. And here you are. Or here we are, your new home. Ah, the new farmer. Welcome. I'm Lewis, mayor of Pelican Town. You know, everyone's been asking about you. It's not every day that someone new moves in. It's quite a big deal. So, you're moving into your grandfather's old cottage. It's a good house. Very rustic. Rustic, that's one way to put it. Crusty is a little more apt. I mean, to be fair, if I'm moving into a house and someone's calling my house crusty, that's kind of a jerk move, even in jest. Because you're like, I'm living here. It's like, hey, you know this is like my inheritance. Like, I'm gonna live here. Maybe don't underhanded like right away. Don't listen to her, Rual Storge. She's just trying to make you dissatisfied that you buy one of her house upgrades. What 2D game am I playing? This is Stardew Valley. It's a slice of lifestyle game similar to like Harvest Moon, Coral Island, Sun Haven. Pretty big departure from like Animal Crossing, but it's one of those ones where you start out, you show up on the farm, you start with nothing, you slowly like build up, become friends with people, get married, have kids. It's just a thing that you kind of like live a life of a character. Everyone's got their stuff, and all that, and that is the door. So bear with me for just a second, because my doorbell rang. So give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Okay, resting is acceptable. Go to health, glitter world, and you need immediate medical attention. Because you're like 20% behind. I'm already dealing with one. They have to wait their turn. Beep beep. Cables are everywhere.
I'm so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. This group, we're gonna bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. Alright, sorry about that. Just had a two-mortar dinner and all that just arrived. I'm sorry, I have to leave. Yeah, no, it's just a thing and all that. Alright, so... Anyway, you must be tired from the long journey. You should get some rest. Tomorrow, you ought to explore the town a bit and introduce yourself. Let's see, you know a game like that? I actually did play, it's, I don't know Sunrise Village. I know Sunnyside we played recently. The town people would appreciate that. Oh, I almost forgot. If you have anything to sell, just place it in this box here. I'll come by during the night to collect it. Well, good luck. Okay. That's what we were doing with Pierre, is we were giving, like, Pierre a robot voice. I'm actually going more for, like, the people who have, like, the little thing that, like, they hold to their throat to talk. You received 15 parsnip seeds. Here's a little something to get you started. Mayor Lewis. Alright, I don't care about any of the things on the television. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna end up doing getting started is getting seeds in the ground. Because if we don't do that, first of all, the first thing I'm gonna do is... No. There we go. Reorganizing the tools to not be nearly as awful. So this is going to be a challenge run that we aren't going to be allowed to buy seeds or anything from, like, Joja that. The only exception we're making with the Pierres is just the backpack. Because, while certainly not allowing you to ever upgrade your backpack would add to the challenge, I don't think it'd be an adding to the challenge in a way that would be fun or interesting, so much as just tedious and frustrating. And I have certainly done plenty of super grindy challenges on the channel in the past, but I've also learned challenges that just say, hey, all of this just means repeating the same actions more and more and more. Those challenges tend to not be very good, either from an enjoyment or for a viewership perspective. So we're going to allow ourselves the backpacks, but I'm not allowed to buy trees or saplings or anything like that from Pierre. I mean, I'm not allowed to buy anything from Pierre, but that's the big thing that's going to be the pain point for the run, is just getting a hold of a bunch of the seeds is going to be difficult. That is going to make it so our community center is going to be way behind where it normally would. We get our initial handful of seeds. After that, it's gonna be a lot of mixed seeds. It'll be good if we can get ourselves the thing for making more seeds early on, because the earlier I get that knocked out, the easier it's going to be for me to you know, expand my number of seeds and all that. Let's see, do you know Sunrise Village? Literally a girl inherits her dad's farm, but the village is in disrepair. Spends time repairing to save her dad's dream farm. If that's a game, it sounds like it's right along the lines of that. It's a very popular genre, is the slice of life sim style genre. Alright, I'm not gonna worry at all about going out of my way to work on the social interactions and all that. For right now, I want to sit here and just clean up a bunch of this farm. We might be able to find some mixed seeds. We'll probably also go and forage for stuff to try and get some early money. I'm not super worried about money early on in this run at all. A big part of that is the only things that I would be going out of my way to use the money on at this phase in the game is the backpacks. And like I said, that's the only exception I'm giving myself for Pierre's shop, is to buy the increased inventory size. Because seriously. But, so I want to go and destroy these bushes, a lot of them, because they will give me mixed seeds. And that'll give me more opportunity to get more crops. Alright. Do you know Google is 10 years old? Google is way older than 10 years old. 18 years old? I'm pretty sure Google is older than 18 years old as well. There might be products at Google that are like 18. I mean, I won't say it with absolute confidence, but I would be real... No, Google is definitely older than that. Like, Google may have become publicly traded. Yeah, Gmail as a product is 20 years old. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Google is closer to 30. So wherever you got that information, it is wrong. Yeah, 25 I would be more willing to believe. But it's just like doing the math. It's like 10 years old. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's older than 2014. All right. All right. So we've got some work to do here. And we're dealing with some problems with our character's energy. Alright, and I need more wood for that. We don't have the energy for it. Please. I need to not equip that, because if I have the any tool that could break equipped right now, that uses stamina right now, I'm gonna accidentally use it. So I'm gonna go ahead and dump all of those for right now, and bring just the scythe with me, because the scythe doesn't use energy. 1:20 p.m. Character's already dead tired. Just Stardew things. That's one of the things I've appreciated that's been a deviation of the genre lately is one of the problems you run into, especially with established genres that like there is a big name game kind of thing, is everyone kind of just takes whatever features it has and just carries them forward without stopping and going, is that a feature I want in my game? And so I've appreciated that lately we've had more and more games going, okay, but do I actually want to have stamina as a mechanic? Do I actually want to have as a mechanic? Greetings, I'm Demetrius, local scientist and father. Thanks for introducing yourself. I do understand introductions are something difficult for such a plebeian mind. I'm studying the local plants and animals from my home laboratory, and I'm definitely not running any form of illegal experiments on them behind your back. Have you met my Daru Maru? If you have, just remember, I know where you sleep. She's interested in meeting you, and I am going to just humbly ask that if you'd like to live a long, healthy life, maybe you do not fulfill that interest of hers. We got Robin here. Have you met everyone in town? That sounds exhausting. Nope, I have met like 4 people, if we're being generous. Oh. You just moved in, right? Cool. Out of all the places you could have lived, you chose Pelican Town. What are you, some kind of dweeb? Facebook is age 20? That sounds about right. It's not as limited in Coral Island as compared to Stardew. Let's see. You're not really a fan of the games with limited action points like this? Yeah, not some. So like it's one of those things that it's actually if you play with a strategy of the game, it's actually not hard to overcome the stamina thing. It's one of the reasons why fishing is very popular early on in the game, is you can literally fish and then eat the fish and then fish more and then eat the fish. And basically you can just keep your you can make sure you get through like the whole day that way. But yeah, generally speaking, the stamina in the beginning of this game ends up being like your big hurdle. It's not till way later in the game that time starts to becoming more and more of an issue. A stranger? Hello! Don't mind me, I just live out here all alone. I mean, I have a roommate. He's very, very buff. Definitely eats lots of protein. He's swole and very irritable about people coming by unannounced. Yes. Something like that. Yeah, no, Half-Life existed before Steam. It was the big game, like the big things that were like Steam's thing is, I want to say, Counter-Strike wound up requiring Steam. I don't think it originally did, but they made it so if you wanted to play like the current version, you had to get Steam. And I think Portal may have been the other one. There was like two or three games that they that you were required to get Steam to get. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Harvey, the local doctor. I perform regular checkups and medical procedures on all the residents in Pelican Town. It's very rewarding work, especially the fact that I can do it whether or not they know it's scheduled. I hope you'll find your own work equally rewarding in time. Oh, a stranger? My name's Vincent. Mommy says I'm not supposed to talk to strangers, but you seem okay. Cool. Didn't Half-Life basically pay for starting Steam? I mean, both are Valve products. Oh, you mean like... I mean, it depends on how you go about it. It's like Valve made money off Half-Life and all that. Yeah, Valve as a company is over 30 years old. Steam is 20, but Valve as a company is older. Hey, kid. The name's Pam. Nothing like a sip of the old good stuff on those old bones. I already said this. It's just how I deal with anxiety as I repeat myself. Oh, I can read from your face that you're gonna love it here in Pelican Town. If you're ever looking for something to do, don't figure it out here. I don't want you around. You're throwing my vibe. Stop by the saloon. That's where I work. Well, hello there. I'm Gus, chef and owner of the Stardew Saloon. Welcome to the Stardew Saloon. Can I get you anything? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I got a business to run here, friend. And you standing around is not helping it. Oh, hello. I'm Penny. Oh, aren't you the one who just moved in? I'm Maru. I've been looking forward to meeting you. You know what? With a small town like this, a new face can really alter a community dynamic. It's exciting. Cool. Hello, isn't it nice to meet you? You picked a good time to move here. Spring is lovely. Now go get me mushrooms. Alright. And Doggy Duff getting the 140 stream streak, catching the last 140 streams without missing a single one. Hey, I'm Sam. Good to meet you. That's all I have to say. Go away. Oh, aren't you just exactly how I imagined? But that's okay. I'm Jody. The way I said that and the way the text says in my box actually mean the opposite things because I apparently have reading comprehension issues. You aren't exactly how I imagined, but that's also okay. It's a quiet little town, so very exciting when someone new moves in. Having a farmer around could really change things. Mostly, the fact that we'd have a farmer around. And agriculture. And one would presume, like, literally anything related to any of those things. Alright. I'm mostly running around just because, like, alright, I'm here. Not a whole lot to do. With that. Oh, hey. So you're the new guy, huh? Cool. I'll see you around, bro. Bro. Yo, bro. Why, hello. Welcome to our little community, dear. You can call me Granny if you like. It's weird for me to want to have people name me after familiar things when we've just met, but, you know, just roll with it, kid. It's irritating to have to meet all these new people, huh? Name's George. Now, buzz off. Fine, George. Hello, Granny, if you like. Yeah. Hello, Granny, if you like. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Why are you picking on a little old lady? You're such a mean person. Up. So we're not gonna start talking into there because there's no one we need to socialize with in any meaningful capacity there. I do need to meet Pierre, but we are not buying things from Pierre. The only exception, again, will be the backpack, because it'd be obnoxious otherwise. Hey, Pierre, I just need to introduce myself to you. Oh, it's already 7:30. Hello, you must be Rual Storge, the new farmer. I'm Caroline. My husband runs a general store here. Have you met my daughter Abigail? She's the pale one with the purple hair. I judge her so much. She probably has a serious medical condition that we should look at, and we're just going to assume she will get better by us endlessly badgering her about her life. Hello, it's Mr. Rual Storge, the new farmer. I'm Pierre, owner of the local general store. If you're looking for seeds, my shop is the place to go. I'll also buy produce from you for a good price. A little agriculture could really inject new life into our local economy. Cool, Pierre. I will never be doing business with you at any point in the future. That's kind of the gimmick of the run. Other than buying that backpack right there, I will buy the backpack. Unfortunately, I will not be meeting your daughter because she goes to bed at apparently 8 p.m. Come on. Hey, Clint. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. I really actually kind of more wanted to get through the forest and do all that, but introductions are fine too. I'm Clint. I'm the town blacksmith. If you ever need an upgrade your tools, I'm your guy. I don't know you. Why are you talking to me? Oh, no reason. Mostly just internally judging you to a completely uncomfortable and unreasonable degree. You know, normal neighbor things where you just see your neighbor and you're like, I'm going to judge this person to no end, and they're just gonna have to live with that, and it'll upset them, probably deeply frustrate them, and they will have no meaningful recourse to action there. Alright, so early on it's going to be trying to get seeds, and foraging, they'll be primary moneymakers, because once I've whacked a bunch of bushes in the areas, there's not a whole lot I can do other than that. But that'll all be good. We gotta keep in mind, I cannot really run straight through my farm yet. Very genuinely, I'm not gonna make much progress there. We should be able to find spring onions here. They're not worth a lot of money, but, you know, they get a decent quantity, so they're not the worst. Yeah, so we got a bunch of them over there. Just checking down here. We do have you. Is it cool that you're a furry? I mean, you're allowed to live your life however you like. Like, it's not a thing that bothers me one way or the other. Consenting adults and all that. Alright. So I'm going to make the dangerous choice of trying to cut through my farm, which I have not cleared even remotely this far down. So very genuinely, I could get stuck where I have a path that I cannot reach the other side. I learned some new ideas. Yay! Alright, that way is going to be an absolute no-go. There's no path through those stones. Cool. Alright, so. Right now, we're going to toss these in here. Because I'm going to need those. The fiber, honestly, the only one I'm going to sell is the spring onions. And we can go from there, and day one is locked in. So we got our first level of foraging up. We can get the craftable spring seeds. We'll probably use those heavily to try and, augment our money situation. We got the field snack. I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot with that right now, but that's fine. But we also got 80 gold and all that with the spring seeds. So that's cool and all. All right. Hello there. Just got back from a fishing trip. You should come down to the beach sometime. I've got something for ya, Willie. He knows what I mean. Alright. And eventually we'll have our weapon in this spot. Alright, so first up, gotta water the plants we do have. And there isn't a whole lot of point of focusing on meeting absolutely everyone right away. And the big reason why it's not worth putting a huge amount of effort at the beginning is there's a couple people that we can't actually meet right away. We're making good progress already. We've already got 22 of the people met. They want me to go meet Willie. So for right now, I'm going to cut this way. We are going to continue to clear the farm a bit here and there. Try and make some progress with all that. So I still need to meet Abigail. I still need to meet the wizard. I still need to meet Willie. Krobus and the dwarf won't be happening even remotely anytime soon. I'm trying to think of who else we're also missing meeting. We already met Sebastian and Maru. And Sebastian's usually the one who gives me grief right at the beginning, because I don't think about meeting up with him right away. Alright. Yeah, the community center's not going to be open yet. We already met Harvey. That's another one that I've, in the past, had problems where there's difficulty catching them to meet them. Alright, so you're not open yet. We've already met Alex. We've already met Shane. We've already met you. So let's just cut down here. Well, let's meet Willie real fast. I'm missing Willie, Marnie, the wizard. I'm missing. Why am I blanking on the daughter's name? And then Abigail. Ahoy there, son. Heard there was. I don't know why I'm mixing up my accents. Heard there was a newcomer in town. Good to finally meet ya. I'm still trying to unwind from the month on the salty seas. It was a big haul. I sold a lot of good fish. Finally saved enough to buy me a new rod. Here, I want you to have me old fishing rod, if you know what I mean. It's important to me that the art of fishing stays alive, and hey, maybe you'll buy something from my shop once in a while. But I've passed a city ordinance that means you are not allowed to sell fish. Something about a run challenge that no monetization of the fish outside of Willie's. So you just gotta live with that. There's good water in here, Valley. All kinds of fish. Oh yeah. My shop's back open now, so come by if you need supplies. Also, I will not buy anything you catch due to foresaid ordinance. If it smells, it sells. That's something the old pappy used to say anyway, if you know what I mean. Alright. So we got that. We can grab the mussel over here. Got the worms. You found an artifact. The curator at the local museum might want to know about this. I'm doing good, Shadow. We immediately run out of inventory space, aren't I? That's fine. We also need to meet up with Elliot. I remember Elliot being one of the more annoying people to meet up with. Because, especially in the spring, they're really not outside their house pretty early. Abysmal. Not a single piece in the entire collection. What's this? You found something? Let me see it. Remarkable. It's very old. It came all the way from the ancient times of 2018. I'd love to study this in greater detail, but it is yours. I've got a favor to ask you. Would you consider donating any new artifacts or minerals that you find? We can make some groundbreaking discovery that I will take full credit for. Oh, and who knows, if you keep donating, I might come across some interesting items to send your way. Think about it, will you? You could slave away in the sun, digging up the dirt, finding ancient artifacts, and handing them over to me, who would take all the credit for the discoveries, and doing so with minimal compensation. If you decide to donate, just bring your objects to the front desk. You enjoy being able to make robot friends in the automation DLC? Oh yeah. The for Fallout, I was like, what? Alright. Yay, we got our first thing donated to the museum. Whoa. It's amazing. The car goes wild. It's a basic game mechanic. Alright. So I'm trying to remember for the life of me what I know Elliot leaves her house at some point during the day and stands at this bridge for a little while and then goes back into their house. Hi. Oh, we haven't met Haley. Not that I particularly want to, but we have not met Haley. Oh yeah, you're gonna stand like staring at your mirror to like noon. Because you're the worst. Oh hey Marnie, I was just going over there to say hi. Mayor Lewis told me you just arrived. I'm Marnie. I sell livestock and animal care products at my ranch. You should swing by sometime. Cool. Ignore me digging in the trash. Alright, so, Elliot, buddy, pal. I am going to need you to step out of your home, Elliot. Roll in space. Oh, this is hard mode, you hate it? Also roll. I'm gonna play Stardew. Oh, this won't be that bad. All things considered, this won't be the worst. Alright. Oh, that's right. I heard someone new is moving on to the old farm. It's kind of a shame, really. I always enjoyed exploring those overgrown fields by myself. This isn't my actual accent. I'm just talking this way to give you misdirection. I don't know. I was trying to come up with something different because it is one of those things that I'm not great with women's voices. I just don't have the range. So I had to like kind of do more character personality kind of stuff. Oh, she did something and she's guilty looking in the mirror. Yeah, Haley probably did do something. It's like, I insulted this kid until he eventually started hurting himself and it became a whole big problem. And I feel like I should feel guilty about it, but I don't. And I feel guilty about the fact that I don't feel guilty about it. Oh, you're the new farmer boy, aren't you? Huh? Oh, I'm Haley. If it weren't for those hideously, insultingly, terrible, awful, disgusting, repulsive, horribly acquired clothes that are most definitely neither the drip or on fleek, you might actually have the tiniest bit of riz and be a little bit cute. Instead, you're an abomination that I would like to never see again. Bye! You started playing a new game of Stardew Valley tonight? Hey, Harry, how's it going? Alright, so introductions. I need to meet one more person. Oh, you know Haley says Riz. There is zero question about it. Haley 100% says Riz. Unironically. And on fleek and drip. Elliot, buddy! This is, I think, the only time I've ever done this in 2 days. Ah, the new farmer. We've all been expecting you, and whose arrival has sparked many a conversation. I'm Elliot. I live in the little cabin by the beach. It's a pleasure to meet you. You've forgotten what Riz is again? Riz is like someone... Like, you'd say, you know, someone who is dapper. Like, it's just, like, kind of a style. So it's not specifically dapper, but it's just that kind of thing. It's like someone who's got, like, a certain flavor of charisma. That kind of thing. Chums are like, I'm Amy. Oh, this is my favorite flavor. Yummy rocks. Pretty much. Alright, archaeology done. Yay, I got paid a tiny little bit of money. Alright, so what we're going to do down here is we're going to forge. We already went to the North Pass, so we're going to forge. We're going to go ahead and stop stuff. Yeah, no, it's like a specific slice of charisma, so it's not just charisma in general.
Thank you, Harry Paulzak, for subscribing for 5 months. That's better. Dot.
And thank you, Harry, so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream with your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. But thank you so much for supporting the channel for 5 months. That's a heck of a long time. I really do appreciate it. And thank you again for that continued support. Alright. So we are going to go ahead and go over here. You remember the other day where I made the comment about how a lot of games in the slice of life genre for some reason feel allergic to their own music, where they play it once in a while and then half the other time there's just like wind or birds chirping and nothing else? This is one of those examples. So how am I going to get seeds with no shops? So it's no Pierre's and no Joja Mart, to be clear. What is going to happen is when this lady comes by, she can randomly have seeds. It'll only be like 1 or 2 seeds, but she can randomly have seeds. That's one way we can do that. When we smash the bushes and all that, you can get mixed seeds. When we unlock the desert, which is going to be well into the run, I will be able to buy, like, they'll have, like, the seasonal seeds there. The big one is going to be when the winter market comes by. The winter market actually has almost all of the seeds in the game. You just have to keep coming by there each and every day and, you know, having all of the money you need to make that happen. So that's a big part of it, is managing to find success despite that. Alright, so let's do this. Grab you. And we can go craft. Alright. It'll also be a thing whenever I get to the point that I have the, there's the machine for main seeds. We are doing the community center. Because honestly, the Joja Mart would not be that hard for this run. To just buy the upgrades. Because there are tons of ways to make money in the game that would still be available without buying the seeds. Like, you could sit there and do the fish if you're going to do it for the money, which we've got ourselves a rule against that. You can do the mining stuff for the money. You can do foraging, can be really lucrative as well. That's honestly the way you make a lot of your money, is just with the foraging. Alright. So with this, let's go back to clearing our property. And unfortunately at this moment, we have absolutely terrible stamina. So we're going to be doing this. It's also a thing, like, I could absolutely use the, fishing to help with the stamina side of things. Because I could use the fish where I fish, get a bunch of fish in my inventory, I eat the fish when I need more, like, stamina and all that. I just don't want to get in the pattern where I'm just spending 2/3 of the day fishing. I don't know. I personally don't enjoy watching it. I enjoy the fishing minigame. But, like, when someone, like, it's when someone says, like, fishing to catch water tooth, like, that's fine. But it's when someone's, like, fishing and that's, like, of a stream, they're spending 4 hours of the stream just fishing. That gets a little rough to watch after a while. So I'm targeting the bushes because they're what gives me the mixed seeds. Toss in the ground for right now. Now I gotta fight hard to get, like, every single bush in here. Just trying to do a quick circuit, see if I can't snag a couple of seeds here and there. One of the big things that's going to be worth trying to invest in as early as we can is trying to get sprinklers up and running. If we can get the sprinklers up and running, that'll end up being a real big thing for making our life easier, because then I can sit there and start plunking down a whole bunch of plants. And just build up from there. But there will be, like, build-up time at the beginning of each season where I just don't have the seeds I need to deal with it. I'm also running around like this because, cutting down the trees is extremely exhausting energy-wise. So it's going to take me a while to get through them. And I want to try and get a bunch of these, you know, quick seeds we can snag early on. plant what we got. We got 5 more seeds from that. So that'll be good. And very quickly I'll reach a point as well where I cannot keep all the seeds watered. Alright, 1 second real fast. Just doing some moderation stuff. There we go. Yep, exactly, Enoch. It's one of those things that, like, when you're streaming and someone just, like, immediately just, like, insults your appearance, you're like, okay, why would I keep you around? Alright. Okay, so dropping all that stuff off. What? Speaking of tired, Rual got tired of someone's trolling. Uh-huh. Pretty much. What do you mean, no Pierre, no Joja? No Pierre, no Joja. We are anti their capitalistic ways. And how they mistreat their neighbors and all that. See, exactly. We've only been in town for 2 days. Well, 3 days. This is our 3rd day in town, and we are already getting unsolicited advertisements from Pierre. Advertisement. I keep finding cool stuff, but my backpack is full. Does this sound like you? It should sound like you. I have been reading your personal email. Well, Pierre's got you covered. Stop by Pierre's General Store today and check out our affordable size 24 backpack. See you soon. Does it also mean buying no backpack? No, in this case, the one exception I'm making is buying the backpack, because that would be incredibly monotonous and frustrating to just go without a backpack. So to me, that isn't a challenge side of it, so much as, hey, what if this is just frustrating? Because, like, the no seeds thing means I have to be creative about where I make money and all that. I also have a rule that I'm not allowed to just use fishing for profit. Like, I can fish, I just can't, you know, sit there and, like, start each day, grab a handful of seeds, and then go fish till I, you know, the day is done, and repeat that. Mostly because I personally find it a very monotonous thing to watch gameplay-wise, when someone is just blasting fishing the whole day. So it's not the type of content I want to create. Like, fishing is fine. It's just kind of one of those things that too much of it can go from being, this is interesting, to this is tedious. We found a lost book. Rather than take it to the library, you huck it into the river and say, books are for nerds. The entire colony now judges you. I said colony. I'm gonna go with this. This is a colony now, not a town. Alright, so we're just doing a quick circuit here real fast, looking for forageables. Looking also for places where I could dig stuff up. There's just a couple good spots to grab forageables right over here sometimes. Alright, so I know there's a fish I need to catch during the rain spring here. I'm not like going to be beelining to try and community center nearly as fast as possible, just because I know for a fact that we are going to... Oh, I remember what the big thing is. if you want to, yeah, the catfish is one, but you can get a catfish from a number of sources. The big one that you have is that you got to catch legend by the end of the season if you want a year one. We're not going to worry about year one. We did a remix on it. We don't have the guaranteed chance of like being able to do it in 1 year toggled either. And then just on top of that, I don't know. Like I expect us to get screwed on some of the stuff like the tree fruit and all that, and not. Oh man, after doing our other run where we actually had this set up, I forgot how rough the first fishing pole is on level 1 fishing. And catfish done. Nice. Moving on with our lives. Who needs to, fish more than one? Granted, with the remixed set on the set, we have no way of knowing if we will have the catfish in the community center or not, because we did choose to do remix. Yeah, so definitely going to be working on the forageables to start with, because those are those things I can just run around, do a quick lap, get myself some guaranteed little bit of money. We'll skill that up. And if we do manage to get the seeds, that's even better. Because those seeds, they both sell for a bunch, and then it's one of those things that you can do the exponential growth where, like, the first time you get, like, 10, 20 seeds, you plunk those down. The next time you get, like, 100, 200 seeds, you plunk those down. Then it's basically get to the point that you can't physically... Like, I've done it before where I literally planted so many seeds that if I just woke up and did nothing but water the crops for the entire day, I would not be able to finish it all without, like, upgrade equipment and all that, because just the juggling your energy to, like, eating your goods and all that just ends up being a whole thing. It's worth doing, but it definitely becomes wake up, farm, go to bed, wake up, farm, go to bed. Now, I am not allowed to sell the catfish. The spring onions are fine, but the catfish is off limits. The catfish is off limits because I've given myself the rule that I can't just fish for money. I can fish to accomplish quests and tasks and all, I just can't sit there and just throw the line, catch 20 fish, and then, turn around and sell it. Alright, so drop you off, and you will actually just hit that button. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3. Sell the spring onions. Craft some seeds. All right. Yeah, I was actually thinking is like if there's any other like big like breakers or whatever. I'm trying to remember. No, it's Krobus sells a star fruit. I was trying to remember if Pierre ever sells one. I was trying to think if there's anything that Joja or Pierre sell that like really blocks you from continuing anything in the game. I don't think there is. Like the backpack's kind of a big deal, but like the seeds and trees and all that, they're more just, like, super inconvenient. Leveling 10 in fishing will be fun. Yeah, that's fine. I've done that plenty of times. Yeah, but, yeah, no, trying to go for legend in year 1 is always rough. Like, if you want to do that. Because that's where people try and, like, knock out perfection in the first year. And it's just the issue is legend is one of the hardest fish to catch. Can you get tree seeds elsewhere? Yes. So on Wednesdays and Sundays, there's the traveling cart has a random chance of having a tree seed there. So that is one. You can't do perfection in 1 year? No, you can't. But like for speed running it kind of thing, you usually want to like knock that out right away at the beginning, get the star fruit from Willy, and all that stuff, get the recipes from Willy and all that stuff as well. That way, like, the moment the year changes, you immediately fix the boat, and you're just doing Ginger Island things. Alright. Gonna eat our field snack to give us a little bit more time. Not much time, honestly. But all of it helps. Every little bit we can drag out the time we are able to put into a day helps. Like I said, ideally what I'd want to do is if I was trying to like do this in the least amount of not real life time, but in-game time, like in-game days. What I would do is I would ultimately grind fishing, and then use the, like, if we have the rule that I can't sell the fish, that's fine. We would use the fish as a source of energy. So once I finished going for like the seeds for the day, I would just go over, fish, stockpile a bunch of fish, and that way when I need more energy, just chuck a fish in my mouth and move on. But with all that said, we haven't forged this middle tile, and that's about all the more we could do today with our current energy. We're not going to sell these as these. We're going to make seeds with them. And that is a whole thing. That's basically what you do anyway, sashimi all day. Yep. Oh no, it is a very good strategy. Like, it's extremely effective. There's a reason why people do it. I know for a lot of, when I say speedrunning, I'm talking speedrunning not in game hours, but like number of days in the year you go. That one of the metas was to just slam fishing at absolute full force right from the beginning. To just make a bunch of money in-game as fast as possible. And then turn around and then just, like, once you hit a certain threshold, you buy stuff and all that. To get what you need moving. Alright. Year 1 Joja fishing only? Yeah, no, that's totally doable. Fishing is one of the most lucrative things in the game until you start getting, like, really late game. Then there's other stuff that does start to catch up. Part of that being is the fact that the fishing minigame, while you're on that screen, time is paused. So you can actually get a lot more work done in the same kind of, you know, in-game time span. Alright. It's definitely gonna take some work to, Sorry, it's definitely gonna take a little bit of work for us to get our tools upgraded and all that. One of the nice things about this run is I could realistically see it being a thing that we start hammering the mines pretty hard early on. Just go for the tool upgrades. Because we definitely want to get the farming up as early... Was that... Yeah, it's right on the edge of the map. We definitely want to get the tool upgrades as early as we can. Because it is going to be one of those things that for a lot of stuff, I'm going to want to use the seed machine to get the seeds I need bunches of. So, like, where I need to get, you know, let's say I need to get 15 gold parsnip. Realistically, the way I do that is either one, I just get lucky with lots and lots of mixed seeds. But that'll get very tiresome to grind that. That's, you know, past a certain point. So what I'll end up doing at a certain point is I'll switch over to, instead, I'll be spending a lot of time turning around and going, okay, how can I get more parsnip seeds faster? All right, well, I'll just get, like, the seed maker and just start destroying parsnip to get parsnip. What do you got for me on the board? You want a largemouth bass. I don't know if we'll actually do that, but we'll check. Like I said, the only thing I'm going to be allowed to buy is the backpack upgrade. It's 2,000. Hey, Miner, how's it going? That'll be the only exception to the nothing we can buy from Pierre or for them is just the backpack. Because, like I said, the unfortunate reality is dealing without the backpack is just tedious because it's a lot of just walking back and forth. Nothing on the beach today. Want to get that fixed relatively soon. I can't remember if you're 50 or 200 wood. 300 wood. Okay, that's fine. We'll get there. Now, largemouth bass we'd catch up in the mountains. But first, we're going to do our circuit for our forageables. And move on from there. And the focus of this run isn't to, like, perfection or anything like that, so I'm not going to take the time to, like, grind all the relationships. I do think we will pursue relationships. I do think my plan for this run is I'm going to go after Krobus. Because I have already, in past runs, romanced every single one of the bachelorettes. And I understand Krobus is a lot of fun. So I figure, why not? I've had a number of times we've done vote at the beginning of the beginning of a run. It's like, okay, who are we romancing? And I always have had Krobus on the list. And Krobus is always a strong contender. Hasn't won, but is always a strong contender, usually in like the top 3. So that'll be good. And we've got Sextuple. Get either 3 streams straight, catch the last 3 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your extra 350 points. Alright. One thing I should be doing. Desert going through here. Start hacking down some of these bushes. That'll probably be a big thing when summer rolls around. When you have the day during summer where the green rain happens, where everything gets all covered in the bushes, that'll probably be a big time to just hack down as many plants as we possibly can. Just to try and get as many rolls of the dice for the mixed seeds and all that. It might also be worth something for me to try and keep on hand, like, a couple $1,000. Just because I keep a couple $1,000 on hand when the cart comes by. If we get lucky and, like, a pomegranate tree shows up or whatever, that'll let us get that going pretty early. Okay, so we got 3 more seeds in that round. Make that 4. Alright. We didn't find any more horseradish, though, so we're not gonna get a bunch of the other seeds. And sell the spring onions. Pop in over here. Take a quick look for forageables up here. No luck. So we did get a quest for the largemouth bass. That'll be a way to get like a little bit of fishing skill and potentially get, I think it was, I didn't even check who it was. Get whoever wanted the largemouth bass, get them a largemouth bass. They'll give me a little bit of money, a little bit of, you know, relationship with them, which I'm not too worried about. I'll get a little bit of XP fishing. I could take some of those extra fish, and those can be my way of re-energizing later. So probably huck them in a box for right now. And then what I can end up doing down the road is just making them into sashimi. And all that. I'm deliberately not going to fish in the area that Legend is caught at. I'm pretty sure you have to go from up there. I think it has to be a rainy day to catch Legend. I just don't want to deal with Legend, but I'm pretty sure largemouth bass is up here. That might be one of those things I do in between the streams, is I might grab some just like basic information mods. I don't know. Nothing that changes any of the dynamics of the game so far as all that. Let's see, rainy and you have to be level 10 fishing for her to appear. Gotcha. You can actually hit 10 fishing. Honestly, in like the first, I think it's like 5 days, you can hit level 10 fishing. If you're just sitting there like fishing, and then as you get low, you turn around and eat whatever you've got going on, and just repeating. You can just grind out fishing super fast. I'm not gonna do it because, like I said, watching someone fish for 5-6 real life hours and just fish, to me is not fun. So we're just trying to go for a largemouth bass. I appreciate we're catching just like carp and all that right now, because you get so spoiled when you do a run of this, where you're used to having like 10 fishing, the iridium rod, probably have a lure or whatever going on there. And so even like the really difficult fish, you make work by just... being used to it. Alright. Versus this tiny little thing. Any particularly like actually hard fish like a squid or something is gonna be real hard to catch. Well, I guess we're done fishing right now. Inventory is full. We can plant a little bit of rice. Yeah, lava eel, octopus, have fun. Oh, yeah. Because I'm not actually that worried about catching the largemouth bass. Oh, yeah, you want to give his gift? Yeah, largemouth bass from Willy. Because it's only 100 gold, which is nice early game, don't get me wrong. But that's still not much. Alright. Oh, missed. Okay, for right now, do we eat those? I think we do eat these. Let's just work on the farm and we'll eat the fish as we get hungry. Well, low energy. Because I'm not going to be able to make a kitchen for a good long while. There's no real point in me holding that off. One of the things we could do pretty early on is if I use these to get enough energy, we could potentially get the wood really early on to make the bridge across the way. And if we get enough wood to cross that bridge pretty early on, that gives me another foraging spot to grab some easy money. Just grabbing, you know, random chunks of coral or whatever. Oh, for the record, these fish are pretty terrible energy until you can cook them. Like, they're fine. Once you get a couple points in fishing, you can have a net positive on the amount of energy you get eating the fish and fishing. All right. And drop you off. And grab the pine cone. Make ourselves a snack. And go back to cutting. Alright, we don't have enough for another tree, so let's just knock down a bunch of the individual rocks and all that. Might get lucky, get a little bit of ore. 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, and done. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna make some... Well, actually, I think we're only gonna make like 60 or whatever money this in-game day. We do have the geodes. I want to keep those on my inventory. I believe if I keep those in my inventory, we'll have Clint show up tomorrow. And Clint will be like, you found geodes. Give me money. Alright, so gained a level in fishing, so that's nice. We made about 60 bucks worth of spring onions. Doing good, making that solid cash. Alright. You monster crows. Alright. To our valued Joja Mart customers. Our team members have removed the landslide caused by our drilling operation near the mountain lake. I'd like to remind you that our drilling operation is entirely legal, pursuant of Initiative L61091 Joja Corp Amendment. Responsible stewardship of the local environment is our top priority. We apologize for the inconvenience this accident may have caused. As always, we valued your continued support and patronage. Maurice, Joja Customer Satisfaction Representative. Cool. Alright, so... And I am going to consider selling stuff as Pierre, as doing business with Pierre. So, in that regard, that still goes in there. I'm going to take... I want to take just one out. That's fine. I'm going to keep just one parsnip. Just for the potential of it being in the bundles. Hey, Spirit Music, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Spirit Music? Another fantastic creator on the platform. Lots of good stuff over there, lots of music playing, happening, all that good stuff. So definitely worth checking out. Has been doing music lately, which is what they do, so that makes sense. Makes sense. Wasn't sure if you had any like other stuff going on. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. If you like kind of like a live concert type thing, but Twitch, that's pretty much what you're getting over there. And it's not like low effort or anything like that either. There's a lot of work goes into it, so definitely good times. but good seeing you. Don't forget to stretch. I did stretch, actually. I'm not sure if you picked it up on camera that while I was reading the Joja customer letter thing, I was doing, what the heck the name of the, meeting glide stretchers. That's the word I'm looking for. Made P yesterday, so thanks to Raid. Oh, you made partner yesterday. Nice! Like, heck yeah. So thanks to the Raid, shoutouts, Lurks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy for you to have hit partner. That's a real big deal. Like, that is, for those who don't stream, like, that is, like, one of the big milestones. Advancement, you want to reach farming level 1. Get that. Does it only consider me farm level 1? Nah, I gotta wait till the end of the day. So the first thing we're gonna do is, before we go and get distracted with anything else, I want to run down and check the cart. Because that cart can have lots of good stuff on it. Man, I'm glad to hear you hit partner. I know you're pushing for it, so I'm glad you made it. It's such a big milestone. Alright, and watch it be like, we have, you know, a tree. Alright. So as you can see, I can get a spring seeds. These seeds are easy to get by, are not worth me spending 900. The sprinkler I honestly would consider. So we can buy the garlic. Garlic's actually hard to get in the game. The summer seeds won't do me much good. I'm gonna go ahead and get the garlic. Like my last run of that, I got stuck trying to get that whole time. So that's not bad. It cost me a chunk of change, and it is going to delay the speed of which I get my backpack. But, you know, garlic is kind of one of those things that is a little tricky to get early on. And one of the other things I'll do with the whole garlic thing is I'm definitely not going to turn it in and do whatever with it. We're going to keep it as garlic, and when we get the seed maker, I'll use it to make more garlic seeds. Because that is one I'm going to need. Well, I'll probably only need one for the community center, and I don't really care about doing a perfection run or anything like that. I've actually already got done another perfection run since, I've already done our perfection run since the update dropped. But still. Oh, I didn't even look to see if we have the wood. Let's run up here. See if we have the wood. A good chance when we go to the community center. Sorry, when we go to the main map there, the community center event will trigger. I know it happens pretty early in the game, like your first week or whatever. Yeah, so that's gonna be a big thing for getting a bunch of like the random seeds. That are harder to get. It's gonna be that cart. Now, one of the dangers is I don't have scarecrows yet. So if the crows show up, I don't have anything I can do to prevent them. Alright, so we've got that dropped off. Oh, right, it's checking the wood. Checking the wood, it's checking the wood. We have more than 300. Let's drop 45 back here. There. So that gives me an area to open up the other part of the beach, which gives me foraging opportunities for like seashells and all that we can sell for little bits of money here and there. Yep, there we go. Oh, hi there. What an eyesore. This is the Pelican Town Community Center, or what's left of it anyways. It used to be the pride and joy of the town, always bustling with activity. Now just look at it. It's shameful. These days, the young folk would rather sit in front of the TV than engage with the community. But listen to me, I sound like an old fool. That's because you're an old fool. Joja Corporation has been hounding me to sell them the land so they could turn it into a warehouse. Pelican Town could use the money, but there's something stopping me from selling it. I guess old-timers like me get attached to relics of the past. Ah, well. If anyone else buys Joja Corp membership, I'm gonna go ahead and sell it. By the way, you're the only one in town who does not own one, so this is very specifically saying I am putting this on your shoulders. Here, let's go inside. Hey, Luxray, welcome back. What's this? I guess Vincent and Jant must have been playing in here. This place is even more dilapidated than I remember. What? What's the matter? Are you ill? Is it contagious? I feel like I should be social distancing from you right now. You saw something? I wouldn't be surprised that this place is full of rats. You're worrying me, Rual Storge. Look, I think I'm going to head home. I need some lunch. Hey, I'll keep this place unlocked from now on. Maybe you can help catch that rat if you have some extra time. Alright. I'll have to come back and explore the building farther. I do wonder with some of these things, like, does it actually give you a quest to explore the building? Yeah, okay. Because it's one of those things I just instinctively did. And I was like, you know, those are the kinds of things in a lot of games that they don't think to give you a quest marker for. And that, you know, you would just... Oh, cool. That you'd sit there and have that event and just not remember to come back because there's nothing to draw you to this location. And there's a lot of games that ends up being a problem, where you play the game a little bit, you'll hit something that maybe it's fairly obvious that you should have more to do there, but, you know, you sit there, you see the event, you go, oh man, I gotta go, you know, pick up the kid or whatever, I gotta, you know, go to work, oh man, like, it's getting super late, I need to just wrap up for the night, and then you forget that cinematic happened. And then you keep playing going, man, I can't figure out how to progress the game, like, why, I feel like I've been stuck here for weeks. Only to realize you'd missed some, like, major thing. You're looking for coals. There's no consequence for taking quests and not finishing them, so okay. I don't think I'm gonna do it, but I'll go ahead and take down your notice so no one else can do it. Because this community is all about me. Alright, so we can fix the bridge. Alright, in this case I'm gonna chuck the fiber. Also chuck the rock. There's no I in community. Wait a second. Yeah, you understand. Urchins are harder to come by. Okay. So... I've got a bunch of that. I also want to break the geodes, but I don't have the inventory space for that. I also don't have the inventory space for more forging, so I'm gonna run back, sell the urchin and all that, and I realized I could sell it to Willy. I'm kind of like low-key just avoiding all the stores for right now to like buy and sell stuff. That said, like Willy, you have to go through Willy to upgrade your fishing pole. If you leave your foraging stuff, it stays the next day. That was one of those ones that's always back and forth on, because sometimes it felt like it did keep them for the next day, and sometimes it just felt like it replaced them, which isn't the end of the world. Not gonna get by Clint's in time to deal with that. That's fine though. Right, we already did the lap down below, I believe. We did not do the lap up here for the forageables. They also cleared the path, which I believe gives me access to the mines. Which gives me another activity I can work on, you know, during the day and all that. So after I clear up a bunch of bushes, get seeds and water everything, we just run over here. Start working a little bit on getting some ore for our tools and all that.
I was just peering down into the little hole in the mine shaft. It's been abandoned for decades. Still, there's a problem. There's probably good ore down there. But a dark place undisturbed for a long time, I'm afraid ore isn't the only thing you'll find, adventurer. Here, take this. You might need it. Name's Marlin, by the way. I run the Adventurers Guild, a professional LARPing group right outside. I'll keep an eye on you, prove yourself, and I think you might be making you a member.
Let's see, how do we get new seeds if we don't buy from Pierre and Joja through foraging? So we can get it through foraging is one option. We can also get it through the traveling merchant is another option. On top of all that, there is, you can sometimes pop geodes and get them. The Winter Festival is another option. I can buy them from once we get to the Calico Desert. So there's a whole bunch of things. When we get high enough level, I can use the seed machine, whatever it's called, the seed maker. We'll toss that for right now. But yeah, that is going to be the big thing, is getting a hold of the seeds. Like, getting a hold of seeds at all isn't bad. Getting a hold of the seeds I want is tricky. I'm going to eat the cave root. Yeah, the seed maker is like kind of the point where it's not that you've solved the problem and you've made it or whatever, but you've overcome like the biggest hurdle, because now you can just scale stuff up. I physically can't pick those up, so I'm just going to ignore them for right now. I mean, let's be real. That is probably worth more to me than the stone. Alright. Yeah, now it's gonna take some work. But the only thing I'm allowed to get from Pierre at all is we have allowed ourselves that we are going to be allowed to get the backpack. Just because dealing with literally no backpack, we will get super old super fast. And to me, that doesn't make it a fun, meaningful challenge. It just means I would have to stop constantly and go back. Is this my first playthrough? No, we're doing a challenge run called the that we're gonna be like the no Pierre, no Joja run. So I may not buy seeds from Pierre. Well, I may not buy anything from Joja or Pierre, which the only exception we're making is the backpack for just not being obnoxious reasons. But otherwise, it is a challenge run. I have literally done runs where I've married every single one of the bachelorettes. We're probably going to be romancing Krobus on this one. I guess romancing isn't the right word for it. Plutonically becoming roommates with Krobus. Yeah, that's the one. And just kind of going with that. Oh. I'm going to drop off the 2 gemstones there. Look. Yeah, I don't think it'll actually be too terrible. It's definitely going to slow things down, but I don't think it'll be that bad. Because we can still use the mixed seeds, which will give us a lot of the things. We could use the traveling merchants that RNG-wise can give us. So that's going to be I think the hardest thing's going to be the tree fruit. The tree fruit is probably going to be my biggest barrier because I'll need to depend on either the bat cave or the traveling merchant to see that through. Let's drop you off. Why don't I have dandelions? Huh. Yeah, I think we already checked the south area, so I guess we're just gonna go smack some trees for a little bit. Yeah, when I unlock the desert shop, I could do that. The desert shop has a much truncated list. Skull Cavern is difficult for me. Skull Cavern, there's lots of things you can learn to make it not as bad. Because the big thing that's dangerous for the Skull Cavern is just the dragons. And you can kind of learn ways to give yourself a better chance of fighting. And on top of that, there is equipment that can make them a lot safer to fight. Because there's always the danger when you get on screen, there's like 4 or 5 of the dragons on the screen, and you just get bullied hard and fast. Alright, 4, 3, 1. Alright, so let's drop this off. Run back down here and grab the rest. But yeah, we'll also be able to get, like, there's the merchant that shows up where you trade, like, coconuts and all that on Ember, or not Ember Island, what is it? Oh, I'm blanking on the island. Okay, so we got our scarecrow, but, and we can use the thing where we trade to get those seeds. It's gonna be, like, a hard push till we get the seed maker, and then once we get the seed maker, then once I get a seed once, it's not that big a deal. I can just go out of my way to deal with it. I actually don't care about the recipes. Hi there. Good morning. I noticed you've been breaking some rocks open and finding ore. That's good. If you want to get the most out of the ores you find, you'll need a furnace. Just so happens I have an extra set of blueprints lying around. Here, I want you to have them. You learned how to craft a furnace. The furnace allows you to smelt bars. The bars can be used for crafting, construction, and tool upgrades. When you've smelted a few copper bars, consider having me upgrade one of your tools. It can make your work a lot easier. Well, okay, I'm heading home now. Take it easy. Cool. So we've got all that going on. We can get the mail. Yep. My sources tell me that you've been poking around inside the old community center. Why don't you pay me a visit? My chambers are west of the Forest Lake in the Stone Tower. I may have information concerning your rat problem. M. Remodius Wizard.
I see you've been exploring the old mine. You've got the adventurer's spirit. That much I can tell. If you can slay 10 slimes, you'll have earned your place in the Adventurers LARPing Guild. Be careful.
We're gonna make it our canon that like the adventurers are both actually adventurers, but also that they LARP. These things go hand in hand. It's just the natural order of the universe. You cannot adventure without a little LARPing. I mean, that's sort of kind of true when you think about it. Like, if we go back to, like, when people were, you know, knights swinging swords and all that stuff, I am sure many, many, many a child went out in their backyard, well, not backyard, but went out walking around town, got themselves a good stick, and started, like, whacking bushes and all sorts of other stuff with their stick, pretending to be a knight, and doing all that kind of stuff. I am willing to bet that happened a lot. Because it certainly still happens nowadays about kids like getting a stick and going and like beating up on bushes and trees and all that. Alright. So, one thing I want to make sure we manage to have happen today is I want to make sure to... Actually, here, we're going to change the order of operations I was going to do with things. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to Clint. And pop the geodes. So I grab the 2 gemstones I know the museum will need. Once we get over here, I'm not going to pick up that flower despite my temptations to do so. Actually, take that back. I can gift that flower to someone to get the one quest off my list so it stops pulsing at me aggressively. Alright, so we can give you to someone. We can drop off the 2 gemstones they already have in my inventory and give those to, the museum. I mean, I can actually probably do that. Alright. Is anyone home? Yes, but you're both in your bedroom, so it does me no good. Look, I was planning on giving one of you the flower in hopes you'd like it. Oh, good. Literal trash. Hey, Alex, what do you think about literal trash? Are you serious? This is garbage. Yes. Yes, literally it is. Very specifically it is. Here. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. Good enough. I just wanted to get the making friends thing off my board. That's all I wanted. Just walks up to Alex and just like literally has a bag of garbage and hands it over. It's like, what's wrong with you, man? Why would you do that? That's so weird. Leave the front door open, but lock the bedroom door? Yeah. Just Stardew Valley things. Okay, so pop the geodes. Alright, I mean, that's still 2 new ones. It's not the world's worst thing to have. Alright. Ooh, cauliflower seeds. I didn't remember that those got delivered for that. That's excellent. That'll help us out. The cauliflower take a long time to grow, but yeah. Did you go to that thing today? Did I go to that thing to... Yeah. Now we had a good time. It was in the Orlando area. They were doing a bunch of plays and all that sort of stuff. They're like little 1 hour plays, but they're, you know, comedy skits, that kind of stuff. And we saw a play, I think it was called, you know, Juliet's Revenge or something like that. And it was just a comedy play that the premise of it is, you know, Juliet from Romeo and Juliet. Okay. Juliet from Romeo and Juliet, instead of killing herself, gets revenge on Shakespeare. So, it was definitely fun and interesting. Alright. But they actually had, like, a lot of plays going on. Like, we didn't have the time to check out the other ones, but they must have had, like, 20 different plays going on. Like, of all sorts of different varieties. Like, some that were, like, dramas and comedies and musicals and all sorts of ridiculous nonsense. They had one about, like, a couple of old folks getting out of an old folks' home and just basically going out and partying and everything. That was kind of interesting looking. Alright, so sell those, and those. Get ourselves a little bit of stuff there. Grab the wood, grab those. I can't remember what else I need for the scarecrow. I just don't remember how much area they cover at all. Oh, you want me to meet the wizard at their tower? Let me go deeper in there. Oh, we can get... I mean, I actually don't care about that right now. Part of the reason I don't want to go out of my way to give them the slime, or sorry, not the slime, the parsnip, is they have just one for the moment. And I can get the 100 gold from it, which is certainly not a bad thing, and a little bit of reputation with Harvey. I actually don't care much about the reputation right now, because this isn't going to be a perfection run or anything like that. We're deliberately doing a challenge that's going to make everything slow anyways. And honestly, I just did a perfection run, so I don't want to grind out like getting all of the recipes and all of that stuff again right now. Honestly, I don't even want to grind out all the friendships and all that again. It takes a long time to get all those friendships up. Like, it's not terrible if you get, like, their favorite gifts, but it's just a lot to juggle. Alright. Ah, come in. I am Rosmodius, seeker of the arcane truths, mediary between physical and ethereal, master of the 7 elements, keeper of the sacred chalice, stalker of the Joja Mart. You get the point. And you, Rual Storge, the one whose arrival I have long foreseen. For 30 whole minutes I have foreseen this occurrence happening. Truly impressive. Here, I'd like to show you something. He just, like, reaches into a backpack and, like, throws a Pokemon, like, on the floor. Behold! You've seen one before, haven't you? They call themselves the Junimos. Mysterious spirits, these ones. For some reason, they refuse to speak to me. Something about them screaming, please let me out, stop teleporting, where is my family, and a bunch of other such rubbish. But no real conversation. I'm not sure why they've moved to the community center, but you have no reason to fear them. Now you want a Junimo as a Pokemon? I can see that. Definitely a plant type. You found a golden scroll written in an unknown language. Most interesting. Stay here. I'm going to see for myself. I'll return shortly. Yeah, ghost plant, I could see it. Either ghost plant or psychic plant or something like that. The Orlando area does seem to have a lot, let's see, have a lot going on to check out. Been there twice in that area, always had fun. Yeah. I found the note. Yeah, like the only bummer going on is like, so Orlando, like downtown Orlando used to have a bit of a party scene, which not was really my big thing. But that's kind of died off after the last couple years. Like, it was even before the pandemic, it was already kind of waning. Just, it became a lot more of a business center, a lot less of the, like, party town kind of thing. And then, like, the pandemic just sealed that fate. So a lot of the really fun stuff downtown has been going away. Like, we just got a announcement there's a restaurant there that does, like, comedy shows and all that called Hamburger Mary's. And they've announced that they're closing down. The good news is they're not going away. They're just relocating, but they're relocating out of Orlando to... We don't know where it's going yet, but from everything, it's sounding like it'll be like one of the surrounding area. Yep. Oh yeah, and I do a whole range of stuff like trivia. They do like trivia nights, comedy shows, music stuff, drag shows, all sorts of stuff. It's a very LGBTQIA friendly place. And all that. It's a real fun place. I haven't been there in an age because I don't end up in downtown Orlando very often, but that was one of the places that a lot of people I knew liked to go. So, it's just relocating. Let's see. The language is obscure, but I was able to decipher it. It said, if you can read this, you're a big nerd. We need to take war to the Junimo. They've insulted me for the last time. We, the Junimo, are happy to aid you. In return, we ask for gifts of the valley, mostly the Dosh. If you are one with the forest, then you will see the true nature of this scroll. How do in Chicago? Yeah, no, they're a chain. They don't have a bunch of locations, but they got a couple locations. Mostly just major cities. Just you need to have enough people around you to support a business. One with the forest. What do they mean? Here, I'm gonna go outside and bury you alive until a tree grows out of you? I think that'll make you one with the forest. Maybe we'll implant you with some seeds or something? Aha! Come here. I haven't just randomly throwing crap in this pot. I need to clean it out, but I just want to see if I can make anything interesting. It's absolutely, without question, toxic. But, totally drink that or some stuff. My cauldron is bubbling with ingredients from the forest. Baby fern, moss grub, caramel tap toadstool. Can you smell it? Here, drink up. Let the essence of the forest permeate your body. And then we start tripping out. By the way, half the mushrooms in this thing definitely are medicinal. So have a nice ride. I'll see you in a couple hours. Here's a towel for the drool. And if anyone asks, you did not get this here. You've gained the power of forest magic. You can now decipher the true meaning of the Junimo scrolls. What you don't realize, from this moment on, the entire game is literally just your brain having some type of fever dream from all the hallucinogenics you just took. And in fact, all of the rest of the game is simply occurring in your mind as you are just completely destroyed. Like, literally, you get married in the game, you have kids, and then, like, slowly it fades back to normal. They're like, he's coming too. I meant to run over here for something. Why was I running over here? Oh, I was gonna go to the, to the community center so I could read what our remix ones are for. Because I haven't done a remix run in forever, so I just remember it randomized a lot. Hey, you're finally awake. Harvey, someone found you passed out in the woods. And, like, seriously, man, the amount of detoxing we have had to do just to get you conscious again, I don't know what you ate. Do not accept food from that person again. Alright, so winter foraging is normal. Summer is normal. Yeah, so these all appear to be normal. Yeah, so that's all normal. So definitely want to make sure we get our spring forage. Exotic is usually an easy peasy one. And like, yeah, all of that'll be easy stuff. All right. I don't even remember what we had already done today so far as, like... We went to the community center, so let's see. Did we go directly to the wizard's place, or did we already do our lap in the forest? I don't think we did our lap in the forest yet, this in-game day. Yep, no, it's definitely, like, anytime you fade in. That's, it's a meme that in sometimes you're like, alright, come on, man. But it's also still pretty fun a lot of times. It's just like you sit the whole scene, like, where, you know... They're like, oh no! Get down! They see, like, the big explosion and the whole screen goes, like, white and then fades to black, and then they just load in Skyrim. Or, like, a door slams in your face, and it, like, blacks out the camera for a moment, and just Skyrim. Yeah, it's funny, it's just every once in a while, like, it gets to be too much, like, too many people doing it. And you're just like, alright, man, I get the meme. It's the classic of, like, you know, when people do, like, your mom jokes, and they're just, after, like, the 8th one, you're like, you know what? Honestly, I'm pretty over this for right now. I'm gonna need you to take a break from these for a little bit and come back to me once you've had a little bit of time away from this. Alright, so we definitely didn't forage the forest because we just found a bunch of spring onions. And a trilobite. Alright. Let's see, the intro to Elder Scrolls Online, Western Skyrim, expect reference back to the Skyrim game. Neat. Or you die and the Dark Souls screen fades to black. Yeah, that's another classic one. And, like, it will like, sometimes be, like, just really memey stuff. Stardew seems lame at first glance, but it's really addicting. I feel like there's a lot of games that, when you see it the first time, you're like, why would anyone play that? I feel like that's very true a lot in the simulation genre. They'll sit there and be like, farming sim, be like, why would anyone ever play that? That looks like the most boring game ever. And then you play it for a while and you're like, okay, I get it. I understand. I get the magic here. Or like for me, I think the first game that was like kind of a this game is a job, you know, but has like a story or whatever, was Papers, Please. That was the first game. It's like, wait, so you're literally going to show me documents and make me compare them, and then, you know, I'm basically graded on if I did it right or not, and then, you know, stuff happens. Why would anyone play this? And then you see someone play, you're like, okay, actually, that looks pretty interesting. And then you play, like, this is pretty good, actually. And I do get for, like, a whole lot of people that are like, yeah, it's still not my jam, which is totally fair. But, it is one of those things that, like, on the surface, just hearing it, you're like, why would anyone want to play that? I don't understand. Like, I'm hearing the pitch and just staring out into space going, but I don't, but why? Let's see. I said, oh yeah, there are games you purchased after watching you bought them. Yeah. Well, that's the reasons why so many game devs, like, there was, Oh man, which devs was it? The Dwarf Fortress devs? I can't remember. It was one of the major, like, kind of has the cult following kind of games. It's either like Dwarf Fortress or Stardew or Terraria or one of them, like that level of game. That they had an interview, and during the interview they're like, yeah, marketing like advertisements is pretty much all but dead. There was a bunch of like big names from like a bunch of different like game dev companies or whatever, like AAA games, where like, oh yeah, like, you know, straight up just buying ad space on television or buying ad space on, you know, Twitch, YouTube, that they're like, we're not, like, if we can't get it for super cheap, it's not worth doing. And that they're like, you know, the thing that really works is like, more than anything is getting, you know, influencers involved. But even then they're going, but you have to be like really careful and really particular about your influencers. Like just grabbing, hey, big name, is effectively meaningless. You need to have someone who is like in line with what your game is. So like if you have someone who streams slice of life games, getting someone who has that audience to stream your slice of life game ends up being one of the most effective forms of getting marketing and getting sales, which it makes a certain amount of sense. Hey, Snoot, how's it going? But it makes a whole lot of sense to do that kind of thing because of all that. Just with like, you know, because if people are already interested in the genre of game you are selling, and you can get that in front of their eyeballs, there's a very good chance you're basically hitting your target demographic. And thank you for the 5-stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catching the last 5 streams without missing one. For those who haven't checked out Snoot, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing a lot of RimWorld lately. Definitely good times over there. Has a fun... You're a Rual addict now? I mean, that works out for me, certainly. Has absolutely fantastic stuff there. Has a pretty fun emote about parasocial. That's been pretty funny to see. And also Snoot. That bud might be entirely because I've been waiting for you to use that here. I may have put too much time into it. I made that yesterday. After I saw your emote. Yeah, no, it's only, I need to change it because I quick and dirtied that one. I didn't do it right. Like, yeah, it's like, I at first was like, I'll make it an emote, and I'm like, the emote doesn't work quick and messy, you can't read it. So I was like, I'll just make it the thing on the screen. But for those who didn't see what Snoot's emote it is, it's like I heart parasocial you. And then the one I said is like, thank you for parasocialing. It's just to like bring up like conversation around like parasocial relationships and yada yada yada. Because it is that by the very nature of streaming, it is a parasocial situation. Yeah, I just need to clean up the emote because like the small text is totally unreadable. But it was a rush job I did in like 20 minutes, so. So to see this float together, that's what this kind of thing is. Like, it's kind of a fun one, and it brings up the whole conversation. But, so like, by its nature, the streamer to viewer situation is a parasocial thing. And for what, probably a different font as well. I don't think the font is so much as a problem as I need to make the font a little bigger, and I need to put an outline around it. I think if I do those two things, it'll help a whole bunch. Because I am deliberately using the dyslexia font. Well, that's what you do. Like Juffy's response when he used that emote to me. I responded, I parasocial you too. And he goes, I don't think that's how this works. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. If you're both parasocialing each other at equal things, it's no longer parasocial. Now it's just social. But like the whole thing, all that parasocial means is it's not like inherently bad. parasocial simply means there is a uneven dynamic in the social situation between you and another person. And by its very nature, streaming is parasocial. Like, I am talking to many of you, and quite often individuals of you are interacting with me. So it's kind of a one-to-many in many cases. So there's a certain inequality in social interaction in that situation. So like, you're effectively giving me your individual attention, but quite often, well, I appreciate getting 2 books in one go. Versus me, I'm giving you, like, I'm splitting my attention between you. And there's not really a way to do that where you have multiple viewers and all that. But that's all fine. Like, there's nothing negative about that. The only time it becomes a problem is, for example, if someone starts being obsessive or whatever, then that is where, like, the negative side of parasocial comes in. People have an unhealthy expectation, dynamic, whatever you want to call it, and now it's a problem. Because you're exhibiting a level of attachment and, you know, expectation and entitlement, or whatever words you want to go with, that again is uneven. It doesn't need to be like content creation or anything to have a parasocial situation. Like people who stalk celebrities back in, like, I mean, they still do it nowadays, but back in the day, that is, you know, another example of a parasocial relationship. It's all about me. Yeah. But, like, you can have it where it's a totally, perfectly A-okay fine thing. Because all parasocial means on its surface is that the relationship between us, there is a difference in dynamic to where it's unequal. That says it doesn't mean you can't make friends or anything like that, It's just, it's a thing you gotta be mindful that the communication situation. So like when you have like that one person who pops in the chat and they're like, "Did you read what I said? Did you read what I said? Did you read what I said? Why didn't you respond to what I said?" It's like, look, man, I'm trying. Why are you ignoring me, streamer? So you really don't want to know what goes on in a house that's not your own? Would you like talking to friends? Yeah, no, talking to friends, like that's the thing. It's like when a person expects you to kind of sacrifice your entire audience, and paying attention to them for them individually. Yeah, some people make chats awkward. There was one in the stream you were watching earlier. Yeah, no, that's actually on the YouTube side, I had that going on earlier that I had to put on my moderation hat and show someone the door. Okay. That is tempting. I'm going to pass on that for now, and we don't care about that until fall. Let's go get our backpack upgrade. That is the only thing I'm allowed to buy from Pierre's, is just the backpack upgrade, because I don't want to smash my head against the wall dealing with one row of inventory forever. Yeah, some people have a hard time picturing a room full of people when it's text. They know they exist, and they see the streamers, so that must be it. Yeah, no, it's usually a lot of stuff when it comes to trying to explain like why some behavior is a problem or whatever. It's going, you got to keep in mind, we're not having a one-on-one conversation, but rather it's kind of like I'm up on the stage and you're in the middle of a theater, and like, you know, I'm doing like a comedy show or a conversation or a bit or whatever is the appropriate thing for my audience, and that there's like a whole audience out there watching. So, you know, the one person screaming over the audience to try and get attention is like, well, yeah, that's a problem. Or when someone like gets way too into it, starts, you know, trauma dumping or whatever, it's like, okay, but hang on. And some people think that they're the only one who matters. Oh yeah. Alright, so this is the only thing I'm allowed to buy from Pierre's is just the backpack. Just because it's obnoxious to not have the backpack. Making a comedy movie? But yeah. See if I can't get over here, pop the geode real quick. But yeah, that's kind of like the bad parasocial. The backpack's 2 levels? Yes. And I can get both of them. It's just, I just don't want the inventory management to be even more of a channel. Yeah, nope. Has 2 upgrades to it. It's like right now I've got 2 rows and I can unlock a 3rd row. And other people is like, but that's not as hard as if you're not allowed to get the backpack. No. What you mean is that's not as tedious as if you don't do the backpack. Because ultimately I can still do the same things. I just run back and forth way more. I spend a lot more time walking between things. So it just prolongs the challenge. It doesn't really add to it. Okay. We'll need to craft the furnace and all that. I don't remember if we went down here. Yeah, let's look if there's anything over here. Alright, no problem. Just we're wasting time, not difficulty. Exactly. That's when, with Product Zomboid, when we did the no loot challenge, which is, you literally disable loot in the game, so that the only place you can get stuff is by, like, foraging and, the zombies themselves dropping it. And we did that for, like, I think we did it for, like, an in-game month or 2 or whatever. And then I was so passed over that challenge. Because it was like, okay, I can survive forever. Like, this isn't a big deal. Like, we've got our survival stabilized that I don't have to worry. But it means every single in-game day I'm spending the first third of the day just foraging to get my food for the day and all that kind of stuff. It's like, this is definitely not fun anymore. Hey, JD2V0, how's it going? And also, Discordy. I saw the wave, and my mind just, like, slid that up a line. And so I was like, oh, I thought we were already talking, but, you know, if there's a wave, I'll wave. But yeah, welcome in, Discordy. How's it going? And eventually I could stop worrying about doing this lap. Once we start getting to the point that I've got enough forageables there to just keep things moving real quick, this becomes pretty irrelevant. Yeah, and I still can't... So, like, the thing about this is I could potentially buy that orange. And that means I don't have to worry about the orange tree and all that. At least probably not. The big thing we'll want to watch for is pretty soon, it's probably after we get our backpacks, and make it a thing for myself just to avoid screwing myself in the run. Of trying to hold on to several $1,000s just in, well, 7,000 gold in our inventory at all times. And the reason for that is in case the merchant comes by and she has one of the tree saplings. She's going to be literally our only potential source for a lot of that. Now, actually, I take that back. I want to say the golden chests, or the golden mystery boxes or whatever, I think those can have them now, too. They used to not be a thing. I want to say there was some one of the mystery boxes, whatever, that were a source you could get the tree saplings. I know the gold coconuts will give you the banana trees and the mango trees and all that. All right. Okay, so 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, 1. And it's off slightly because it does a thing where it won't take like the full 2 points as you level stuff up. But that's good enough that you can usually get within 1 or 2 of what it actually was use-wise. Alright, so we drop that off. Okay, what's going to happen here is we're about to get hit with an ad break anyways, and I need to use the restroom. So we're going to sleep real fast. I am going to... Okay, so we got the cookout kit and the moss soup. That's fine. We got the mining stuff. And all that'll help make our energy go farther. Sweet. We got $8. Heck yeah. Big money day. $8. Our money in this one's going to be like nothing. Suddenly tens of thousands as we get our foraging up. What I'm going to go ahead and do is, since we need to have this ad break happen, I need to use the restroom anyways. We'll go ahead and take a quick break, let the ad play, and all that. I'm going to use the restroom and be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo horsepower to work with. You get out of here, water jug. Alright, we can get the truck out of here. It's not useful here anyways. Like, we used it to kind of unwedge things a little bit. Perhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Keep the thread on one side of me. This is not good. All right, sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier?
They had a family, children, a job, but now son.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. All right, and we should be back. So let's go ahead and get back to it. Okay. All right, so we've got this going on. Nothing there. Make sure we're all moved up. Make sure we're not muted. Cool, cool. All right. Robin here. I know there's a lot of stone scattered around your farm. If you have any surplus, you might consider having me build you a well. Wells can be placed all over your farm. Serve as convenient place to refill your watering can. Just swing by my shop with 75 stones and 1,000 gold when you're ready for it. Robin, by the way, if you don't come by, we're just going to assume you're a hostile entity, and you know, you don't want to do that. There. Dear Farmer Rual Storge, I'd like to apologize about joking about your grandfather's dilapidated, old, terrible, sweaty, smelly, gross little cottage when we first met. It's really a disgusting little house. However, you might need some more space someday. That's where I can help. I can bring in some raw you can bring me some raw materials, pay a fee, and I can expand your house. Continue to next page. The first expansion I offer includes a kitchen, which you have no idea how to use, and that's fine. With a kitchen, you can burn down your house. You'll be able to cook recipes that you've learned. Anyway, I hope you're starting to feel a little at home in Stardew Valley. Your local carpenter, Robin. Stop advertising in my mail, Robin. I would prefer we have no ads in the mail, Robin. Just saying. I have no idea if we want to keep a carrot or not, so I'll do that. Let's get rid of you. But as we know from Galacticare, ads are the best. Yeah, where we're decorating every one of our hospital rooms by putting a giant advertisement display in the operating room with the patient. Yep. As it was meant to be. That's of course what everyone expects. Just, there's a chub frenzy has begun in the mountains. I do not care. Alright. So we got a bunch of cauliflower happening. We definitely want to get the community center done for the foraging pretty early on, so far as like our first spring one. Because as well as things that to unlock to see what the next thing is, I have to finish one of the sections of the first one. The spring foraging thing should be relatively easy to make happen. We don't need to worry today in game about like any shops or anything going on like that. It really is just do the lap around the property, get some more forageables to try and get that escalated. It will be a thing that should go relatively quickly, that we end up going from have to just pick up little bits here and there to suddenly just having tons and tons of them. But it's always a bit of a mixed do. Oh, actually, I remember. You want to do the first round of forageables because I believe when you do your first round of forageables for each season, it will literally give you a package of the seeds for that season as kind of like, hey, I'm gonna give you the thing you're gonna get anyways. Plus, also you like finish this. So it is. Oh, there's a leak right there at the edge. It always throws me off when they put them right on the edge of the map. I have a tendency to not notice them. So we still need the dandelions. That's what we're looking for, because that's also I'm missing for making more of the seeds, anyways. Actually, just drop. We'll carry it as we run around. And this time I'm just gonna poke over here real fast, and then we'll backtrack. I said we're gonna backtrack, but I'm actually gonna drop off the clay. Yeah, so I have those, and if we get the dandelions, I can drop by the community center, and that'll be the spring stuff done. And then we can try at the end of the in-game day to see if I can potentially start knocking out some of the construction materials with just wood, stone. The big one, the reason I'm not worried about too much is I can't finish it till we get to hardwood. There's not really much motivation to putting effort into it right now, because I can get 75% of the way, and then I just have to sit there until I can get hardwood. And don't get me wrong, it's not much hardwood, so you can actually get it by just going into the mine and breaking boxes. There's a perk you can get for, the foraging, I believe that gives you another route to try and get some of it. There we go, we got the dandelions. So I'm gonna stop breaking the bushes in case we get spring onions, because then I'll just chuck the fiber over. But I don't need to chuck the fiber. We got a whole extra inventory line. I was acting like I'm still only dealing with the one tile of inventory. Sweet, we get to make another like $8. Excellent. Alright, so we're gonna finish our first section of the community center, so that'll be good. Solid start. We're definitely making like no meaningful progress on the fishing. I've been putting 0 effort into it. I'll definitely want to finish that later. But we did catch a catfish already.
Hey, stop that. Yuck.
I'll do no such thing, lady. Marnie? Don't shame me. If I want to go through the trash, I'll go through the trash. So it's like, you know, potentially a felony or whatever. Come on, it's not that big a deal. Alright. So if I'm remembering this correctly, when we turn this in, it'll give us access to the next part of the community center, and we're gonna get our first couple stacks of seeds. It'll be the foraging seeds, not like the mixed seeds, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. So spring, bam, bam, oh. Bam, bam, bam. Alright, so we've repaired the bridge. Well, we will repair the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 30 seeds. I thought it was 20. So our endurance is going to be our stamina is going to be a real big problem. Yeah, what's wrong with going through someone's rubbish bin? Yeah. It's like the game, like, that's kind of the thing. They have the whole cinematic with Linus, where it's like, you know, I feel like I'm doing a good thing. And, like, you know, the kind of the least satisfactory answer is the whole, that's illegal. But it's like, you know, that is actually a pretty serious invasion of privacy. Okay, so we'd need 5 gold potatoes. It's going to be very unlikely we can pull that off. Just since I can't deliberately get potatoes. So it's an RNG of getting potatoes in the first place and then getting enough of them at a high quality. So the riverfish, so we do have the catfish. Those are all nightfish. Yeah, so a lot of... I thought the remix is more different than it actually appears. It seems mostly the same. Alright, so I'm not super worried about the glittering boulder. Alright, so with that, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to run down to the beach first. We'll grab what we can at the beach. And then we're going to horrifically tire ourselves out just planting a bunch more of these foraging seeds. So that'll be a whole thing. But yeah, so it's like, with that scene, I actually don't like the number of options they give you, because your options on that scene are, one, what you're doing, like, I agree with you, Linus, what you're doing is fine. The other one is like, hey, you know, that's kind of like just disgusting, like that's an invasion of privacy. And then the third one is like, that's illegal. And I can't remember if there was a fourth one that you just like walk away. I think that one there isn't. And it's like, all of them aren't really the answer. You want to be more like, hey, I understand you're trying to not waste food. And I do agree it is a shame that so much food does get wasted. That we're producing it just for it to get binned, and, you know, that's a waste of effort, that's a waste of resource, that's a waste for everyone involved. Now, granted, it's not this big thing that, like, you know, you always have people shame you, like, well, there's children starving in such and such country, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Like, was this food gonna go to those children in that country? No. Is there any timeline that food would have gone to the children in the country? No. Then your shaming doesn't mean anything. Like you're shaming for something that is not really a fair or valid thing to go after me for. Because there wasn't a reality that this food in question would have ever reached the people that, you know, I'm currently being accused of taking it from. Still don't waste food, because it's a waste. But it's kind of a really crappy way of, you know, like I get it, you don't want your kids to waste food. Fair enough. That is a perfectly reasonable and understandable thing. I agree. Don't waste food. But the whole, there are people starving here who would appreciate, look man, it's kind of a jerk thing. It would be a lot more fair, it's like, hey, you know, we spend a bunch of money on that, and when we don't eat it, it's like literally just taking that money and lighting it on fire. You know, we've spent money for no reason. So, like, you know, eat your peas. Hey, Pupa, how's it going? Alright. And pretty soon is when this starts to get out of control. Chill and relax after a busy day? That's always a good thing. Good. It's good to chill after a busy day. It's also good to have busy days. Sure, they can be extremely exhausting. But I definitely know when I was working, whether it's like tourism or retail, ideally I'd want something kind of in the middle area where it's busy enough that you're not bored, but not so busy that, like, it's stressful just trying to keep up. You want some, like, right there in between. But if I don't have a choice, I would rather be busy than not busy. Because boredom at the workplace is really a bummer. Okay, so top that off. And with that, we are totally spent on energy. There's something else I was gonna do with this. Okay, so I've got all that. Oh, I was gonna make more scarecrows. Yeah, because we definitely don't have enough wood for the construction pack yet. When I talk about, like, advancements in the genre, by the way, this is actually one of the things right here. So a lot of common things that a lot of newer games in the genre are doing is, like, when I go to play something like a scarecrow that has a radius, it works. It just highlights it. So it's not like where if we look at the scarecrow, it says it has a limited radius of about 8 tiles. And so that's implying, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there'll be, like, kind of the whole thing of, like, okay, but it's not really a square and all that sort of stuff, so what does it actually cover, and yada, yada, yada. And being able to just have it highlight, it's like, here's the squares I cover. Like, cool. There's no guesswork with it. Because without looking up where someone else figured it out and drew, like, the diagram of what it actually covers, or trial and erroring where, like, you grid out a whole area and see what plants get torn up by the crows sometimes. It's a whole thing. Yeah, there's a mod that adds a circle to show it and whatnot. Yeah, no, I get that, but that's a mod. I'm talking base game. Mods do lots of good stuff, but I also feel like that stuff really should be just base game. And again, I'll give Stardew Valley a lot of lenience on a bunch of that, just because a lot of those improvements to quality of life came to be after it. And so I can understand that they don't go back necessarily and fix all the things. Alright, so we've got 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drop you in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And start watering. Because there's lots and lots of quality of life stuff that mods add to these games, like the thing where you can go where, like, it used to not be in the base game that you could mouse over and it'd show you the times it's open. That got added. Which is always the thing, like, actually, does it tell you the days are not open or not? Yeah. It used to not have that information. So as well as things, you kind of had to have, like, a notepad. They'd be like, okay, Pierre's is not open on Wednesday, or just remember it. But you have to be like, okay, Pierre's is not open on Wednesday. It's open between this hours and those hours. And, like, navigating all that. And then Marnie's time's impossible to remember. So you just, anytime you go there, you just assume she's closed. And then, you know, going, okay, well, let me figure out where the people are to, you know, run over there and give them gifts. And don't get me wrong, I did that. Like, Stardew Valley is a game that, like, was kind of one of the games that first started to break in the need for a Wikipedia to play the game, like, experience all things. So I definitely remember sitting there with the different people and not just, like, following them around to figure out their path, but, like, as I was trying to befriend them, I'm like, okay, where's this character on this day? All right, now I know during the spring to, like, these are the places this character goes. But there's so many days you're just wandering around being like, where the heck is Kent? Where are you hiding? And I know a lot of people's like, no, but people just want the game easy mode. And for me, it's like, but it's not easy. It's tedious for me to have to memorize or chart out everyone's walking patterns every day. Like, that to me was never an add to the experience. And if people don't want it, they just don't pull up the map. Or, like, not having a good way in-game to figure out where a bunch of the fish are was also another one. Like, I think Stardew Valley actually does that one really well. That one of those super duper late game items is a thing that you can go up and it will show you, like, here is where the forageables are today, here is where the bugs are today. Because you still have to, like, go to the area and figure out exactly where it is. But it's like, oh yeah, there's that centipede you're missing. Yeah, it's in the hidden, like, it's in the secret forest right now. So you can go over there and you can go and catch it. Some of them are still, like, really tough to catch or whatever. Or like, hey, this fish is available today. And some of them are, like, brutally hard to catch. I do have enough for a bunch of these. Good news. Because we are going to be doing a lot of planting for a while. Because as you can see, I'm just growing the farm more and more pretty quickly. And I'm going to have less and less energy to do things that is not on the farm. Okay, and with that, we are ready to do our rounds to go grab some more stuff and get on with our day. One of the good news things about this is as we do all these tasks, you do get slightly more stamina efficient at doing them. So even if your stamina gauge does not go up between days, it effectively goes up by the fact that you drain it slower. I'll give you an example for a game that's come out recently, Planet Crafter. When you do a bunch of our upgrades for your tiers, it's like, okay, you start with the 80 units of oxygen air tank. Okay, now you have the 120 units of air oxygen tank. Okay, now you have the 200 units of air oxygen tank. And then the next upgrade you get is like, okay, now you use 20% less oxygen per second. Which is effectively almost a far more extreme upgrade by the fact that it just reduces your consumption entirely, which goes a huge distance. And then when you start getting to the point where the air starts becoming breathable, then it just, hands down, you get to the point that air stops mattering on a meaningful level because it just takes so long to drain, versus when you first start the run, you kind of run from place that has air to place that has air, just like running out, grabbing a handful of things, and racing back, because that's all the longer your air lasts. Alright. I also know there's people who go out of their way to get coffee. So that'd actually be a good crop to get a hold of. If I get a hold of a coffee bean fairly early on in the run, that could be a huge win for those seasons, because I can plant the coffee bean. When I harvest it, I can turn around and plant those coffee beans. It's a little hard to... Like, it's a little bit of a juggle on going, okay, should I plant a coffee bean now to get more coffee beans? Or should I sell some coffee beans? Like, getting that spot is a little bit of a argument about what's the better way. And I'm sure you could sit down and math out going, okay, well, here's the point where I'm hitting a cutoff where I'm better off just selling. But not taking the time to, like, spreadsheet or whatever. You could sit there and be like, okay, you know, once I'm down to this many days or less left of the season, you know, I'm going to plant a coffee bean. And, well, I mean, you'd always get your, like, as long as you plant it far enough away from the end of the season that you actually finish the growth to get your first harvest, you should always get it, because you don't get one coffee bean back per plant. I think it's like 3, 4, 5, or 6 or something like that you get per harvest. So in theory, as long as you're able to harvest it before the season's over, you should always get more. I got some spring onions for a little bit more money. I'm trying to remember how expensive the big backpack was. I want to say it was 5,000? Because the small one was 2,000. And I know it's a significant step up from there. Like, I don't think it's just like 3,000, so I think it's 5. That shouldn't actually be that hard for me to hit. Especially once we get towards the end of the season, that's time to cash out my foraging seeds. That'll be a point where just suddenly we'll get an influx of like $50,000-$60,000 from pretty much the entire spring's effort cashed out in one massive sale. And I'm gonna put like no meaningful effort into romancing yet. I'm planning on going after Krobus, since I have married all of the bachelorettes in runs past. That's just how many times run. 10? Are you saying 10 days for them to harvest, or 10 coffee per plant, or... I don't think it's 10 coffee per plant, that'd be quite a lot. Alright. Oh, 10K. Thank you. Yeah, now I gotcha. Cool. So we need more horseradish before I can make more seeds. That's fine. We did not check here, I don't think. I don't really have much energy to go to the mine, so we're gonna go whack another tree. And probably then have our character wrap for the day. Because there's no real, like, I don't want to go fishing and then, like... It's always one thing, I don't like... I enjoy the fishing in the game. I don't like just sitting there and fishing for long times. I like to break up the fishing. Do like 15, 20, 30 minutes of fishing here. Do a little bit of fishing there. That kind of thing. I really enjoy it when I do it that way. Or like even doing like... You don't fish for a long while... And then, like, the squid event comes by, and you go hard in the fishing for a couple of days. That's really can be a lot of fun for, like, mixing up what you're doing. But when you do end up in a situation where you're just like, nope, just trying to get fishing, I'm missing, just slam the fish forever. That to me is not actually... Honestly, in all of these games, if you're doing just one of the mechanics for a long while, you quickly will be like, man... I really wish it's doing something else as well. And all that. Alright. So again, our rainy day. And we could sell the parsnip without having to worry. We want to keep the potatoes for now, I think. Well, actually, no, I need a gold quality potato, so I can chuck the regular potato in there. Alright, so I only have one horseradish. So we can grab one leek, one of each of those, and we can turn around and craft you. Cool. And that's all done for the day because it's raining. Heck yeah, rain. A big thing we'll also want to do is ideally we'll want to get in the mine at least enough so I can start making sprinklers. If we can start making sprinklers, even if they're crappy sprinklers, that does mean I can basically chuck down a whole bunch of stuff to automate the watering so I don't have to burn all that stamina on that each day. But that's going to take some work. Which is always one of those things, and you always get in that weird place, like, do I build the sprinklers knowing I'm going to go a little ways and then just get better sprinklers and then, you know, wanting to replace them all? I do honestly feel like the really tiny sprinklers, the ones that just do like the little plus, those aren't worth it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Those aren't really worth it. Versus the ones that they just do the immediate tiles. It does feel like that's good enough to be worth making, even if they're still pretty crappy. But until you start, like, filling up the bulk of your farm to the point that, you know... Like, till you fill up the bulk of your farm to such a degree that you're trying to go, okay, how do I use the space more efficiently? Like, I've got all this space I've got filled up, but, like, I've got all these sprinklers taking up tiles. If I get these better sprinklers, I can get, you know, more. Or, like, hey, I've got this thing that puts fertilizer out that I can put on top of my sprinklers, like those kind of things. Until you get there, you might as well just use what sprinklers you can get. Alright, so try and get the horseradish. This is feeling like it's going to be one of those days that we are going to, make our way into the caves. Because I'm not having to deal with planting a ridiculous number of seeds or watering them, we should have pretty good stamina so we'll be able to knock out a bunch more floors. Well, at least some more floors. So that'll be good news. Probably one of the purchases I'd like to get early on is I'm not going to focus on building the house right away or whatever. It feels like one of the earlier ones I want to get is potentially getting the horse stables, just for getting around the map faster. Because once we get like spring and fall, even when I get things stabilized where I don't have to care about this stuff for money making, like it starts to become foraging is just not worth me running around to get them. I can just mass produce the seeds. You know, still having the horse to get to town for like geodes and all that's still worthwhile. I do know on our other run that I did the perfectionist on. I did get like the Junimo set up where they would like automatically harvest all the ancient fruit for me, and it was just one of those things that I would start the season as soon as I could plop it down and drop that. Hey Coco, how's it going? You know, I'd drop the ancient fruit seeds as early in the season as I could, just let the Junimo collect them all for me. And then anytime I ran out, I would just go and like grab a bunch of them and just chuck them into all my kegs and all that. All right. I need to kill 10 slimes and get deeper. Alright. Cool. So we do want lots of copper. Because I need all the copper tools. And I need the copper for making the smelters. And doing all that. Alright. Must be a good luck day with how much copper I'm seeing. Okay. That's nothing. Oh, right. Wasn't the cleanest fight against those slimes, but that's alright. Yeah, so we should be doing pretty good on this. Just get ourselves a bunch of copper. They'll let me upgrade my tools the first time, which would be good. We also need the money to upgrade the tools, but that's okay. Alright. Cool, we got a small magnet ring, so at least that's something for a ring slot. Might as well get, even if it's just pickup range or whatever. Any bonus to stats is better than not having those stats. And we can go ahead and pop over here and all that. Let's see, are the recipes that Pierre sells also off limits? They should be, yeah. Trying to think which recipes that Pierre sells would be a big deal, though. Because I genuinely just don't remember. Alright, so you got me leather shoes. So a bit of defense and all that, that's totally fine. Was it the, larger thing? Not going for perfection? Yeah, no, I'm not going for a perfection run this one. No, I just did a perfection run like a month ago or whatever. That, I didn't stream the entire perfection run. I basically got it down towards just like grinding out the last couple things. For like, you know, the money for the towers and all that. I do play a variety of games, so I don't play just Stardew Valley. So it is one of those things that go in for like a perfection run if you variety is a bit rough because you're not dealing with an audience that is almost exclusively looking for Stardew. That ends up being true of a lot of games too, just the does everything perfection at all achievement, whatever you want to call runs in games. Usually only hold up particularly well if you've got an audience that's very specifically into that one game. We are gonna finish the community center though. That's one of the big major things we do. Gotcha, makes sense. Yep. All right. I'm waiting after the last one where we had to work so hard for the ancient seed and all that. I'm waiting just like get the ancient seed almost instantly. Because we fought hard with RNG to get the ancient seed to finally drop for us. the last run. And this one I'm just expecting to be like, yep, you're not doing the perfection? Yeah, here's your ancient seed right away. Alright. That's fine. Yep, so we got to the nether floor. I'm gonna kill this thing. And let's detour to just go to the, oh, we're full inventory? Alright. Yeah, so we're pushing our luck trying to go for more floors here, just based on the RNG. I want to go ahead and turn in where we killed the 10 slimes real fast over here. So that should be good there. And all that. Let's not worry about the bug meat or buying any better equipment. Oh, was this the one? Yeah, so we just have to go deeper. Raising animals I'm not going to worry about for a long time, and craft a furnace. So we're definitely doing the craft a furnace here in just a minute. But that's all well. But yeah, now if you're watching, you're like, you're not doing this efficiently, you're not min-maxing, why are you doing this? I'm just not a min-maxing kind of player. A lot of times when you're gonna go do that stuff, you gotta be focused on just the one game, or, you know, you go real hard. The sword you got from killing bugs is really good now. I didn't get a sword from killing the bugs. Like if you kill a lot of bugs, yeah, you can get a bunch of upgrades. I'm not gonna focus on just that. We'll just go deeper because usually a lot of times you'll get just random drops, and then by the time you get to the point where the random drops aren't particularly relevant, you can make stuff happen. Like the you can get like a prismatic shard and do that whole bit. All right, so you can drop all you off. We'll want to drop those off at the museum. We can sell you. Let's go whack down some more trees. Just slowly expanding our area around our farm. And getting that going. Oh, what? Actually, let's check. I needed, was it 20? Yeah, 20 and 25. See if we can't get the smelter going to start getting copper bars happening. There you are. Okay, so we'll be able to get about 5 bars out of it. You don't need to be up there. And we can drop off the stone and all that, which will be good as well. Alright, so that means we're going to start making our copper bars. So that'll be some of our earlier tool upgrades. So that'll be good news. Why are you fighting me on this? There we go. But, so we can go after, like, if we go after the axe, then we can go in the mine and do the thing with the pickaxe. When we go to the pickaxe, we can go and, like, go back just clearing the area. The water pail will have to wait till we know a rainy day is coming up. One thing I'll definitely prioritize is sprinklers. As soon as we get to the point where I can make the sprinklers that have more than just the 4 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're spent. Not gonna bother eating my snacks right now. We can worry about that later. Cool. We're getting copper bars. We'll need more money, but that'll get us our tool upgrades. I do think the axe is probably one of the bigger ones to get early on so we can get to the secret forest. The pickaxe will definitely be a one that we'd want as well, just to speed up the rate we can get through the mines and all that. And all that kind of stuff. Alright. The bookseller is in town today. Look, I do not have the money to do the bookseller stuff. Missing. I lost my favorite axe. If you find it, please return it ASAP. I'm having a tough time without it. There's 250 gold in it for whoever finds that thing. Robin. Cool, Robin. Alright, let's drop this off first. Alright, it'll be a pretty big thing too. So the downside is we get the strawberries at like the festival, and we're not gonna be able to use those for a while. Like I could plant them, but I'm only get I think it's like 1 or 2 rounds of strawberries out of it. And usually it's not enough to, if it doesn't pay, like I can't remember if it doesn't pay for itself at all or it just like barely breaks even kind of thing. If you buy the strawberries with no fertilizer, you just kind of go with it. But there's an advantage of buying a bunch of strawberry seeds for the next year. Actually, I won't be able to because that's still Pierre, isn't it? Yep, so I won't be able to buy the strawberries because I'm going to count Pierre like at the festival as still Pierre. So yeah, so it's irrelevant. We'll have ways we'll be able to potentially get those. There's going to be a lot of RNG around getting specific crops. The good news is most of the crops that are required for the community center are the same crops that you do get from the mixed seeds. So that'll help a lot. The big thing is going to be me being able to reliably get the mixed seeds. Or not reliably, but getting enough mixed seeds to keep things moving in that regard. Hey, Radaman! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Nice big raid there. So thank you so much for that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we playing today?
How's the farm coming?
Thank you for the 100 biddies, and the farm is coming along great. We just started a new challenge run where I'm not doing any business with Pierre or Joja other than buying the backpack because I'm just not living a life without a bigger backpack. It's just not what we're doing. So no buying seeds or saplings or recipes or any of that kind of stuff. We just gotta work with it. But Random playing some, it looks like Bellwright earlier today. So if you're into survival crafters, Bellwright is right up that alley. We can do that. I don't have the money yet for taking advantage of that. But yeah, so really early on, this is our first stream of doing this challenge. I have played the game a lot. We are not going for a perfectionist run, but we are looking to finish the community center as one of the main milestones of the run. But for those who aren't getting why this is such a big challenge is, good luck buying seeds is the way I will phrase it. So I'm depending very heavily on mixed seeds. The traveling cart can sometimes bail me out of a pinch, so that can be a pretty big thing. We have the rule that I can't just fish for money. Like, I'm allowed to fish for when I need to catch a fish for, like, a quest objective or for the community center. Like, that's fine. I just can't sit there and just stand at the river and fish up several $100,000 worth of fish and move on it with that kind of thing. But, we've had fun in the past. For those who don't know who I'll, first of all, again, check out Radaman. Absolutely excellent content. Does a lot of, like, guides, tutorial type stuff. Does a lot of, like, just playthroughs that are really chill. Definitely good times over there. Puts a lot of work into their channel. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Especially good if there's a game that you're curious about and going, I don't really understand how to play this game. Like, oh, I'm playing RimWorld for the first time. What do I do? Definitely can help a lot with that kind of thing. But I have done perfectionist runs and all that in here before. That said, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a wide range of games. I play like lots of RimWorld. I've played lots of Project Zomboid in the past. I have played a number of slice of life sim games like Stardew Valley. But we're just trying to come up with something I want to do. I've got a RimWorld run going that is a Mechaniture run, but I like having more than one thing going on at a time. He's a PC expert like no other. Yeah, I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. I currently have a character, I can't remember exactly where they're at, I haven't played them in a while, that's like 170,000 kills or something like that. But like the new record is just a hair below 1 million before the person finally died in that run. I think that's going to be the forever record, because that was literally playing the same character for like almost a year. Ew, it smells.
Why is it locked? I want to explore the sewers. I think Gunther has the key. Professor Gunther? The man who runs the museum? Why do you think he has it? I saw him with a big old rusty key fall out of his pocket one time. A creepy sewer door like this would be just the perfect match for a rusty old key.
I don't think that's true. I think they'd actually be doing some maintenance on it. So, like, it wouldn't be some ancient key, you know, instead of, you know, modern key.
There's something moving around in there.
But yeah, no, I used to hold the world record. Good times. And I don't play that much Project Zomboid these days. Burnt out a little bit, but I'll be back for it with Build 42. But yeah, so I was doing runs where I'd play on the maximum zombie populations, usually give myself a whole bunch of other awful things to deal with. Start the game with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 weapon skills, like literally 0 across the board in all your skills, and build up from there. But like, to give you an idea, that character's at like 170-something thousand or whatever they're at. They have maxed out every single weapon skill except spears. I think they still have like half a level left to go. Like maintenance is maxed. Strength, I think, was at 9. And then fitness was at 8, almost going on 9. So that just goes to show you, like, the amount of time you put in there. You can, like, take a character that's got nothing and work them the whole way up. But that's, I do play, like, a lot of settlement builders, city builders, the occasional roguelike, slice of life games. I play lots and lots of simulations, so like Farm Sim, and all that stuff. Let's see, don't know, considering the state of the community center, the key probably fits. I could see like the key fitting in the community center. But like, the sewer, it's like, okay, but why exactly would the museum owner just be chilling on this key for a sewer? It's a very strange selection. That was, there's some pretty solid mods to Stardew Valley, like Stardew Valley Expanded, Ridgeside Village. I don't have them installed in this run, but they are solid mods. And that is one thing they correct, is they give, was it Marlin? They give them the key instead. So when you have the cinematic that would normally be Gunther, it's Marlin instead, just because it makes sense for Marlin to have a key to someplace potentially dangerous. And they have entirely different ways you go around all of it. They're good mods. If you ever like played through Stardew Valley and you're like, man, I really wish there was more of this, that's where you'll find it. And last I checked, they do work together. I have done our run with both those mods, and it worked fine. But it is it is a pair of mods that if you install them, it gets very overwhelming. To give you an idea, the base game, I think it's you introduce yourself to something like 22 people, and is like with both those mods, like introduce yourself to like 75 people or whatever obnoxious nonsense it is. You're like, oh my god, there's too many. It very much is an overwhelming thing. Okay, good, you're here. Hey, you found my axe. What a relief. I almost chopped my toe off the other day with the other one I was using. Thank you. Cool. I don't know why switching axes would make you that bad at chopping wood that you almost dismember yourself, but, you know. Cool, I guess. Alright, well, I don't have much else to work on at the moment, so let's go ahead, and even though I'm not going to make any meaningful progress in the mine with pretty much no energy left. Oh, that was a leak. Almost no energy left. Other than just wandering around talking to people, which I don't care about for the purposes of this challenge run, I don't see a reason to do that. So you just pop in here. Because at a minimum, you can sometimes get lucky when doing these where you don't actually end up using much energy. You can get the enemies to drop doors, or drop ladders. Or we can just immediately burn up all of our stamina. I don't think I'm going to burn all of our snacks on this. Not unless I get down to, like, right about there. Too slow. Don't cocoon. There we go. I'm so spoiled. We just finished a run not too long ago, like a month or so ago. And it was a perfection run, so I was fully decked and everything. And so, like, half these fights I go and I just start treating them the way I would, at that point. I'm like, oh yeah, I do, like, no damage. So it takes me a whole lot of hits to go in. And I take, like, almost no damage. I'm not gonna deal with it. We're moving on. I'd want to break those, but I have, like, no endurance, so... I wish I had something other than the axe you start the game with. Or not the axe. The sword you get right at the beginning of the game. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. I didn't hit you for like half a second. It's fine. The worst thing is it resets their health when they cocoon. I'm not going to be able to get through this floor just because it's taking me way too long to kill everything. Yeah, we're not getting through this floor. All of those, yeah, it's fine. It was worth trying, but yeah, no, that's going to just take way too long. Because the in-game day is almost over. Alright. We already checked this path. I think we checked the path to the bus stop. We'll drop this off. We'll check the bus stop, make sure it's not like some horse rash or whatever over there. There'll be time to advance the day, and that's good because then we, on Fridays, that's where a lot of our progress is going to happen in this challenge. Because of the community center, I need to get, like, certain seeds that since I can't go to Pierre's and just buy them outright, I just have to hope they show up kind of thing. And The traveling merchant is one of my ways to work around that. Now with the traveling merchant, I can get lucky, because the saplings are going to be really hard to get a hold of. It'll be RNG about whether or not they show on the traveling merchant at all. That said, if we get the bat cave, that does circumvent the most of that problem of just sooner or later the RNG will give us what we need. But also, it can take its sweet time. Alright, so where's the wood we have in here? So I'm gonna need to go and make another box. Let's drop you off, grab all of the things they consider like construction materials. Chuck that in a new box. We also need to drop the cave carrot to the community center and these two to the museum. That's on the list. I also want to, do the, what's the word I'm looking for? Do the geode. That's the word. Take care of the geode. Cool. So because we got the foraging here, we're getting a bunch of this stuff. That coral is worth it. We got that bridge, so it's giving us a couple hundred. It's not a lot of money, but it beats like making literally no money. Because I am leaning in on the foraging side of it. It's going to be clear and sunny for the egg festival tomorrow. Cool.
Hello, Rual Storge. You see this dog right here? I found him sitting outside the entrance of your farm. I think it's a stray, poor thing. It seems to like this place. Hey, don't you think you'd use a dog on your farm?
Sure, we will adopt the dog. I have no idea what I'm naming the dog. Dog. Excellent. Perfect name. And yes, is the first name for the dog.
Well, dog, you be a good pooch now, okay?
Yeah, it's well, dog's the last name. It's Mr. Dog, by the way.
Dear all stores, tomorrow we're holding the Egg Festival in Town Square. You should arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to attend. You wouldn't want to miss the annual egg hunt. Mayor Lewis.
The annual egg hunt. The moment where we all get together and we find a thing that is an event meant possibly for children, and we ruthlessly destroy them in their own game and just never give them a chance. Because we certainly don't want those children to get any ideas about, you know, any hopes for like success or anything like that. Those aren't. Yeah, so we'll just go ahead and just sell the rice. At the moment, we are kind of hurting for money, so that's fine. And I need to remember that the big thing for in-game today is we want to check the traveling merchant. We do have enough money that if the traveling merchant were to have one of the fruit trees, there is a chance I could afford it. And that would be sweet. Especially if we can get one for, like, summer or fall. That I could plant it, have it mature, and basically have it do its full produce for the season. Because that would end up being a decent amount of money we would make off of it. It means we would secure that as a product as well. You know, I have no idea where I'm planning on putting the fruit trees. I've done a bunch of different layouts over the times. I put them around the border. I've done times where it's like the bulk of my entire property is just a bunch of paths with sheds along them, and just went absolutely over the top with the sheer amount of wine I was producing. I do have a tendency to go into the artisan goods, like wine and all that, more than the others. For me personally, I find I don't really enjoy the animals that much. Like, it's fine. They're good. But, there's a lot of connectors to do. Hi.
You don't like the animals?
The animals are the worst.
Which animals are you talking about?
The ones you told me were really awful.
No.
She's like, don't pin this on me. It's just the animals are high maintenance. Until you get the machines to take care of them, and those are hard to get a hold of.
Hi, Neon Man. Why do you have scarecrows?
Because that was the crows attack my plants.
Hi, Cornaria Star.
And the crows just wreck your plant for no reason.
Raccoon.
Mm-hmm. They're crows.
Those are smart.
They are smart. They're trying to get all us humans to go away by just disturbing our agriculture.
Oh, it's a concerted effort?
Well, no, that's the problem, is they're all working independently. Fortunately for us humans.
The animation looked like he was watering the pond.
Yeah. As opposed to filling up for the pond.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeesh. Yeesh.
I will be smishing things. I don't have much energy because we just started a challenge run. So my character's like, I did 3 things. I'm tired. It's very relatable.
Yeah, yeah. I love you.
I love you more.
Do I just...
So I'm actually not going to buy the spring seeds because that's for the foraging stuff, and we're already doing well there. Okay. Red cabbage, that's getting bought. Red cabbage is a seed that is a pain in the butt to get a hold of. You can only get it from the Skull Caverns or the Traveling Merchant, if I remember correctly. So the fact that we just instantly got it is great. It's a summer crop, so it's just going to sit in a box for a while. But that's just one of the very hard ones we just got, so that's pretty cool. It'll be nice when it's the salmonberry season, because that'll be a decent amount of money coming in. Alright. And sorry if I seem like I'm not quite as much energy as normal. Like, not this is ever like a super high energy channel or whatever, like this isn't a key jingling style channel. Not in any negative way, like, but you know, there's channels that are higher and lower energy. It's usually a fairly relaxed channel, but I am running on basically negligible amounts of sleep. Just one of those times that, like, it's like, cool, I gotta get up early, but that's okay, I'll go to bed earlier, and your body's like, no, you won't make me, no. So, I am running on a very low tank, despite my best efforts. But that's alright. What I do think we'll do is, when we reach the end of this in-game day, one of the things I usually do on the channel is about halfway through stream, I usually switch games. I'm not sure we'll necessarily guarantee the switch. I will likely put it up to a poll, where people vote that they're like, yeah, we'd like to see this other game. Cool. If people vote for more Stardew, then we do more Stardew. So, you know, I can go either way. I think I will leave it that way to see which people gravitate towards more. Because I do play a lot of RimWorld here. We played a decent amount of Stardew Valley in the past. I can go ahead and I'll put Galacticare on the vote as well. That's a fairly newly released tycoon-style game that, if you ever played 2 Point Campus or 2 Point Hospital, the humor is exactly in that same wavelength. So if you find you like those styles of games, you will probably like that game. Because it is 100% perfectly in line with all of them. Cool. I also forgot to bring the gems for the museum. That's fine. I'll probably forget about them pretty much every other day. So, that's cool. Let's see here. The library was, or not library, the bookstore was yesterday, or I believe. Yeah, bookstore was yesterday. That's okay. Getting the books will be really handy at some point. But right now, it's better that I have that money for, like, 1, getting the bigger backpack when that becomes available, and then 2, just for the traveling merchant when stuff like the saplings show up, snag those as fast as we can. Like this in-game day, we got the cabbage. Because the thing is, like, this thing's seed was like $900 or whatever. So they're really expensive when you get them from the traveling merchant. But that's okay, because the idea is we're going to farm, and I'm not going to get rid of that crop right away. If we're lucky, I'll get the seed maker. I mean, not if we're lucky. We'll eventually get the seed maker. It's not a luck, it's a matter of persistence. But we'll get the seed maker, and then I can do stuff like take the cabbage. Once I have the seed maker, then it's really easy to scale stuff up, because we can just keep dumping seeds in the seed maker again and again and again until, you know, we have our full farm covered and all that. The big thing is going to be the challenge of leveling up our farming with just what seeds we can snag from there and the mixed seeds from the bushes and all that. That's going to be slow. It's also the reason I've been putting so much time in just clearing the farm. It's going to take me a while to get the other stuff running. So that we can't do yet. So let's put that away. You go in here. Alright, so you have 1, 2, 3... and 4. I already had it. So we got another stack of seeds. You all got moved over here. So the urchin and the spring onions. All right. And the good news, we actually have a lot of crops here. And I could be using fertilizer to give me better payouts. I'm not super worried about the actual cash side of things that badly right now. We'll definitely want to worry about that at some point. But right now, it's more just about scaling all that up. Okay. Keep breaking rocks for a minute. Alright, so should have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, nope, we got 2 more. It's not exactly 2 energy per one of those, it's slightly under. So that's the reason why you're going to be off by a decent amount. That one, my brain is like, 14! Yes, that's 5 hits for 2 energy each. Which is not how that math works out. Alright, so we don't have enough stuff for the rest. We'll just advance the day. Pet dog. It's important. Alright. So we did get our first sprinkler. This is the sprinkler. This is the only sprinkler I feel is not worth taking the time to build. If that's the sprinkler I think it is, it just does a plus thing on it. So you can sit there and make them work, but they have like this weird wavy pattern where you're just doing the tiny little sprinklers back and forth. I usually find for me it's worth just getting to the next higher tier, the iron sprinkler, whatever it's called, and then just using that, because then it does at least the full circle, even if it's not a big range. It's at least not that big of a pain to deal with. Alright. I totally forgot it was a thing in this, that there's a speed run for, you know, mayonnaise speed run to see how fast you can get mayonnaise. Alright, so what I'm going to quickly do is we're going to go ahead and put up a poll. This is a thing they usually do around 11 p.m. my time on the channel. Quite a few nights we'll switch games. Sometimes I already know what I'm switching to. What are we doing now? Because I do stream for 9 hours a day, 6 days a week, so it's all things. So I will put Stardew Valley for people who just want to keep seeing us do the challenge. I'll put up RimWorld for people who want to see us continue the Mechanator run. I will put up Galacticare for people who want to see me continue that. I'll put up Farming Simulator 22 for people who want to see me continue the Survivor Man challenge on that one. And I need one more game for the list, which is always a challenge, is coming up with what I want that to be. I've already finished Pacific Drive recently. Like, it'll probably be a one-off kind of game. We've done... I can put Dave the Diver on there. And we'll see. Okay, so we've got a poll going up. So if you do not see the poll, you might need to refresh your browser, or if you are using the mobile app, you might need to like refresh the streamer, all that. What we've got going on here is we've got a poll that's going to be going on for about 5 minutes that you can weigh in. So what we've got on the poll is Stardew Valley. If Stardew Valley wins, we're going to just be continuing this challenge where we're doing a challenge where we don't buy from Pierre or Joja. If we were doing RimWorld, we're doing a Mechanators only run, where the idea is the only colonists I may keep are Mechanators. We have this weird thing where I like have to bring in a colonist and make them a Mechanator, but I'm not like, it's kind of like we have one colonist that's like in that limbo. We have Galacticare, which is a like I said, it's a hospital tycoon game that doesn't take itself seriously. It's like really fun and silly and all that kind of good stuff. So we've got all that kind of stuff. We've got Farming Simulator 22, which the Farming Simulator 22, we're doing what's known as the Survivor Man Challenge, which is where we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and we've been building up from there. That's gotten pretty far into that run. And then we have Dave the Diver. I don't know if I would be starting a brand new fresh run in Dave the Diver, or we would just try and jump into, they've got their Godzilla DLC, and I have not done the Dredge DLC, both of which are free DLC. And on top of all that, if you didn't so before, we've got Lilo here, who is an absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of slice of life, a lot of Sims, a lot of those kind of games. So if you like Stardew Valley, Coral Island, you know, The Sims, you can find all of that over there. Excellent time. Lots and lots and lots of slice of life over there, but definitely worth checking out. Are you watching your stream of Galacticare yesterday? It looked good? Yeah, Galacticare is definitely a lot of fun. Even though yesterday the one group we were dealing with was a fairly cursed group, where like the whole gist is they do not communicate in a way that's easy to understand, and that was just definitely a whole ride there, is like trying to navigate that. Meanwhile, while that poll's going to go on, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to take a couple bites of my dinner real fast. I'll mute the mic and all that stuff because I'm getting a wee bit hungry. So I'm gonna make that happen. But yeah, I want to weigh into the poll because otherwise you're at the mercy of the poll. So give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Yeah, I heard the music stop, and I really should have put up the away thing. That's on me. But Stardew Valley did win, and all that good stuff. But that's all good. Yeah, so to pick up where we're leaving off, just for people who didn't catch what the challenge is, the challenge we've got going on right now is we are doing a challenge where I may not do business with Pierre or blanking on the words. I may not do business with Pierre or with Joja. Jeez, I was struggling with Joja, but with the only exception I've given myself is buying the backpacks because I am not playing with 1 bar of inventory. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of times the 3 bars of inventory, like, please, no, I really need more. So yeah, so that's the whole gist of the challenge. We are trying to go for a community center victory. We do have a remixed community center. This is not intended to be a perfection run or anything like that, because that would be incredibly obnoxious with this challenge. And I mean, that the perfection run can actually be pretty grindy for stream as is. Not that you can't do it, it can work. But I've personally found for me in the past, unless I'm like all in on one game on the channel for a long time, a lot of people will not stick around for like achievement grinds, perfection stuff, like 100%ing. That tends to be only like if that's just what game that channel plays. About the only times I've seen that work. Or there are streamers who that is just their vibe, is that they're like, okay, we play this game and we 100% everything. But a lot of those channels will try to stick to games that aren't super time-consuming, super grindy to get 100% on. So like a lot of the Dark Souls games actually work really well for like 100% achievement stuff. Because there's only like 1 or 2 parts that can get like really grindy. Usually it's like for example, Dark Souls 3, the big one was I think it's for like one of the trinkets or rings, I can't remember. Is it a trinket, ring, or spell? I can't remember. Or all the above. That there was one of the factions you'd join that was supposed to be when someone gets in a PvP fight, after they get in the PvP fight, you show up to help them. That faction, where you only get the things by helping them successfully, ended up being one of the worst grinds in the game, just because half the time, by the time you got summoned in, they were already dead. And even then, you almost never got summoned in the first place. So you'd run around for hours with that ring going and not have people popping at all. But they did have a place you could grind it in the normal game as an alternative. Which is just running up these stairs, killing the same, like, 5 enemies and hoping they get their drops. But then you start doing stuff like getting the Helmet of Avarice so you have a Mimic Head, and all the things you can do to increase your luck and item drops and all that. And with that, it only takes, like, a little bit to grind that. So for our purposes, this store here is off limits as well. This is still Pierre, so those strawberry seeds I'd love to buy, not allowed. What I'll probably end up doing to get those strawberry seeds, or to get strawberry seeds, is later on, I believe they can show up on the Traveling Merchant. If not the Traveling Merchant, I think they can also show up on the Winter Festival. The Trade Caravan. Our heads have been working overtime to prepare for this festival. They deserve the best tonight. Bowls of sweet yellow corn for all of them. No one really talks to me. I just come for the deviled eggs. Is there any more food? Yes, everywhere.
I put something nice into the punch. Shh. That's just between you and me, kid.
Egg. What a strange thing to eat. You would think as a scientist I'd realize it's a perfectly normal thing to people to eat that, you know, they've been eating since pretty much before we've known what people did eat. So, you know, I don't know why it'd be strange, but I'm gonna say it's strange anyway. I hope everyone's enjoying the food. I've been cooking for days to get everything ready. Fried eggs, boiled eggs, poached eggs, deviled eggs, scrambled eggs, chocolate eggs, you name it. My kitchen smells terrible. It just smells like eggs. I want some of the punch. Why may I not have the punch? I just hit the wrong button? Oh, whatever. Spring is a busy time of the year, so it's nice to have a day off to catch up with friends. Abby's always loved egg hunt ever since she was a little girl. Cool. Sometimes I'll hide an egg too well and no one finds it. Well, until the summer rolls round and the hot air starts to bring out the rotten smell. If you know what I mean. Even with a bad... Sorry, what was this voice? Even with a bad leg, I never miss the town festival. He doesn't have any Reese's eggs, that's a problem. You got the Stardew Valley cookbook? Yeah, no, I've heard nothing but good things. Eggs will definitely have a place in a well-balanced diet. Oops, I should take off my doctor's hat for the time being. They do have a place in a well-balanced diet. Not a very predominant place, but they can be part of a thing. The children have been looking forward to the festival for weeks. I always look forward to these gatherings. It makes the valley feel really like a community. I hope I can find some eggs before Vincent takes them all. You look like you're already ready to cry. Don't let Vincent do that to you. When does the egg hunt start? I'm so excited. I will crush you both. What? The fruit punch is unusually good. Taking breaks from work can make you even more productive in the long run. I've been up since dawn coloring the eggs. It's my favorite part of the season. Vincent loves the festival. It's joy to see him so happy. Geez, can't talk. Welcome to the Egg Festival. Compliments of my wonderful brood of hands. What's everyone so happy about? Eggs. Why eggs? This festival's been a generation. This festival's been a generation. I can words, jeez. This festival has been a tradition for as long as I can remember. I do have a tendency to repeat myself and correct my own wording. Don't worry about it. It's just old people things. Tradition connects us with both the past and the future. It's comforting. Cool. Sorry for butchering all of your words. This festival is alright. What I'm really looking forward to is the flower dance. I try to eat at least 3 eggs every day. I need the protein for my legs, even though the quack of a doctor in town is like, yo, that's so much cholesterol. Look at you, man. You've got blood pressure through the moon and you're barely a teenager. And I'm like, yeah, man. And then I collapse for a little bit, but, you know, after the dizziness stops, I feel better. And then I have some more eggs to, you know, fight the dizziness. We used to do a rotten egg toss. Mary Lou's put an end to that pretty quick. Who knows? Jeez. Sorry, Sam. I can't, like, I gave her a different voice this time. I don't even remember what it was. Searching for eggs is like going on a treasure hunt. Cool. Is that everyone? Does anyone else want to talk to me? Are we good? Hey, how did you get back here? Don't touch anything. Cool. Alright, so I think we've talked to everyone. We have We have done our required social interaction for the day. We are all exhausted. Probably might as well just go home now. We're too tired for the egg hunt. No, we're going to do the egg hunt. All right.
Do you think everyone's ready for the egg hunt yet?
Yes, let's start. I have children to crush.
It's time for the highlight of today's festivities. The annual spring egg hunt. Calm down now, kiddos. You're going to need all that energy to beat the adults who are playing in this egg hunt and destroying your every hope and dream. If you want to find the most eggs to take home the exclusive prize of a hat. A really cheap hat. Now, is everybody ready to vote in the next mayoral election for Mayor Lewis? Let the egg hunt begin.
All right. I am not taking an efficient route. This is requiring me to walk way too much around things. I want to be at around 9 eggs when that timer runs out. Give or take a little bit. We're definitely not doing our best. I can get it. And then we go, ahem. As a good sportsman, we turn to our children and go, get wrecked, nerds, and walk away. Everyone is aghast, and we are no longer welcome to the egg hunt. Wow, look at all these eggs. Now, if only kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town on this side of the Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my comedy is terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is Rual Storge, because he got enough eggs that we know it's set. Rual Storge. Here's your prize, enjoy. Yeah. Just, you can almost imagine that happening in real life. Like, you have, like, the big extended family get-together. You know, there's a couple, like, little 4 and 5-year-olds. There's a couple who are, like, in their early teens, like 13, 14, 15. And then there's the one who's, like, 22. And they're all egg hunting. And the one who's 22, like, just dominates because, like, they can reach more and do all that stuff. And just turns to, like, the 5-year-old's like, get wrecked! And it's like, Samantha, you're not allowed to bring your son here anymore. He's not welcome here anymore. You need to take him out. I'm gonna go console my daughter now. Thanks. Thanks for this wonderful Easter. I really appreciate it. Well, that's it for this year's Egg Festival. Thanks for coming, everyone. The kids had it coming. Hey, look, man, we couldn't give them their awards for free. They had to earn it like everyone else did. You know, competing against people who are like 4 times to 5 times their age. And who have like way more experience doing this. And, you know, probably cheated on top of that because let's be real. And also, if you have your egg hunt in the same place year after year, you really start scraping the bottom of the barrel of where you're hiding your eggs after about 5 years. You're just like, man, we just need new spots. And there's really not much to work with. That's what happened. We used to have egg hunts at my grandmother's, and it definitely was by the time that, like, the wave of kids that was getting through towards their teens, by the time we stopped really doing it, it was a big part of it was just, we had kind of hit all of the meaningful places to hide the eggs. So it's just kind of going through the circuit of all the established, known, decent hiding places. And then every once in a while, people would try some stuff that's like painfully obvious to see. just in hopes you would overlook it because it was such a painfully obvious place to hide things. And honestly, it worked sometimes, just like putting an egg like right in the open, like just like on a table or whatever. Okay. Alright, egg hunt is done, and it is sleepy time. Alright, I don't actually care about the thing. I mean, I should read it. I should read it. Greetings, it is I, the Queen of Sauce, here to teach you a new mouth-watering recipe from my secret cookbook. This week's dish, coleslaw. It is one of the most disappointing sides you can ever get. Envisioning bland mounds of limp cabbage, you're not alone, because that is what 90% of coleslaw is. It's just mayonnaise and cabbage and sadness. But a great coleslaw can be so much more. It can be a slightly tangy sadness. No, actually, most coleslaw is pretty awful, but there's actually the rare, decent coleslaw. Make sure you own your own juicy, fresh cabbage. For this one, toss a little vinegar and some mayonnaise and you're set, and that's crisp. You already know how to make coleslaw. Alright. Dear All Storge, how are you doing, sweetie? I've missed you so much since you left. I hope farming life is everything you hoped. Love, Mom. P.S. I sent your favorite cookies. Okay, Mom. Goodbye, cookies. Mom is like, how dare you? I cooked those with love and then paid to post them to you, and you just literally sold them. Mailing them cost more than that. Alright. And we are just running through this as fast as we can. The good news, I can't remember if it's level 3 or 4 that you get the next sprinkler. And it's the next sprinkler is the one that we're gonna go out of our way to like make lots of them as we can. If only get some cookie seeds and then plant the cookie trees. We just need to do like Planet Craft where we can fully automate our cookie production. I'm still working on the very last achievement I have for the third ending for Planet Crafter. Like I already know the way to do it the most efficiently, which is just to run through the Rex, but I also really don't want to just run through Rex for hours and hours. So I've got it producing the, was it like fusion cells or whatever? Hi.
Hi. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Okay, are you getting ready to go to bed?
No, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I was just like, that's a random thing to say. You're just like, we saw a thing with Romeo and Juliet earlier.
Yeah. Juliet said that.
Yep.
Yep.
And you listen to half the language and like, cool.
Yeah.
Banished.
Banished. Oh, that's one word. Banished.
I mentioned it earlier today that earlier during stream that we saw there's like a thing going in the Orlando area that there's a bunch of like plays that they got going on. They're like little short 1-hour plays, like comedy skits and all that. And we watched one called, I think something like The Revenge of Juliet. And the whole gist of it is, you know, instead of Juliet killing herself at the end, instead she, you know, takes matters into her own hands to get revenge on Shakespeare. So the entire thing is just like getting all of the women who, you know, commit suicide. It's a surprisingly long list in Shakespeare. But getting all the women who commit suicide in Shakespeare's play together to kill Shakespeare. It's pretty fun. It's an unfortunately long list. Like, you've got Ophelia, you've got Mrs. Macbeth, you've got Juliet, you've got Cleopatra. There's a bunch. But they also had, like, the event they had going on. It was literally, like, 20 or 30 different plays they had going on for, like, the last week, playing multiple times. That was just all these, like, little short 1-hour ones that seemed pretty neat. We only saw the one because I didn't realize all there was stuff in there. But they had, like, for example, Cocaine Bear was one. They had one that was a music show based around The Mandalorian. So, good times. It was definitely one of those ones that, you know, talking to Tomb and the other people we went with, they're like, okay, next year we need to just, like, I'm gonna take, like, an actual, like, full day off. And just, we're gonna do, like, a day where we'll do, like, 5 or 6 of these things. Because it feels like that would also be fun, because even if you had, like, 1 or 2 shows that you got that, like, the show was, like, just really a miss, you're like, alright. You know, that show's kind of a bummer. Really just didn't land or whatever. You know, it'd be fine, because with 5, 6, 7, 8 shows you'd go to, well, probably like 4 or 5 shows, realistically, you'd go to in a day. You know, having one miss, you still had, like, 4 good shows. Which we don't, like, go to see, like, lots of theater. We've gone to see a couple things in the past, like, we saw a Rocky Horror Picture Show, and in, like, when I say theater, I'm not talking movie, I'm talking, like, play, theater house. We saw a Rocky Horror Picture Show, we saw Wicket. I don't remember with Tomb, I know way back I saw, oh, what is it? It's something in the Giant Peach, I'm blanking. I know I saw, like, the movie for it, read the book when I was, like, a child. It's just, like, the name of the main character in the Giant Peach. Saw Avenue Q, which was amazing. Definitely recommend if you ever have the opportunity to see Avenue Q performed. That is great. Not for children. It may have puppets. Very not for children. Extremely not for children. Pretty much peak not for children. Considering one of the main songs is "The Internet's for Porn." James and the Giant Peach. That's the one. Okay, so that's a summer plant. I will grab that. 12 days for a cauliflower seed. So we're not going to get our full money out of the cauliflower seed. I already have cauliflower, so we're not going to do that. That's fall. I probably should get it. I know I'm overspending for these things, but part of the reason I'm willing to spend it is for stuff like the community center. Those might end up being things I need. And because we are doing a thing where I'm not allowed to go and buy stuff from Pierre and all that, I can't guarantee I will even get access to those seeds. So it is those things, any opportunity to get a seed that I haven't already gotten. You know, just snag it while we can. There's going to be a lot of that where I'm going to be spending money on stuff that, like, I won't even be able to do right now. But my luck is if I skip it, what'll end up happening is then it'll come time that I actually can grow it. And I won't be able to get my hands on it until it's too late. Alright. Nice amount of spring onions today. The internet is really, really great. Yeah, the entire song is like, the internet is like the art character be like, for porn. And it gets pretty graphic. Or songs like, every button's a little bit racist. Which is a funny song, and also a song they're just going like this the whole time, going... It's like, okay, it's true, that doesn't make it feel good. Like, being aware of it is a big part of, like, going, okay, you know, stopping yourself and going, all right, this judgment I'm making right now, is this something that the person, you know, their actions have warranted? That, like, they've done something to deserve this ire? Or is this something that, like, I need to do some soul searching and reflecting in the mirror? Alright. And this is about to be a moment of regret. Yeah, so that's just the 4 adjunct tiles, up, down, left, right. So this will be not great. Because now we're going to be committing to growing more than we realistically can handle in a day. It's going to become more and more a problem. But the good news about this is it is those things that we struggle with this here, and then by the end of the season, we'll have a ton of money. Alright, so for 36, I need 6 more rows. Alright. They had a lot of, like, improv-y kind of things that, you know, they'll have, like, a main story arc or whatever, but they open up a lot of it so, you know, they bring guests in that can do stuff to kind of derail things. Those work really well for a lot of comedy shows. Alright. Yeah, James the Giant Peach is one I haven't thought of in forever. That, I don't know about nowadays, but that was one of those ones, when I say, like, required reading for elementary school, like, you'd have, like, the big books that, like, everyone would require. But James and the Giant Peach was one of those ones that they wanted to find a book that, like, the students would enjoy, but also was a good example of something. Okay. So James the Giant Peach was one of those ones that, you know, to get your kids to read, but also have it be, you know, genuinely entertaining versus, you know, when they go, oh, here, let's have this book, A Pilgrim at Tinker Creek, which might honestly be one of the worst books I've ever had to read in my entire life, for just being like, oh my god, please, just anything happen. I'm tired about reading this cat having walked in the room. Not that the cat is actively walking in the room in that moment. That literally it's just like a full chapter dedicated to the cat jumping down from the window, walking across the floor, and then back, just like the footprints it left. Like the evidence it left behind that it did that. And you're just going, please, I understand detail world building and all that, but really, you're just regurgitating a overly verbose description of footprints for a full chapter. Alright, so we've got a tapper, we got a mushroom log, and we've got summer seeds. That doesn't do us any good right now. We don't have the ability to make summer seeds, but it is still progressing. We will be able to unlock pretty soon when we hit level 5 in foraging. We'll get to choose to make them more valuable and yada yada. So that's a big deal. Welcome back, music. I've missed you. Oh, hello, dear. I know you've just started as a gardener, so I wanted to give you a little tip. Most crops only grow in one season. When summer arrives, your spring crops will all die out. So plan ahead. Granny Evelyn. I look forward to you becoming bankrupt when all of your crops die, and you're like, oh no, woe is me, my crops, they've all died. And I'll laugh, and you'll cry. It'll be a moment. You'd have to be there, Sonny. Alright. Okay. As I mentioned, this is where things get a wee bit cursed. We have 9. 9. Oh yeah, I don't want to tap that one, so we're gonna do 8. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because I want some left, so I've got 3 of those. So I've got 2 horseradish left. No, we're down. The daffodils is my bottleneck here. I've got only 1 daffodil left. Because I do want to save at least 1 of each crop, just because you end up with quests and all that as it goes along. All right. And just like that, we've got all this. And as you can see, this is where this is going to become a problem where I'm going to be able to start making good money, but it's going to be a huge, huge bottleneck for us. A big part of this is to grind up the foraging skill pretty fast, make a bunch of money so that as the trade caravan comes by, no matter what it has, if I need it, I can buy it. Because having that money is going to be huge for a lot of cases. It's also a thing that we can lean into. We're going to need to get like the coop and all that pretty early on. Well, not honestly that early on. We're going to want to get the coop before it gets way too late in the run. Just for the purposes of if I don't have the coop, then we get delayed just waiting for like the chicken and the dinosaur egg and all that. Alright. That's actually one thing I'm looking forward to is not needing to go out of my way necessarily to grind to get the dinosaur egg. Because I've had runs where I get it like super duper easy right by the beginning. And I've had runs like the last run when I was doing the Perfectionist, one of the last items I got, even going to Skull Cavern, like seeking out the levels that they were at. I just got like bad RNG that even when I found the levels they were on, it took me like 3 levels to actually get it to drop with really high luck going on. And it was just kind of like, what is with the game right now? Alright. If we get a weather report of rain, we're probably going to want to go out of our way to upgrade our rain pail. Because this is going to be an issue. Unrelated to everything. Oh, here we go. We got a leak there. Unrelated to almost anything. That kind of makes me wonder right now, with a bunch of the games coming out, I haven't heard anything about State of Decay in a while. Like, you know they've done a bunch of updates not too far back where they added the, I forget what they're called, like the mutagens or whatever. Or no, it was, oh, what word did they do? The curveballs. They had the curveballs of the game and all that. And, you know, they made an update to, like, tweak it and all that. But I haven't heard much since then. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, with the curveballs and all that, they were kind of neat. But, I was under the impression they were working on the next State of Decay title, and I just haven't heard anything. I'm hoping it's one of the things that didn't get scrapped, as everyone's, you know, been going through, like, layoffs and all that. Let's see, when you play Coral Island, did you get all the fossils for the museum? Yes. I remember having difficulty with them. There are fossils that are way, way, way rarer in Coral Island. But also importantly, the fossil nodes, there are different fossil nodes you get in different places that determine, like, what you can get from them. So it's a possible whatever way you've been farming the fossil nodes, you're just kind of getting, you're getting like the same ones that don't have it kind of thing, if that makes sense. Because I ran into that for a while, so I was having problems getting the last couple of them until I started like mixing up my approach. All right. I was like, what am I making again? Right, it's making scarecrows. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. And pretty soon, I'm going to start needing to get other things for energy. Because I'm running out of the snacks. We're not really getting the stuff for the snacks as much. Now, granted, with a lot of these, I'm not going to be doing much more plowing. I actually forget what the grow time is for the foraging ones. I'm pretty sure it's more than 4 days. I want to say it's like 6 or 8 days. But it'll be one of those ones that, like, after the 20th in-game day, I will entirely stop planting them and just maintain what we've got till they're done. Alright, so these are 7 per row, so I need 2 more rows. Nope, I actually need 3 more rows because this doesn't have full amount. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Okay. So you need a little bit more energy. I have a Joja Cola. It's not worth much energy. Seven, 5, 3, 1. Alright, so I need just the tiniest bit more energy. I could take a cave carrot, that'll work. Alright, so we finally got all of that planted. I think I already did my rounds? No, actually, I don't even think we did our rounds yet. So we're not going to worry too much about getting the full rounds here. What I do want to do is take just a moment, grab the crops that need to go... I need one of you and one of you. I need one of those. I need one of these. I need you. I need you. I'm grabbing stuff for the community center that we've got stacked up. I need you. I need you. I need the cave root. We do not have 200 here, so we don't need that. Alright, so we got a ton of stuff for the community center. Let's drop all that off real fast to get that sorted. We got salmon berries are apparently in season now. This is a good time to make a little extra money, get a bunch of foraging XP and all that. Okay, so the gems are going to be the higher priority because the museum closed first. Let's run down the museum real fast, get the gemstones dropped off before that closes up. I can run down to the beach while we're down here, grab anything there. We can go to the community center, drop off all these individual crops to start narrowing that down so you don't have to worry about it. And keep moving things forward there. All right. Cool. That's 2 more done. Do you know that salmon berries are a real thing? Yep. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've got family who are in like a whole bunch of stuff like that. They were not like survivalist like foraging kind of thing, but a bunch of us are like in scouts and all that, and there's a whole bunch of stuff you hear about. First, how dare Clint not work 7 days a week? I know, right? I would be mad if I wasn't so disappointed. Now that you know, you want to try them? Yeah, I've never tried a salmon berry. I am aware of their existence. I've never tried one. So I have no idea how they are one way or the other. Okay. That's why you always marry Emily? She took something from me. Oh, he took something from me, so I'll take something from him. He'll be the perfect husband just to spite Clint. You might want to work on that. That does not feel like a healthy outlet. Gonna go on a limb here and say that, maybe that's not a healthy outlet for all that. D&D went well? That's good to hear. I'm glad you had a good time with your D&D. Alright, so we grab you. So I need kale. I don't think kale could show up with the mixed seeds. I'm not 100% on that. But yeah. This is Stardew Valley. Your arc is that of a villain. That checks out. Alright. So I dropped a bunch of stuff off at the community center, so that's that much more I don't have to worry about. There's definitely a lot of fish I should be taking the time to capture. I just really don't like having to go, like, pull up the wiki, nor am I willing to sit here and just, like, memorize it all. Usually what I end up doing is, most of the time, honestly, I just end up catching most of the fish just over the first in-game year by just chance. You know, outside of, like, the catfish or the one or two I remember being particularly difficult to get. Some of the night fish, some of the catfish, or some of the rain-only fish, that kind of thing. And then once we're past that, a lot of times it's just not caring until, like, the second year, and then, like, you know, the 3 or 4 fish you end up missing, it's like, okay, well, where are those fish? And going through whatever you gotta do to remind yourself. Alright. I'll grab a bunch of these berries. And go with that. You like how Mrs. Spider's textures parallels Universe Studios Mummy? Mrs. Spider's textures parallel Universal Studios Mummy. I haven't noticed that. I can marry Maru because Demetrius says to stay away from her. Oh yeah, and that's there's definitely a bunch of those characters. That's honestly, that exchange, I don't know how it actually impacts your relationship with people. But that exchange where, like, Demetrius is like, hey, you know, basically, don't screw up my daughter's future kind of thing. He has that whole thing, which, one, it's a whole, like, awkward thing, but it's an understandable awkward thing that, you know, there's literally memes about, like, the overprotective dad, like, having a conversation with the guy coming by as they clean their gun or something. It's like, and, you know, nowadays we look at that and say, that's not okay. Like, it's fine to be like, hey, don't, like, you know, whatever you do, don't mess with my daughter or whatever. Like, that's fair. Like, you know, like, not like you're not allowed to be around it, but like, you know, hey, treat her with respect, whatever. Like, okay, I get that, if you're gonna go that route. But, like, the thing about, like, people, like, cleaning their guns, like, okay, so you basically are very deliberately implying the threat that you are going to murder this person if they do that. And it's like, yeah, that's not really an okay stance to have. Like, these do not justify one another. And so, like, with Demetrius doing that whole thing is like, you know, don't mess up her future. And all, I'm like, hey, mind your P's and Q's, man. But I actually like with the scene, if you're, when Maru comes back, if you're like, your dad's being weird. Like, he actually, you know, he doesn't hide it. He's like, look, I just want to protect you, like, that kind of thing. So, you know, it ends up being still a fairly wholesome scene in the end. But yeah, it's just one of those things you're like, no. I think I'd probably do that, not like, you know, what I know now. I think I would actually do that, like, if I was dating someone and, you know, the parent pulled the whole, like, if you mess up, you know, implied threat kind of thing, you know, or stay away from my girl or whatever, I would probably sit there and be like, hey, just so you know, like, I don't know if you know that your dad does this, but, like, you should. That way, you know, one, you can warn future people that your dad's gonna do that. And then two, that isn't a good thing. It shows a lack of trust and respect in, you know, in the kid. And yeah, they're a kid, but I don't know, it's just a weird way of dealing with stuff. You know, like, teach your kid to make good choices. Alright, so there's a good chance I'm going to probably need to depend on these salmon berries for energy. Just to spite Demetrius, you're going to corrupt Maru. Demetrius makes himself pretty unlikable at times. Because, like, I get the meme behind Demetrius is he's supposed to be, like, this super-duper smart, like, scientist guy, and who's, you know, not necessarily the most socially intelligent or whatever, but, like, he's been married to Robin for a number of years, and some of the things he says, like, man, look, we both know you would know better than this by now. Like, if you were trying at all. Dear neighbor, I hope you are feeling settled in your new home. I am writing you to let you know that Pierre's store is now selling fertilizers. Why don't you swing by and see if you can afford a few dozen boxes or so? Pierre. Are you not divorced? I know, right? It's one of those things, it's like, okay, you might get along and have happy times, but it's like, man, you gotta get your stuff together. If you are regularly pissing off your spouse, you need to work on that. There's not a second part to that. You just need to work on that. So that's 8. Eight. The whole tomato thing. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, for those who don't know the scene, basically Robin sends him to get. To be fair, I actually would kind of side with Pierre a little bit on the tomato scene, and there is only one reason, because genuinely, if someone says, hey, go to the store and buy a fruit, I'm probably going to be borderline passively aggressively buying the most, like, fringe out there fruit I can come up with. Because, come on. Like, if you want berries or something, just say you want berries. If you want, like, melon or something, say you want melon. You went and bought durian? Right, it'd almost be like a passive-aggressive thing. It's like, look, I need you to be more specific than that. Saying, go to the store and buy a fruit, I'm like, hey, that is not going to cut it for our directions. I really need you to be a little bit more specific on what you're looking for. Like, what are you using it for? What, like, there are fruits that are actually, you know, like, actually some of them are bitter. There are some of them that are extremely sweet. There's some of them that are extremely tart. These are important bits of information. It'd be the kind of the same thing as, like, go to the store and get a drink. You're like, alright, like any drink? Does water count? Coffee? Latte? Soda? Grapefruit juice? Do you want me to go get cashew fruit juice? Which is kind of like pear juice from my understanding. Do you want, like, do you want lemon or limeade? I mean, wine is technically a fruit juice, just fermented. Like, give me a little bit more. Like, it's fine if you're like, oh, we need drinks for, like, the kid's birthday party. It's like, okay, so we're probably talking, like, fruit punch or, like, lemonade or maybe soda, all depending on what age the kid is, kind of thing. Like, cool. That's a bit more work because, like, you know, a bit more workable because context helps, you know, clue you in. But so just, like, get a fruit. It's like, yeah, it's not happening. Like, that's me texting back being like, yo, what kind of fruit? If you can't fill me in, I can't help you. I'm gonna be nomming some salmon berries to get through these days. I'm trying real hard to fight the temptation to plant these other 69 seeds. Because tomorrow's gonna rain, and I should, in theory, be able to take the rain pail. I just said the tomato comment, then adds. Yeah, no, there's an ad break once per hour, 3 minutes. The whole thing on Twitch where you get pre-rolls or mid-rolls. It really does suck. I know people's like, oh, well, they needed to not interrupt the action. I don't know how Twitch could do that on their end. They could have the ads be less invasive, so like picture-in-picture kind of things and that. Like, that's certainly something to have a discussion about. But, it is an unfortunate reality that to the advertiser side, the person purchasing the ad, generally the more invasive and the harder it is for you to ignore it, the more valuable it's seen. Because as far as they're concerned, they basically know your eyeballs were on it if you stuck around. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but it is just the reality is like stuff like little text ads and banner ads are viewed as like basically worthless because they're so easy to ignore versus the ones that like hijack your entire screen and don't let you leave them until they're done are seen as like premium kind of ads. And this isn't counting like, you know, sponsorships or product placement or any of that kind of adding. We're talking literally just straight up. You go someplace and they're like, yo, Nissan car, go buy. But it does suck that it works that way. But that is mostly true. Those ads that make you never buy the product? The unfortunate reality is that while that might be true for you, ads are effective on moving product. I wish they weren't. I wish they were terrible. I wish they were awful and no one would have a reason to do it. But I can tell you from working at a place that we had a call center, we would have those days that, like, it was a very slow business day. We'd toss some ads up on Google AdSense, and just within moments, our people on the floor just couldn't handle the traffic on the phones. And it was extremely painful to see that. Because, like, you 100% see them like, yep, that's why they run ads. They work. You have sent a couple of emails to companies that said that due to their invasiveness of their ads, you must be less likely to buy the product. True, and then, honestly, if you actually follow through with that, that's certainly a thing. It's the problem is it almost doesn't matter what the emails are, like that kind of feedback, because the only people who usually send emails are the people who are upset. You don't get an email where a person who's like, "Thanks so much for posting that ad. I really appreciate that. I wouldn't have known about your product if you hadn't done it." Like, people just don't do that. So when it comes to this negative stuff, they don't view it as a sale lost. They're just like, okay, this isn't a person that is worth me taking my time to, like, you know, work with, try and convince to, like, buy it through some type of communication. Like, just don't worry about it. You're still gonna get ads because they don't know you are the one receiving it. But ultimately, if when they run an ad, they see their total number of sales go up, they're gonna keep running ads. And unfortunately, the very big real reality is that's exactly what happens. Okay. I didn't realize that was going to be 2,000. That's not what I was prepared for. Oh well. I guess we won't be upgrading the water pail right now. But yeah. The only option is to burn down the ad agency. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, conceptually, like, on the surface of it, like, not digging any deeper, just at the surface, advertising can arguably be mutually beneficial. The problem is, ads are incredibly invasive, disruptive, and honestly just aren't really a good time. But at the same time, like, there'll be, like, that new restaurant in town that you would never know exists except for an ad. You know, whether it's like you go to Google and it's a sponsored link at the top, or, you know, yeah, you might drive past it, but you might see like a sticker in someone's window. Like, advertising does work. It's just, there's definitely a line in the sand where it goes from, okay, this is helping inform me about a product that I'm interested into, this is just annoying, get it out of my face. And the line between those two is not a very thick line. It's a very blurry line that we all have a different line in the sand for. Well, let's say what they need to do on YouTube specifically is when the creator is about to post a video for your YouTube, say whenabouts they will do. So it is actually a thing on YouTube. That you can actually go, and I haven't done it myself because it's a huge pain to set it all up. That you can actually say, this is the point you should do an ad break kind of thing. And I want to say there's a lot of asterisks that go with that. But like you can go in and say this is where the ad should happen. But I don't know if you have to be a certain size. I don't know exactly how a lot of that works. But it is a huge pain to set up. And a lot of people don't. Because honestly, you have to use a lot of the tools built into YouTube itself. And while they're better than most places, they're usually pretty awful compared to running the tools on your own system. And like Twitch, because it's live content, we don't have that. Like, it's basically a glorified timer that ticks down to prevent pre-rolls. And you can manually run ads if you remember. But it is one of those things. They can segue into it. One of the problems you run into, to also be clear, not all places get the same ads. Like, if you live in the US, you're far more likely to be advertised to than anywhere else. If you live in Europe, you got a pretty good chance of being advertised to in a lot of the countries there. There are some countries that have very strict advertisement policies that do have a chilling effect on the amount of, you know, the different companies willing to buy ads. So it is kind of one of those things that by having less strict ad policies, we just get more ads. It is what it is. If we had way more consumer protections about how ads could or could not be run, what they could or couldn't say, they would be reduced. It's also like how big the target market is. So like you have a lot of countries that they don't do a whole lot of purchasing of goods outside their respective countries. And they get like next to no ads, which is fantastic. You've been getting military specific ads? Yeah, and I would guess for you, Strider, I know you like to tune into a lot of content that has to do with like, you know, various warships and all that kind of stuff. Because I know you've sent stuff my way and all that. So you are hitting all of the keywords and notes and all that. That they're like, oh, if people are into tanks, they're probably into the army. You know, they probably might be someone who might be interested in the army. Like, they don't grab, like, your age range and a whole ton of other stuff. So that's all it's doing, is just saying, if you watch videos XYZ, or if the video is on XYZ, then give them this ad, because there's a good chance they might be someone who aligns with what we're looking for, our target demographic. And it's honestly true of a lot of the first-person shooters that align with kind of like military stuff. So, you know, Call of Duty back in the day, Battlefield, a lot of these games, they get very heavily hit by like military ads because, I mean, you have something that effectively glorifies warfare. Not saying that there's anything wrong with that. But there is a very large overlap in that demographic and people who are just, like, into tanks or planes or guns or whatever. And there's a lot of overlap for people into those kind of things and being interested or willing or whatever you want to use for your verbiage of serving in the military. So that one makes sense to me. Now, granted, I'm personally of the opinion we shouldn't be allowed to, you know, push ads for serving to the military to kids. But that's a separate discussion. That's a separate, much bigger discussion. Is that it shouldn't be a thing that is like, you know, hey, let's make it cool, let's make it look, you know, sexy with all these ads and all that. Like, have it be one of those like super prescriptive things. It's like, okay, you can market this, but you're restricted to using this type of verbiage. You can't, you know, misrepresent any of these things. Like, it needs to be just straight to the point, like the facts kind of it. Like, hey, you can sign up, you'll be paid this rate. You know, here's the basic stats around it, here's the basic benefits. And even then, I probably honestly would be like, yeah, I would rather they not advertise it at all. But if they are going to advertise it, I would want to be extremely strict on what they can do. You said you remember the Super Bowl advertisement of the army and it showed soldiers dropping bombs somewhere in a city. It just blew your mind. Oh yeah, because like, very, very genuinely, they're trying to make that connection between, haha, I'm playing this video game where we make things go boom, and it's going to be like playing video games, except it's definitely absolutely not. Alright. Sunny day tomorrow. That's part of why I pushed. Is like, okay, if I push now, we've got all that. So 1, what am I the lowest on right now? Okay, so we got 3. Because we're going to really regret what I'm doing here. I am continuing to just expand and expand and expand. It is going to make this an absolute chore to keep up with. But, where we're having, like, no money right now, the seeds for the foraging are very valuable. they're worth more than the individual crops are. So we managed to get this all set up, will be good. And then the hope is by the time we get to summer, I'll start putting the actual I'll be putting the actual sprinklers in and all that, so it's not as laborious. Now that said, I'm not gonna bother going around anymore and just grabbing. Like if we pass them, I'll grab them, but I'm not gonna be going out of my way to grab all of these because we're at a point where I'm gonna get plenty of those just by doing the seeds. So instead I'm grabbing a bunch of these and we are heading towards the cave to just work on the cave today. Yeah, and I'm definitely a person who's like, okay, you know, advertisements of the military should be extremely strict on what they can advertise, how they can advertise it, the wording, if at all. You know, advertisements around gambling should be the same way. They're extremely strict about how they can advertise and all that kind of stuff. I knew it was gonna happen. I need to get a better weapon. Okay. Medication is another one that's like, hey, I feel like you either shouldn't be allowed to advertise this at all, or it should be extremely restrictive on how you can advertise it, like where it can be advertised, like what you can and cannot say about it. Like it needs to be like straight, this is what the product is. Honestly, with a lot of advertisements, I do wish we had a lot stricter rules around ads in general. As the gambling in sports has gotten out of hand, you won't let my nieces watch hockey with you anymore? Because they keep asking questions about gambling? Yeah. Yeah. Well, and some of that's like you look at the ad stuff and it's just, it's somewhere between just straight up false advertising or extremely misleading. You know, like technically true, but the way it's being phrased heavily implies it's something that it's not. Like, when you have those ones that are like lottery, it's like, you know, everyone who wins, you know, everyone who wins eventually, or everyone who plays eventually wins, or like something like that, like, but that's not true. And they'll be like, winning, it's an enjoyable experience, and therefore winning. It's like, no, that's not. That's not what winning means in this context. It's gambling. Winning means I'm getting a basket of cash. This is bad. The good news, they don't hurt that much, but I need them to stop. The good news, they don't hurt, because if they actually did any meaningful amount of damage, something like that would just kill you. All right. Yeah, so it seems like today's probably not a good luck day. It is always one of those things that I always felt luck as a mechanic in Stardew was weird to me. Like, it's fine. But like the idea that you just have a day, it's like, it's a bad luck day. You're like, all right, well, I guess I'm just not doing what I planned for today. And that's fine. I actually don't mind mechanics in games that it's like, oh, today has this weird weather effect. I was gonna go do this, but this weather effect gives me this really good benefit. So instead, I'm gonna go and do the thing with the weather effect. There's like value in that. But for me, the luck was always the thing that it felt like you had to go too far out of the way to find it. Like, I kind of wish it was just, if they kept the mechanic, that there was just an accessory you'd get. That when you use the accessory, it would just have, like, a luck indicator. So, like, where you have, like, your weather over here, would have, you know, like, maybe that middle icon would turn into, like, a little luck symbol or whatever. There's no question about it. It's like, ah, it's a good luck day, okay. Is he predatory? You know, way too many people who destroy their lives game. Oh yeah, no, I've known some people who've absolutely wrecked themselves. Same with like the gambling adjacent type mobile games, like the gotcha style games. I've absolutely seen people get hooked on those, and before they know it, they burned thousands of dollars. And you know, they do so many things to obfuscate the money you're spending that by the time you realize, oh, like, I'm making really bad choices. Like, you don't realize the scope of what you're doing to yourself until that, because of the obfuscation. Yeah. It's like, oh, you know, I got some money we can burn on this, and then you turn around and it's like, wait a second, how did I spend this much money? And you're gonna go back and like verify you did spend the money, but like because of the obfuscation, it's hard. And to be fair, like it's not only a thing that like these types of apps do. Like even when you go on stuff like cruises, it can be a very terrifying thing. That's part of why they want you to go and say like, oh, don't bring your credit card or your cash with you over here. Like get your little bracelet, link it all up, and you don't need to carry money the whole time. And it makes you have to be way more on the ball to keep track of it. Versus if you know you're sitting there and you got a $50 bill in your pocket, you can watch as you break that $50 bill down into smaller and smaller increments. You can gradually see that money disappear. And especially on top of when you're on a cruise, you're going to be drinking. Which, the first thing that does is impairs your judgment. And it's those things at the same time, you're like, okay, but they are right that not having to juggle that around is very nice convenience and all that. So it's not that they're doing it completely without any merit, but it is those things that it gets dangerous. But there are different product lines that they don't do it where there's a second reason for you. That like the app makes you buy this thing that then that translates into that thing. So you're like 2-3 steps removed to get like, you know, you get this coin, you spend the money, you get that coin, and then that coin you can exchange for the diamonds, and then the diamonds are what you use to actually buy things. Then do this, like, conversion in your head going, okay, I spent $1 for this many coins, which I then converted to the diamonds at this rate, and you go, how much did this skin cost me? Because I need to get a graph. Like, I need to open up a spreadsheet and start crunching some numbers. They offer you free cruises? Well, the offering the free cruises is a separate thing. A lot of the times when you get those like free cruises or free vacations or whatever, the gimmick behind it is you're required to sit in what's effectively like a vacation / timeshare plan thing. That, you know, in order to be able to get your free ride or whatever, you gotta sit through the entirety of like the seminar thing. And it's gonna take a while. And all that stuff. Oh, good. Wooden club. You know what? That is still an upgrade. Not a big I mean, it is a big upgrade. What am I talking about? In fact, get that out of my life forever. I never want to see that again. But yeah, so it's a whole thing where they go and they get you. And there's a lot of stuff they do in those ones you got to be careful of. They kind of push the limits of what they legally can do. So for example, Florida has some pretty strict laws around false imprisonment that you can't take me to another room and tell me I'm not allowed to leave unless I'm like under arrest or whatever. So with some of those timeshare things where you'd go in, they'd take you to some like way back room kind of thing, and they'd be like, hey, we want you to watch this this thing, and you go, okay, we'll like right now, today, if you sign up for this like timeshare thing, we can give you a deal. It'll only be like $2,000 for like your first year or whatever. Like what I have no idea what the rates are. But you know, we'll do this. We'll get you a real bargain. And if you're like, no, I'm not interested, they're like, all right, well let me come back. I'm gonna go check with my boss. And they'll do everything in their power to not let you leave. Now that said, if you're like, you know, usually the way you can get around that is saying, hey, like, here's the deal. I'm not interested. If you do not let me leave, like, I'm going to consider this as false imprisonment, that you are holding me captive against my will. Like, I am choosing to leave at this time. I am making it known to you that I am choosing to leave at this time. If you try and retain me, I am assuming you're doing so, you know, against the law. Because, like, it's a whole, like, in Florida, you're not even allowed to lock people in a building in any form. So, like, when you do escape rooms, it's physically illegal to actually lock you in the room. They're like, door's unlocked. If you have a problem, you can open it and leave. Yeah, it is the thing. A lot of the worst of the timeshare nonsense has gone away. It's still out there. Like, timeshares are still awful, mostly. Some exceptions, but mostly. But a lot of those things are like, hey, you can get a free movie, you just gotta sit in this. Hey, you can get a free cruise, you just gotta sit in that. Most of that's gone away because they all depend on high pressure tactics where, again, you know, they drag you into like this maze in the back of the place, you know, just some random nondescript hallways, just to kind of keep you from being able to like really know your way out and all that. And basically just kind of go back and forth where they'll say, okay, well, let me do this. And then they'll walk away for 5, 10, 15 minutes and leave you sitting there. And the idea is just kind of like wear you out. So you'll finally say yes just to get out of the situation, because a lot of people don't want to get into a conflict. And it happens outside of that too. Like, it's a notorious thing if you ever go to Rome, that what a lot of restaurants will do is they'll have you sit there, they'll make you wait for your check for a little while, and they'll finally give you your check, and they'll have a whole bunch of crap you didn't order on. And it had to happen to me more than once while we were in Rome. And we caught it both times, we're like, that's not okay. And the weirdest thing was, even when we caught them on it, we're like, hey, nobody here ordered any ravioli. Like, and we have ravioli on here. Very clearly, like, you've added items. Like, we didn't order the ravioli, we didn't order this drink. Like, you know, this bill should have been almost a half of what it is. And they get real bold in how hard they'll push it. And they'll sit there and be like, oh, here, let me get back to you. And they'll make you sit there for a while. Because, like, okay, do you just get it from the table and walk away? You're in a foreign country, you don't know what the rules are. You don't want to risk going to jail or whatever. And at the same time, they want to just wear on your patience, so you eventually just take what they give you. But yeah, no, we had the one came back like 2-3 times with the bill still wrong, that they would take something off and add something on, and then they take one of the 2 or 3 items they added off, but not the others. And it was just, and the entire strategy was just to wear on your patience. We're like, I just want to get out of here. And it sucks, because to this age, like, if people are like, hey, you know, if I could only go to one city in Italy, should I go to Rome? It's like, no, Rome's awful. Like, there's lots of cool history stuff there, but as a city, it's awful. Like, that is a very get in, see the things, get out kind of city. Versus, like, Florence is really awesome. I liked Florence. Florence is wonderful. Call the police and scam.
Hello.
Hey Bentley, the problem is, like, even when you go to like the official, like, it's the government, like, tourism thing, that they're like, you do stand your ground, like, you know, like, and all that, but it's apparently a problem where the police will kind of be in on it in a lot of places. Not that it's like some big thing that like the whole department's in on it, but they will turn a blind eye, if you will. And that happens in a lot of places, a lot of touristy places, not just over there. I mean, it happens here in the U.S. as well, to a certain extent. Like, don't get me wrong, if you push it, you'll start getting through stuff, but by then it's like, okay, but you wasted your whole evening, and they'll go, oh, we corrected it. It's fine. And by then you've lost your half your evening of a vacation day. So they're just really counting on you being more worried about losing out and stuff than... I guess, oh, I thought I had a dresser in here. I guess not. But yeah, no, it is absolutely a scam. You can sympathize, you. Family gaslight you. Alright, so we got the bee house. That could also be a good one, because that, even if we can't find seeds reliably or whatever, the bee house can just keep working forever. Beautiful sunny day tomorrow. The entire, like, when we went to Italy, that was, me and Tomb's honeymoon. When we went there, the entire thing was, like, surreal so far as, like, reading, like, and this we're talking, like, literally run by the government website and, like, tourism, that they're like, hey, if a bunch of kids run up to you, like, you know, you don't need to be nice, you know, shove them away, push them away, like, it's fine. Like, they're robbing you. And it's just like, what? And they, like, had warnings about when you go to the Trevi Fountains, like, this is a very heavily pickpocketed area. Make sure your belongings are very well secured, that, you know, you don't have, like, just your regular wallet, like, hanging out your back pocket, or, you know, be careful about putting things in your front jacket pockets, use inside pockets. They're far better and less likely to be successfully pickpocketed and all that. Like, man. And this is your website trying to encourage people to, you know, do tourism over there. But that was all Rome. Senator said at that point you'd lose out on the entire bill because you'd just leave bar time thing. Well, that's the thing. Like, there is and this isn't a comment on Italy so much as people who pull these kind of scams in general. A lot of times they'll either have someone who is like an officer or whatever in the area who's in on it, kind of thing, and they'll yell at you, like, you'll start walking away and they'll yell, be like, oh, this person's skipping out in their check, and then, you know, the police officer will, like, you know, pull you aside and be like, hey, you know, that's illegal, like, arrest you and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, the goal isn't to actually take you to jail or whatever, it's to get you to just pay it and leave. Now, I don't think all of them are willing to go that far or have the setup to do it. But it was a whole bunch of stuff that's, like, documented again, like, on Italy's, like, official, not that part about, like, the police officers being a problem, but they were like, you know, watch your checks very closely without, like, they didn't give you, like, what you're supposed to do if there is something wrong, other than tell them. But that's kind of the thing, is it becomes, you know, your word versus them, and you're the tourist. And they'll be like, no, they absolutely ordered these items. And you'll be like, I didn't. A lot of countries have eat and run qualifies as theft. Like, that's the whole con about it, is you have so much risk on you that there's just so much they can do to put you at a disadvantage that you really, like, you're willing to eat the cost just to make sure you can disengage from the situation safely, and because of that you get taken advantage of. And about all you can do is, like, when they get it wrong, say, hey, this isn't right, come back with it fixed. Like, here's what's up, come back with it fixed. Like, I'm well aware of this con. Like, I need you to not do this. Okay. Yep, we have flown too close to the sun in this one so far as how much we're going. I'm eating all the salmon berries. The salmon berries aren't particularly valuable yet. Later on, you get a you can unlock a thing that I think it like triples their value, and at that point they're really valuable. But at this point in time, they're okay. They'll give you a little bit of money, but nowhere near as much as I'm going to get from these crops. So using them as just some energy is alright. It's not great. There's better options. Especially if you get, like, if you go for the beeline for your house where you get the upgraded kitchen right away. Once you start cooking, the foods you can get are amazing. Like, turning the fish into, like, sashimi and stuff like that is really solid. I also remember for, like, people who speedrun it, they'll actually have foods that are foods they just grab purely purely to use for, like, consuming for energy. Which, for the record, like, all that stuff I was saying with, like, the scams and all that, yes, in the context we were talking Rome, but it's not an uncommon thing. It happens at a lot of tourist places. And some places are really good about trying to tackle it, to set things up to give the tourists kind of the stronger footing when things go down. And others, they will try and give the restaurants or whomever the stronger footing. That way when things do become, one person's word versus the other, who's in the better position. Or they'll do stuff like they'll have ways to report or investigate places for doing stuff like that they take seriously. Unfortunately, for a lot of places, there's not much financial incentive to do that. Because they get paid on the tax dollars for you spending your money on tourism stuff. So there's definitely, like, not the incentive there. And then there's also, like, just a lot of things that create pushback and headaches for them that it's just easier to ignore it. Like, it's only if it gets bad enough that people stop showing up. That's only point it comes in actual fear. That's not to say there aren't places trying to do, like, the right thing and all that. Like, it's not to imply that, like, the entire like thing is rotten to the core. But it is prevalent in some places. And just Rome happens to be one of them. Because, like, another con they'll do, and I've seen this con in a number of places, is you'll have people, like, street performer style people, but they'll be just standing there with, like, flowers or whatever, and you'll approach and they'll give you a flower. They'll be like, flower for the lady or whatever. And the thing is, you give them a flower and they'll be like, something for something, and what they're wanting is for you to pay for it. But that's not the implication. And so they'll expect you to pay, like, $5-10 for a flower that, they bought, like, a bunch of it in, like, a stack for nothing. But they don't imply that you should pay for it until after they've given it to you. It's very heavily implied, like they are just handing you something to be nice. And they will deliberately immediately escalate to, like, being belligerent with you, because most people will try to avoid conflict, again, especially when you're someplace foreign that you don't know what the rules are and all that. So for a lot of people, they give them, like, the $5 just to get away from them, kind of thing. Which they tried to do that to Tomb. Like, I warned her ahead of time. It's like, don't, like, if someone tries to hand you something, don't take it. And the person practically shoved it into her hands. And, like, when he tried to do something for something, I was like, he's trying to scam you, and she, like, threw the flower at him. But it's just one of those things. A lot of major tourist hubs have that problem. Like some of the ones that are like if you go to, Disneyland or like Universal Studios, like those kind of things, like the very commercialized industrial hubs, tourism hubs like that, they tend not to be as bad because they have a very strong incentive of trying to prevent that kind of stuff going on. So they'll have like all sorts of ways to put pressure on places. Or they'll just straight up warn people. They're like, hey, just so you know, like this place has a reputation. And it's like, if Disney World's like, yeah, this other place has this reputation for doing this, don't go over there. That'll be the end of your business if like they're the main draw. But especially where it's like, oh, there's this like old town over here, this monument over there. A lot of those places get real sketchy. And you get it. They're people trying to survive. What they're doing is not okay. But for the most part of them, it's them trying to survive, which sucks. But at the same time, like, what they're doing is just not okay. It especially bothers me, like, preying on people, like, the natural tendency for people to not want to get into conflict by using the fact that you're someplace unfamiliar against you and all that kind of stuff. That rankles me a lot because very genuinely, the people that are more likely to succeed with our victim is going to be a lot of people who are like neurodivergent and all that, who already at times get very uncomfortable about like, did I say something to offend? Do I do this thing, like second guessing a lot of what they do just because, some social interactions can be very difficult for different people. And then adding on top of that, you're dealing in a foreign country which has different rules and cultures, potentially with foreign language, with its own rules and all that. When it's people just deliberately trying to take advantage of all those difficulties to try and get you to just really be uncomfortable and willing to pay to just get out of it. Got a 99. Nice roll, Lardine. One thing that a lot of people do to help avoid those scams is genuinely when you travel, like if you're like planning and traveling to another country, a lot of times it's your best to try and fit in. Like, obviously there's only so much you could do. Like, if you don't speak the language, you don't speak the language, that kind of stuff. But, like, okay, like, what type of, like, clothing, dress, whatever is typical there? Try dressing like they do. Don't go to a place where, like, there's certain European countries that, generally speaking, people, like, especially Italy, like, people are more likely to wear more form-fitting clothing than we do here in the U.S. And all that. Like, they're way less likely to wear baggy clothing and all that. So, try to wear stuff like, they're into stuff like skinny jeans and all that. I don't know about nowadays, but that's when we went there. That was, like, the style of the time. So we definitely went in there to try and dress to at least passably fit in. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure a lot of people picked us out for tourists, but it was usually the people around us for a little bit who then singled out us for tourists because we didn't speak Italian. But when we were just walking along, we flew under the radar quite a bit. And I'm sure anyone who took 2 seconds to look at us could figure it out. But the fact that we seem to be a little bit more aware of things going on just made us not as tempting a mark. Alright, so we're not going to go and make more seeds right now. I'm at a point I can't really keep up with them. So let's drop you off. Actually, 1, 1. Because it's time to get our first, like, mini payday from that. We'll drop... These aren't worth anything, so I'm going to drop the cola there. That's for some stuff. We found some gold, which is good news. I wasn't even paying attention where we got that from. And those seeds... Oh, wait. Grab you back. I will plant what's already set up here. What I won't do is I'm not going to make more area for us to have stuff in. Because from now on, outside of this, until we get sprinklers, the rest is money. Yeah, so we're selling 30 seeds. Not much, but it is our first using the foraging stuff for actual money. Yeah, we'll just go to sleep. It's midnight. If I go try and do anything, we'll just end up not getting our full stamina tomorrow because we stayed up too late. Because we stay up after 1 a.m., you take a penalty. Alright, and we got a decent amount of payout from the bunch of cauliflower we had. We got another 1,000 from our seeds. So that's 3,500 we just made in one day. We're also right about the time that I'm going to stop planting these stuff. Let's see. So you want a cauliflower. It just so happens, Jody, I went out of my way to save not 1, but 2 spare cauliflowers. Because I knew that was a thing. Alright. And the good news is, pretty soon, because I don't remember how long these take to grow. I'm pretty sure it's not 4 days for the foraging ones. I want to say it's like 6 or 8 days. And there's 28 days, if I remember correctly. Was it 28 days? Whatever the number of days. It's in the 20s. The point being, after we get past the 20th, I'm not going to bother trying to plant the foraging stuff. All of the foraging we get from there is to be converted into cash in preparation for the summer. And that'll be all fine there. We've already got the red cabbage for the summer, which is a big one. The big issue is I don't think I can get the kale from the mixed seeds. So I'm really hoping the traveling merchant has it. If not, ultimately what ends up happening... Yep, it's Cart Lady Day. Yep, if ultimately they don't have kale seeds, it is one of those things that the absolute worst case scenario is we get to the end of the first year, we get to that winter, and there is an effectively equivalent to the traveling merchant that one day has spring seeds, one day has summer seeds, one day has fall seeds. But it'd have to wait all the way to the end of the year. So the hope would be I don't end up in that situation. It's really a bummer I didn't have the 2,000 to upgrade the pail when it was raining the other in-game day. A big one is if we get the greenhouse, which is a ways off, but if we get the greenhouse, that ends up being really huge, because once you have the greenhouse, all you do is just, if you can get any of the trees, those trees will put out a fruit every single day. And sure, each one of those is, depending on the fruit, only like, you know, a little under 100 to maybe 200-300 for like a really good one. They do add up really fast over time, especially if you can start getting multiple of them. And that's one of the things that we're hoping to get from the cart lady really bad, is just getting the trees. One thing I do wish that Stardew Valley had that's become popular in the genre is a lot of the games now have made it more and more where it's like, okay, you planted this tree. Well, here's this thing, and it's not free, but it's like, here's this thing that lets you move the tree. And sure, we can say, oh, well, maybe it's not realistic to plant a cherry tree and then yank it out of the ground and move it and not have the cherry tree really struggle because you have transplanted a cherry tree. But the classic, it's really easy to misclick, really easy to make mistakes. It's really easy to not know all of the things you gotta deal with. I think it's perfectly reasonable to move it at a minor cost. Like, make me pay a couple hundred gold, and I can just move the tree in whatever status it is to a new location. But that's been done by a number of them. Some of them will have it, like, where it's just straight up a cash cost. Some of them will have it where there's a material cost. I think there's one that has, like, magic that you use, like, your actual mana to do, and it's just extremely expensive from your mana, so it kind of kills your mana for the first half of the whole day. Because in that one, they didn't have stamina, but you had mana, and the mana would recover on its own, so it's kind of like having a stamina gauge that would slowly recover. But it is one of those things, if you went to the beginning of the day and you had 100 mana and you blasted 80 of it away, it'd be like halfway through the day before it tops off again. So it can be very limiting. Hey, Dark, how's it going? Good to hear. I know in this genre, the things I'm looking forward to right now is, Coral Island's got a big update coming. It's supposed to, like, they don't have a deadline, like, this is the date it's going to happen. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They don't have, like, a given date it's supposed to happen, but, their previous estimates were Q2 this year, quarter 2, which means by the end of June, because otherwise that's Q3 after that. And they've already got the beta of it out. That's Coral Island. And it's a huge, massive expansion. So I'm super looking forward to that being out of the beta, because they did ask us to not stream the beta. Because it's when I say beta, it's a playtest style beta. So full of, like, it's got a bunch of bugs in it. Nothing I've seen has been too egregious. Mostly just like missing textures, dialogue that doesn't go correct, stuff like that. Some people found places they could break out of the map but couldn't get back in, so, you know, imagine me like I could walk through that fence over to the right, and then, you know, I'd get out there and not be able to get back in, which means I just have to wait till my character collapses from, you know, staying up too late at the end of the day. But it's all stuff they're working on fixing. But it's also got, like, tons of new content that is kind of spoilery and all that. So I'm looking forward to that one, because that should be in the next couple of weeks. Sunhaven's got a major update that's going to be dropping. We don't really have any specific time other than it's any day now kind of thing. And that's another slice of life that... The big thing about it versus, like, this one is... You know, Stardew Valley, your late game is you set up sprinklers, and they automate a bunch of stuff and all that. In that one, you use magic. So instead of going through here and dealing with these plants one by one, I would walk up to one of the edges, and I would cast a spell that puts a rain cloud that, like, slowly goes across it. It's a little... It's got pros and cons, like... there's definitely times I'm like, I wish this was just a sprinkler, and I would just wake up, pick my crops, plant my new ones, and move on, like a lot of the other games. But at the same time, that difference of the spells is kind of cool in its own right. Because they make it so, you know, like, all of your things, like plowing the field, just go up and, like, smash the ground, and the whole area around you is plowed. This has a very good difference. Alright. We've got artichoke seeds. We'll want that. We got melon seeds. We want that. We got hot pepper seeds. Good news there. And we've got a unit of kale. So that cart was MVP today. We got a bunch of things I'm not going to be able to buy because we are doing a challenge where I'm not allowed to use Pierre's or Joja's. So I wouldn't have been able to reliably buy those. So we got a bunch of range of seeds. None of them for the spring. But I did get the kale, which is the thing I was going to need the seeds for, which means I don't care now. So that's fall, summer, summer. I thought peppers... I guess peppers were only summer. That's fine. Alright, but with that, I can finish the spring crops. Oh, wait, I need a cauliflower for it. Was Jody? Yeah, I got a spare cauliflower. So let's grab that. I'm honestly surprised the luck we're having with that traveling merchant. Like, the fact that I managed to snag garlic right at the beginning is pretty good. Because I remember having a little bit of pain getting the garlic in my other run. Just took a while to make it happen. So, getting that nice and early is a real big win. We've managed to actually knock out, I believe, our spring crops entirely. Because the kale was the only one I believe we do not get seeds for. From the mixed seeds or like other finding things. So we got lucky with that, where I was able to just buy it. Alright. Hot peppers and coral are 2 seasons? Yeah, that's what I'm probably thinking. Is that Coral Island are 2 seasons. I still have a bunch of fish I should be catching. I've been putting no priority on that. Because I'm already kind of like, okay, we're definitely going to have to hit at least 2 years, if not longer. Alright, so we've got battery, quartz, and iridium. That's going to take a while to make happen. We've got just a bunch of bits from people. That's actually a pretty easy one. It's going to be the bone fragments that'll be the most. And yeah, so like right now, it'll be the fire quartz and the frozen tear will take the longest to see. The other two, we've already had multiple instances of. Okay, so the boiler room won't be too hard to do. It usually isn't. Because I want to say, if I remember correct, the boiler room is, I believe, the mine carts? Yeah, so the boiler room's the mine carts. That'll be huge for us to be able to make meaningful progress. You are the glittering boulder. I don't care about that at all. Like, that'll be nice towards the end. I want to say you're the greenhouse, if I remember correctly. Yep, you're the greenhouse, and this is going to be the hardest one for us to do. And repair the bridge. That one is going to be easy. Like, the foraging one, nothing about this challenge impacts it in any way. The fishing one, nothing about this impacts that in any way. At least not meaningfully. Like, I can't get some of the, There'll be some stuff I'll have a little difficulty getting my hands on, but so far as, like, tools and all that, not so much the fish. What else is it gonna go? We're, like, looking for Jody. And the next time we know we have a rainy day coming up, we wanna work on our rain pails and all that. The food at Joja Mart might not be the healthiest for my family, but at such low prices, I'd be crazy to shop anywhere else. Oh, thank you. This looks delicious. Thank you. It's just what I wanted. It's gonna be perfect for my yellow curry. Cool, man. Enjoy your curry. Alright, so we definitely have some... Oh, we should, forage on the beach, because the coral is worth good money. Yeah, I'm excited for getting back into Coral Island. I know it hasn't been that long, and there has been discussion about whether people want me to play a new run and romance someone else, or just jump back into the run we did, what was it, like 5 months ago or something like that. We'll see. The stance I'm gonna have on it is if the update, when it pops out, when the 1.1 update drops out, if it's mostly stuff that you kind of go along the way, I'll probably start a new run. Oh, it'll be the Linus' scene. Yep. Whereas if it is something that like is almost exclusively like added to the end or near the end, then I see no reason to necessarily do a full start run. Unlike like I would be down for another full start run, but if people aren't into it, sounds like the raccoons are back at it again. Filthy varmints. Ah, you turned up at just the right moment, son. Could you do an old man a favor? Could you go around the corner and scare off the raccoons for me? They've been causing a real mess. Thanks. Make sure you give them a good scare so they never come back. It was me. I'm sorry. I find a lot of hot, fresh food in these cans. Stuff that will go to waste if I don't take it. Do you think there's something wrong with what I'm doing? So, we've actually discussed this dialogue earlier in the stream. I'm gonna give it a sec. We got hit with an ad break during this. I'm gonna give it like the last 20 seconds of the ad break to go away. But then we're gonna take 2 seconds to kind of go into the whole like why I don't like the dialogue options on this scene. And all that. Because it is one of those things. Well, that's interesting that like chat says my ad break is done, but OBS doesn't. It's fine, whatever. But yeah, so we just had the scene where Linus is digging in the trash, and we've been asked to confront the raccoons because the person who owns the house doesn't realize it's Linus. And Linus is just like, I find fresh food in these trash cans. Like it's hot, like it's good. You know, it's a shame for it to go to waste. You don't think it's something wrong with what I'm doing. So your options are, yes, it's disgusting. Which, I mean, fair, but also, like, you know, he does have a point about the waste. It's, no, it's a shame for food to go to waste, which, of course, it is actually a shame for food to go to waste. Yes, it's illegal. That's George's private property.
Take a sip.
Which is such kind
What's
of
the
a...
worst that could happen?
You know, it's like, okay... Like, we're just going by the rules. We're not actually addressing, you know, whatever. He said, no, but you should get a job and stop leeching off people. I wouldn't say he's leeching off people. When you've thrown something into a trash can, yes, it is still technically your private property and people aren't allowed to go into it and yada, 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 but it's garbage. People are getting rid of it. Now, all that said, and the reason why I don't like the options is the reality is I would still say you shouldn't do that, because you don't know what's happened to that food. Maybe when they prepared the food, they realized some of the ingredients were no longer safe to consume. They had been contaminated by something else. They had expired, and it was something that's dangerous when expired. Being in a trash can, you don't know what other chemicals they may have been exposed to. Maybe the person, not maliciously had dumped bleach on it, but like maybe they had a cracked bottle of bleach in it and they just tossed in a trash can. And you may not notice that there's this chemical on your food, and now you're eating literal poison. You don't know, like, again, sure, it's fresh as in it's cooked, but is it like expired to begin with? So you're taking a lot of significant health risks in eating, you know, food out of people's trash cans, even if it is fresh. Now, I have made the comment that I actually knew some people who worked with homeless people, and they had jobs at like fast food place and all that. And so one of the things they would actually do to work around this is when they had food that, you know, someone had gotten an order and it was wrong or whatever, they would take it out and they would sit it on top of the trash can. Like, it's a very deliberate thing that they had a local ordinance that they weren't allowed to feed the homeless people without going through like certain channels, which there's a whole mixed bag about that. One, to help protect people from, you know, there's jerks who have historically poisoned homeless people, but also it's used to prevent people from eating homeless people. It's definitely a double-edged sword. But they would go out to like circumvent that, to be like, hey, here's a pizza. It's like a brand new pizza. We're deliberately putting it on something outside of the trash can so that you know this is a like safe food. That's a different animal. But where he's rifling into someone's trash can, we're hearing like the squish sounds and all that. Like he's digging in there. You like, that's not safe anymore. Like, it's just a matter of time before Linus eats something that got some chemical on it and has a serious medical problem, if not dies. So I am a bummer. Like, it is a bummer here that's just like, hey, like, I think it's fair that you're saying, hey, you're wasting food. That's fair. I think it's kind of ignoring all of, like, the statement he's got here to say, like, it's illegal private property. Sure, yes, it's like, that's true. But all that. He's not really leeching off people, in my opinion, here. Like, because he normally just forages on his own. He, like, takes care of himself. Like, he does most of the stuff. He just sees this as he's kind of doing a community service. People are wasting a bunch of food, and he's consuming it. And you can have your different opinions on that, and that's fine. But I wish there was an option that's like, hey, hey, man, like, I'm not judging you for doing this, but you gotta understand, it's really unsafe. 42 is the meaning of everything. Yep. I'm gonna go with it's a shame for the food to go to waste because, honestly, the person's like, that's illegal. That's private property. It's like, I mean, you're right, but also, that's kind of being a little bit of a weenie. So, like, the closest to what I'm saying with you, yes, it's disgusting, but, like, yes, it's disgusting in this context is just, like, talking down to him versus, like, yes, it's disgusting, you don't know what's happened to that food would be far more fair. So I'm gonna go, no, it's a shame the food go to waste, because of these, this is the only one I agree with, even though in this context I don't think this is what needs to be said. Thanks, Storge. I know you're an open-minded person. I feel good about what I'm doing. I'm not harming anyone. You can go home. I promise I won't rum in George's can anymore. You can tell him you scared off the raccoons for good. Wait. I know what you're doing, Linus. If you need food, just ask. I don't want anyone in Pelican Town to go hungry. Here. I've got a basket of zucchini fritters for you. Just make sure you dip them in my spicy marinara. Go on, take it. But yeah, no, there's a number of dialogues. And don't get me wrong, like, not having the option you want in a dialogue thing, there are many of them in the game. And that's true of many, many games. Because there's a lot of situations you run to games where it's like, okay, here's this thing. But they just don't hit the nuance you want. At least for the most part, Stardew Valley, I haven't run into a situation where you have a dialogue and they're like, okay, you can choose between these options. And you choose one of the options, and it means almost the opposite of what you'd expect it to. Like, when you play the game and you have, like, the person explain something to you, and you're like, is that okay? And you can respond with, that's fine. And you'd be like, okay, that's fine. That seems reasonable. And then your character gives, like, this extremely, like, sarcastic, that's fine. And you're like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. Please. Didn't mean it like that. Come on. No, be nice. That's one thing you like about Baldur's Gate 3. Something almost always fits. Yeah. There's definitely games that do better about it. And we're out of energy. Like, I remember that as a big thing in a lot of the, Mass Effect games. There was a lot of the Mass Effect games that you would stare at the, like, conversation options, and you're like, I need to know the tone. I need to know the tone of these responses, because they hit entirely different based on the tone you're going to have me give you. And the tone I'm expecting is not the tone I'm going to get. The tone is B flat? Oh, that's just not a good tone. Rain tomorrow. Hey, Michaela, how's it going? Alright, so tomorrow we got rain. We have the money. We have the copper. Let's try to get to Clint's in time to to get our rain pail up. Because we get the rain pail up at least one level, that still lets me do 3 at a time versus 1 at a time. And that'll pick up our speed a lot. And it will save me clicking on every single one of these individual tiles. Hi. Hi, Sleepy. I'm Hubby. We covered that part. I did the whole hi, I'm Sleepy.
Yeah, it was fun.
He's like, it was. She's like, it was funny. And then she rolls her eyes. Alright.
I'm going to bed, you guys.
I figured that's responsible of you.
Kind of.
I mean, it's not super late.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you more. I love you so much. That's why I kiss you. I go, kissies, kissies.
Alright, well, you sleep well.
Kissies.
No. I'm gonna eat more. Love. I appreciate it, though. She was gonna take away my dinner. She asked. To be clear, she asked. She was like, are you done with this? And the answer was no. Alright. If I remember the next time an ad break happens, because I'm bad about... That's the whole reason I had to turn on the auto scheduler instead of like manually doing it, is with my ADHD and focusing in between like chat and the game and everything else like that. All that would happen is that effectively completely forget to run them and we'd just be on pre-rolls. And unfortunately, pre-rolls are really, really brutal to your channel growth. So it's just one of those things that's like, alright, well, unless I set myself like an alarm to remind me, which would be obnoxious. It's the thing. Let's see, and LA Noir had the problem. I haven't played LA Noir. You didn't think you've seen play Stardew Valley? Gotcha. I played it. This would be actually the 5th run I played. Like, I've just started this one, but the 5th run I played on it. I did 2 runs where I was doing Stardew Valley Expanded Ridgeside. Now, granted, one of those runs I got like 80-90% done, and then our save got soft locked. There was a bug with the Ridgeside Village mod at the time that I got like stuck on like one of the main cinematics, and there was supposed to be a portal and it didn't open. And I tried everything I could come up with to fix it, and it was just bugged. Like we were going into like command line stuff and entering all sorts of different commands that are supposed to tell it to like, hey, the conditions that you need to do for this, are they met? Yes. Okay, we'll open the portal. And it would be like, okay, it's open, and you're like, well, it's not though, so that's not great. But then we did play it again, and we did get through the whole thing. And morning, Randall Thor. Good seeing you again. But then I did one that was like a regular playthrough way back. I couldn't tell you what version. And then we did another recent playthrough without mods. That was for like the latest update, the last like big update. You tend to make money through fishing, mostly because fishing game's good. Yeah, no, that's one of the things. I made the comment in this run. So I'm doing a challenge run where I'm not allowed to go to Pierre's or Joja to like buy seeds or anything like that. The only exception I made was I am allowed to buy the backpack because screw playing the entire game with 1 bar of inventory. That is a kind of challenging run where it's like, this isn't fun, this is just tedious. But it does mean I have to like lean really hard on, you know, hacking down bushes to try and get mixed seeds. Every single time the traveling merchant is in town, we run over there to see what seeds they got. That sounds painful, and I'm gonna look out. Oh yeah, no, I would absolutely not do it without the backpack. Mining is so fun, rushing iridium sprinklers. Yeah, that's one thing I'm thinking is like right now I've been going really hard on the crops. Just trying to get that going. But I do need to push for the sprinklers. because I needed to do enough farming to unlock the sprinklers, but then be far enough in the mines that when I unlock the sprinklers, I can start chucking them down. Because the faster I can get a bunch of sprinklers down, the faster I can be making money where I don't have to spend the first half of my in-game day just running back and forth, watering all of these. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it to Clint on time to do this, and part of the problem is if I do the water pail early, we don't get our crops. Because I want to say Clint is 3, and I'm pretty much, without having the horse or anything to go faster and still needing to refill at least one more time, I'm pretty sure we're just not going to make it. We don't have the mine carts unlocked. We're not even going to be close to making it either. I did make the comment when I was setting this up. It's like I said I'm flying too much. Is it raining tomorrow? Yes. And to have it back in time. You have the copper on me? Okay. There's zero chance I'm making. I'm still gonna run over there, but I'm gonna be off by like a lot. I'll be lucky if I make it there by like 4. Because I'm kind of hoping I'll be just off. I believe in you. I don't believe in me. Because I'm looking at that time. I need to be there right about now. So like, we're not even close. What did you have for dinner? Calzone. Like, if I had the fast travel. Oh, you are 4? Thanks, man. I didn't think you were at 4 o'clock one. I thought it was 3 that he closed. Alright, gotta get some stuff done in the museum today. And watering can. Thanks. I'll get started on this as soon as I can. It should be ready in a couple of days. Cool, man. Alright. I'll end up rearranging this more later. Okay, we got some rewards. We got 9 melon seeds and a geode. So that's good. Oh yeah, I already have granite there. That's fine. So that'll be perfect. Because of the melon seeds and all that, that means when summer rolls around, I got a bunch of crops I can chuck into the ground right away. So that'll be good. That means we're gonna have our upgraded rain pail. And ideally what I want to do from here is to push the mines farther to start getting towards where we can get iron reliably, and then ideally all the way to where we can get gold. I would love to get iridium, but that's not going to be a near-term goal. I've got to, like, to get any meaningful amount of iridium, I'm going to need to get myself to the skull caverns. And that's going to require the bus, which is going to require us to actually finish stuff in the community center, which is going to be a major bottleneck. My Lord, need sprinklers? Yep. So the catch is, I need to get enough farming for sprinklers. I've got the sprinkler that does the tile above, below, left, and right, but none of the around. I want to get the one better sprinkler. If I get that one tier higher sprinkler, I'm usually pretty okay with that. All right. Okay, it's the last day we're planting anything out of those. Let's grab the last batch of seeds. Because after this point, anything I don't plant, I'm not entirely sure. Because I don't remember how long these take to grow. It's something like 6 or 8 days. So after today, I didn't think that through. It's fine. Because I can't water them because I don't have my water pail. It's okay. Do you use a Dvorak keyboard because you can type faster? That's not, like, I can type faster after having used Dvorak for a long time, but that's not why I switched it. I switched to Dvorak because it has less range of motion required to hit the keys, and that helps prevent things like carpal tunnel syndrome, median nerve compression, and things like that. So the reasoning isn't because I could, like, it's for, like, typing faster, because I honestly don't think it wouldn't be worth it for that, so much as helping prevent repetitive stress injury. Because the whole thing is, like, the danger is when you go to reach up, I was trying to remember, I think it was reaching up was the worst, and then reaching down is also, like, really bad. Like, so you wanna try and keep as much of your movement on your home row as possible. And the way QWERTY keyboards are, they've deliberately separated out, like, a lot of your common characters to be different parts of the keyboard, because QWERTY was introduced in the days of the typewriter, and the idea was by taking your keys and spreading them out, the little arms that would actuate to hit the ribbon to use the typewriter, if you had too many keys hitting too close to each other, they could catch on each other and jam. So by sitting there and having, like, your letters that are really common far apart, it helped make it so you weren't hitting your most common letters anywhere near each other. Like, it'd still jam the crap out of it, but it was a thing that would reduce the number of jams you'd face. So, it's kind of one of those things you'll hear people say it was inefficient by design, and it's like, yes, but it wasn't designed because they wanted it to be inefficient. It was they had a problem. They had a problem that this was a reasonable solution, and it became the standard layout, and so we still use it to this day because of that. Because inertia is a heck of a thing when it comes to standards. It's great that typewriter saw the legacy. Yep. Like, when typewriters first came out, they actually had multiple layouts. It's just the layout that kind of stuck around the most was QWERTY. And again, it was because it was good at preventing those jams. Because the jams were a genuine problem, because you go from typing something really fast, have to stop to, like, unjam this thing. If you jammed it way too much, you could damage the arms and all sorts of stuff, so there was a very big reason why it was created, and it was created to solve a problem. It's a problem that no longer applies to today. Now, with all that said, it's not like I'm gonna be all preachers like, no, you need to switch. Honestly, for most people, yeah, they're like, hey, should I switch? No, not necessarily. You certainly can, like, it wouldn't be like, oh, don't do it. But, it's just kind of one of those things. There's lots of stuff you could do to mitigate repetitive stress injury. It's just one option. And for me, it was like, I was worried enough about it that I was like, okay, I'm going to hit this from like 6 different directions. And so one of those directions was to, you know, change my keyboard layout to something, you know, better for use for my wrists. And even on top of that, if people are like, oh, well, I do want to protect my wrists, should I switch to Dvorak? It's still like, well, it depends. Because, nowadays, we have keyboard layouts that I've done an incredible amount of research about trying to come up with the best layouts to minimize the amount of motion you need to do so far as you're, like, reaching up, reaching down, that kind of thing. But they're based on use case very heavily. So, like, Dvorak is more oriented towards, like, software development, that kind of use case. Whereas, like, Workman, I believe, is the other one, is more, like, writing in English. And then once you start involving other languages, then, you know, what gets used more characters-wise changes as well. So it is an involved thing that has a whole lot of stuff there. At this point in the day, there's dozens upon dozens upon dozens of pretty common layouts. It's one of the things I actually find a lot of companies here in the US are really bad about, is a lot of different places where people don't speak English, they don't use QWERTY. They use stuff like Asserty and those other, like the other layouts. So when a game just automatically assumes you're going to be using a QWERTY keyboard, it's like, tell me you didn't bother like looking to see at the wider markets you're going to run into, and you've restricted yourself to basically being focused on just English-speaking areas. Like, don't get me wrong, there's lots of places that don't speak English that they use QWERTY as well, but my point is they do have multiple layouts. And you are, in some ways, ostracizing potential customers because you didn't feel like take the time to program your game to use keyboard, like, key position versus letter. Because a lot of games, for those who don't know, they won't have it where it's like, the W key makes you go forward. What the game's actually doing is, like, the key that is 2 to the right of W, which will be, like, key position 4. I don't know what the actual number is. Like, the key at position 4, when they push it, it goes forward, which then the game translates for your UI to say it says, which is the W key, or if I was not using QWERTY, you know, whatever the respective key is. You get the idea. First, Rual suggests there is more layouts to use than just QWERTY. Next, he's telling us there are countries outside the USA. I know, it's difficult. I understand it's difficult for a lot of people here in the US to accept there is something other than the United States in existence in this world. I understand it is a difficult thing, and you're going to need some time to process this. It's fine. You'll get there. I have faith. Let's actually read that dialogue. Greetings, it is I, the Queen of Sauce, here to teach you a new mouth-watering recipe from my secret cookbook. This week's dish, radish salad. There's nothing like fresh, peppery radish. It reminds me of the late spring. My mother would slice up some fresh radishes and serve them on grainy bread with a little salt and pepper. Ah, those were the days. But I digress. Now watch closely, because what we're going to do is we're going to slice a radish, we're going to put salt and pepper on it, and we're going to put it on bread. We consider this an advanced recipe. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom and grab myself a new drink. My current drink is empty, and I am thirsty, so I'm going to go ahead and do that real fast, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'm going to hit the ad break a little early. I know it's not been too long, but that means the next ad break will be a full hour and a half away, so it beats me walking away for 2 or 3 minutes, and then, like, you getting hit in half an hour with another ad break. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. But, I mean, it'll distract you, maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems, but him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving.
Garage?
Oh,
Yeah,
you are
just,
too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind my truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh, oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting. We're by
nothing.
ourselves, or it's hunting like really fast.
Someone
now.
should clip that because like Pank had
there's a
like
crucifix in there somewhere,
2
I
inches
imagine.
between
I
them.
just put one down in the kitchen.
Okay.
You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. All right. Destroy it all. Once I am actually not being dealt with work. But let's say, you know, I'm getting exhausted. I'm in a bad way. I can't fight what's left. I'm too tired. So what I might do is I might do something like this. I go, okay, you know, I sneak around here. I cut the corner real fast, cut the second corner, and then I go sneak. And the reason you do that is you pull the zombies, they lose line of sight of you, and they lose line of sight of where they're going to like last have seen you, and then you sneak and you just try and you know, get away from the situation. You can also do that where like if you do manage to... Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Yeah, no, that's a mod. There's no... In Vanilla Project Zomboid, there is no win condition, there is no vaccine, there is no cure, there is no happiness here. There's just death. There's death and tears. That's Project Zomboid Vanilla. Alright, and I am back. So welcome back. Yeah, so I know we had like two ad breaks relatively close, but now we have an hour and 25 minutes and some change till the next ad break. So that is one nice thing about when I do end up having to run 2 ad breaks close to each other, is it means the next one is a really long time away. So yeah, so let's go ahead and get back into it. I for a moment thought I didn't quick unmute it, because that has happened many times. And so with this, now I have all of these I don't need to water again tomorrow. Because I don't remember how many days these take, but what I definitely don't want to do is plant all those seeds and have them just rot there because I didn't have enough time. Okay, so let's go drop one of you there, drop one of you there, drop one of you there, and drop one of you there. I'll see how many of these I can craft. 100. And we're going to plop those up for sale right now. And that should be a good payday. Drop these leeks off. Alright, so it is Sunday. So we're going to do a quick check to see if the traveling merchant has anything good going on. If they do, we'll grab it. If not, we will we'll just go and start pushing the mine again, because this is a good day for doing the mine. And very genuinely, we're probably going to completely flub the fishing part of we'll probably like not get very far in the fishing part of the community center right now. That's probably going to end up being one of the goods I probably should buy it. Alright, so we got rhubarb. How long does it take the rhubarb to grow? Also, okay, so we do not have squid on here. I think so rhubarb is 13 days, so we're not gonna be able to grow it this year, because we got 7 days left of the season. I'm doing my math, and it's not working out. But I've got the rhubarb seeds, so that next year I can get that planted. And those seeds are heckin' expensive, for the record. Traveling merchant seeds are highway robbery. So grab you. Grab you. How much stone? So 99 stone. So let's grab that. And the wood we don't have enough of, and we don't have hardwood. Okay, so we're gonna drop this really fast off at the community center. And then we're gonna go right up to the mine and work on the mine for the in-game day. I've got more than enough salmon berries to carry us through. But this should help a lot. If we turn in these gemstones, I've got all that. We should just need to, we should just be at a point that I'll need to get the frozen tear and the fire quartz. So I want to say this goes over here. We'll definitely want to get more stuff from the enemies down here. Oh, right, I only need 2 of those. Yeah, that's just going to be like the shadow and the solar. That's usually how it goes with those ones. Because the shadow and the solar one, you only need the 2. Those are easy. Like, you end up getting literally hundreds of those pretty easily. I want to say we start seeing both of those around the point we sit, like, the ice level. Oh, the brewer's bundle is going to be a pain. Yeah, that one's going to be a pain. Green tea is going to be a pain. Green tea is going to be a real big pain. Unless we get lucky and we just have it show up. Because the tea leaves, you've got to become friends with Caroline, if I remember correctly. Become good friends with Caroline. Then you got to go into her house, into her, like, sunroom, which is one of the easiest places in the game to not even realize exists. And it's only, like, the last day or 2 of a season do you find the tea leaves there. Like, last couple days of the season, you find tea leaves there. And so it's like a whole big process to get it. But it's just one of those things that, like, you got to go out of your way to do it. There's no super obvious thing to tell you that she's back there. I believe I need the red mushroom. I do. This has always been my least favorite part of the whole dungeon. Just because it's hard to see, and outside of, like, getting a glow ring, not a lot of great ways to deal with it. Alright. It almost feels like the only reason this place exists is just because they have those enemies that are kind of like shadowy enemies in the dark. Just to make them interesting, because most of the other like, they still have that slow-moving AI like so many of the enemies have. But just to give them a chance to actually be, like, viable, they kind of can hide in there. I want to say this only covers, like, 5-10 floors or whatever. This, like, weird shadow biome. There we go. I also never recall finding anything particularly exciting in this area. Like, there's not some special resource or I never found it to be a particularly good area for grinding, like, any material or whatever. I don't think there's, like, an enemy type in this area that's particularly useful for hunting down. Oh, don't make me make torches just for this. There we go. Alright, well, hopefully at least if I can get through these floors before this day's out. That'd be nice, because that'd take me to the ice biome. Once we're the ice biome, I know we'll find iron. I believe we'll find frozen tears. I think you'll even start finding the red quartz, whatever it is. Okay. Fire quartz, that's the one. Did you see Sword and Shield Simulator gameplay trailer? I have not. My immediate assumption of Sword and Shield Generator Simulator without having seen even anything about it whatsoever is to assume it's one of those ones where you control, like, your sword and shield, like, independently, like you do your motions and all that. And I've seen a bunch of that style game in the past, and generally, they were kind of neat, like, as a concept, but as, like, an actual good game, I never found those ones particularly impressive where you control, like, VR-type control stuff. But I could be totally off base of what it is. Because I'm just trying to guess what it sounds like it is based on the name. Let's see, it's promised. You go around battlefields after battles to gain materials. Oh, so it's like not a survival crafter, but a crafter style game where you like kind of run around and deal with all that. It's just, you know, the aftermath of battles is like what you're doing. Okay, I mean that's probably interesting. And I'd be curious about that. So I actually do want the iron. Because we're gonna need a lot of iron in the long run for making a bunch of sprinklers, for upgrading our tools, all that. Iron is going to be real big for us. Because it's probably going to be a long time till we see the bus. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? Yeah, it's weird that they call a game that you're like basically scavenging, you know, what I'm assuming is medieval battlegrounds. Sword and Shield Simulator. It's a weird choice of name. Let's see, on the Steam page, it's not even early access, but you can apply to the playtest. Also, string it. So a long way to go. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's that's the, if people remember when I was playing Drill Core, Drill Core's the same way. It's not even early access or pre-sale or anything like that. But it's the same idea as like a super early play test. We're checking out. That said, like obviously it was missing a bunch of content, but I actually felt the Drill Core's like play test, other than they need like a little balance love and like just more content. What I did play felt pretty good. Like, it definitely felt like it was following a similar format to Dome Keeper, with the thing of differentiating itself a lot by, instead of it being, you know, kind of an arcadey missile command type of controls, instead it was a little bit more like tower defense-y, that kind of thing. And instead of controlling one person to go mining below, it was, you had like teams of people that you'd have to kind of micro them a little bit to keep themselves from getting themselves killed. So it did a lot to mix up that formula and not just be the same thing again. Still very clearly inspired by Dome Keeper, but being inspired by a game is no big deal. All right. So far we've done well. We did manage to get all of the spring crops grown successfully in the first year, so that's pretty awesome. We snagged a bunch of seeds from the traveling merchant to fill out some of the ones we're going to be missing next year. Or not next year, next season. I'm still going to be missing a bunch. We're going to have to get more mixed seeds. The downside is a lot of the bushes and all that haven't regrown yet. And I can't really get mixed seeds without hacking up a bunch of those bushes. Alright, I really need you to give me a ladder, please. Why no ladder? Let's look at the last two levels that we're currently on. Thank you. And luckily, this one followed up by just having the ladder already exposed. Okay. Let's see. Question. You don't remember if it's Pierre that sells strawberries at the Egg Festival? Yes, it is. I would not be allowed to buy the seeds at the festivals either, because Pierre's always the one selling it. I think the only exception is it's not one of the true festivals. It's like the winter like trade caravan thing. That's where any seeds I'm missing by the end of year one, a lot of them are going to come from that. Because that merchant caravan, whatever you want to call it, that happens in the winter. Yeah, night market, thank you. Yeah, the night market will have most of the stuff. There's a couple things the night market doesn't carry, but the traveling merchant usually does. It's just a little bit of playing the RNG. So far the RNG has been pretty kind to us with the traveling merchant. We've done relatively well with it. Go over here, drop all you, drop that. You need to go to there. That's... Start that off. So we do have some iron. Not enough to do anything meaningful with. I need to start processing these things. You guys are doing a lot of seasonal seeds. You can make yourself? Yes. We also are trying to tear up a bunch of bushes pretty regularly in an effort to get mixed seeds. We're going to be doing lots of stuff with mixed seeds. It's pretty aggressive of me to go that hard.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Insane Sport.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to the Insane Sport. Really do appreciate that, Insane Sport. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes whether you want them or not. So thank you so much, Randall Thor, for the continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel. Alright, so we've got all those chucked in there. We got that chucked in there. I got pretty spendy on the number of those we grabbed, which is A-okay by me. Basically, spent a bunch of that copper all just to get ourselves a bunch of smelters up and ready. Alright, so I got another 3,500 bucks from our seasonal seeds. It definitely feels like they, at some point they did adjust down the value of the seeds, but that's okay. It's still not bad. There we go. And you gained a level in foraging. This is an interesting thing. John, you never would have thought of it. You may have to give this one a go. Might make you actually use the animals, like the farm animals, for change. Yeah, no, it's definitely there'd definitely be a lot to recommend, like potentially with the farm
Thank
animals.
you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Mikiana.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Michaela. Michaela, you got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes whether you want them or not. So thank you so much, Randall Thor, for the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Okay. So the amethyst will want to go this way. Oh, wait, before we get too far. What I need to do is go in here. One of you, one of you, one of you, and one of you. And then the rest, we can just make into even more of those. I don't... Oh, it's tab. I was like, I don't remember. Let's see. For someone who hasn't played Stardew Valley, does the challenge force you to change? What does the challenge force you to change? So normally the way it works when it comes to getting your seeds, is you would go to either Pierre or you would go to Joja Mart to buy the seeds for planting your crops. So what this means though is I don't have the normal way you go to get seeds at all. And especially early game, there isn't many alternative places to get seeds. So we do have to like hack apart bushes and just hope for the best to get seeds. So instead of like where you might start the day, you go in, you go to Pierre's, you go, all right, I'm going to buy 50 of these seeds, and then you know, run back home, plant them, do all that kind of stuff. Instead, it's you go and start whacking at a bunch of bushes and all that. You might get 2 or 3 mixed seeds, and you go with that. Now, right now, where it looks like you got a ton of crops, I am abusing foraging at the moment. It won't give me all of the seeds I want. It'll only give me seeds for forageable goods, which isn't really that important for the long term. It's good for money making, but that's kind of it. But I'm gonna have to like just do the best I can with that. Let's see if there's any books that you have that'd be particularly good for a cause. Oh, I forgot how expensive your books are. Yeah, we're not gonna buy any books right now. I'd rather save. But there's also a thing that, like, for example, there are trees you can get, like fruit trees, like apple trees, pear trees, those kind of things. And one of the big caveats is that is Pierre is the exclusive source for that normally. There is a traveling merchant that randomly can rarely have them, but I mean, it's depending on RNG. Like, very heavily on RNG whether or not they have them. So that's the reason I'm checking the traveling merchant every single time we roll through, because I'm just gonna have to hope I get lucky and have it pop in one time. Okay, I gotta remember we're watering our crops today because we just got the better watering can. You say, yeah, the ticket machine can also do that. That's also fair. But yeah, the point being more that there's just limited sources for a lot of these things. I know I also need that for the community center. I'll go ahead and drop it here for right now. Alright, so we got a starfruit seed for the summer. So that's another crop we'll have knocked out. Yeah, so we have the red mushroom there. That's fine. So we gotta drop off the red mushroom real fast. We'll water what crops we've got left. We're getting towards the end of spring, so we don't really want to sit here and put too much of a focus on it. Will someone say hi to everyone in town for me? I want to spread the message of joy. No. Sorry. That sounds like way too much effort. I got things I need to get done versus making social calls to literally everyone in town. Alright, so it won't be this, it'll probably be the exotic stuff down here. Fair enough. Alright, so the rest of that just gets chucked away for right now. We need way more wood. We'll need to get hardwood. That's probably gonna wait till we get our axe upgrade. That's not a big deal. Honestly, of those things, I think the biggest deal of all of them is probably just going to be the, like the minecarts and the bus. Once we get the bus, that does at least mean I can drive over to Calico Desert, and she sells seeds. Like, it's a very limited, like, range of them. But it does at least give me the choice to be like, alright, well, I'm gonna buy the big mountain of radishes or whatever. Okay. So we'll sell you and you. Shove that in there. All right. Yeah, so good news, I don't have to water the entire top section. I have just like the one crop there. The middle and the left there is pretty much already empty. The next day I'll probably get... I honestly think that bottom section, it's either the next day or the day after that'll be done. So once I finish watering that, I don't need to worry about that. That's not where I wanted to go. Once I get that knocked out, we'll be pretty good there. Now, to get each of these crops done, I don't have to worry about more watering and all that till the end of... Sorry, till the beginning of spring or summer. You know, when summer starts, I'll get all the crops I have the normal seeds and mixed seeds for. I'll get those dealt with. Okay. Lanix, how's it going? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, so this will be good news. The watering pail upgrade just makes us way more efficient. Ultimately, we do want to go to sprinklers, but I gotta get my farming skill up to do that. It's going, well, you have productive evening. That's good. Productive evenings are good. Your user moved your office from the dining room to the spare room again. Nice. I can imagine that gives you a lot more privacy, a lot better opportunity to like focus and all that versus like when you're like smack in the middle of a dining room, especially if you got other people in the house or anything like that. It can be difficult having disruptions pop through. It's like having an open office plan in your own home. Yay! Moderate pain. I've been fortunate. With me and Tomb, it's never been a big problem, but I have known people who have definitely had difficulty with it. Some people are much better about understanding the like I'm in work mode, I'm not in work mode boundary better than others. All right. I instinctively was like, time to fast travel to the minecart. Or sorry, to the caves. Oh, right. I can't do that. So you just now need to invest in a good fan for that room. Since the summer's fast approaching, it's going to get really hot in there, the second floor. The room facing the sun at night. I know how this works. I, too, am in a room in the second floor that faces the sun at night, in a place that gets hot. We do have good AC, though, so that certainly helps. And I do have a fan going. So it's a high CFM fan, the amount of air it moves, but at a much slower blade rotation. So it's very quiet, but it means I can actually like sit here and not bake while streaming. And there's times it does get hot and stuffy in this room anyways, but it'd be way worse without that fan. Alright, got winter root. Not doing the best so far as not taking damage here, but... Okay. Well, that is wonderfully executed. ADHD couldn't remember sunset. Hey, I know how that is. I understood the point. It's like, I get it. The side of the house that the sun is hitting when it is going down. Sorry, this is good, but gosh, you missed the Sunhaven stamina bar? Uh-huh. I actually talked about that earlier. It's like there's certain games that like stamina is just a different animal in it, either like not existing at all. The classic, all the other games in the genre did this before me, therefore I must do it too. I really appreciate when games like, hey, this mechanic's been around since forever. It's honestly kind of annoying. What if we didn't have that mechanic? How's it going, Pancraro? Can I get a shout out for Pancraro, by the way, if that hasn't already happened? If it did happen, I missed it, that's on me. But fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a number of similar games to us at different times, like, you know, a lot of the slice of life, like the Stardew Valley, Sunhaven, those kind of games. Been playing a bit of RimWorld lately. Also does a lot of turn-based strategy games as well. But definitely fun times over there. Good fun times. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. I do try and check out their stream, you know, when I'm able to before my own stream. But definitely good times. Doing more RimWorld with Fran this Monday. Gotcha. How did it go? Because I know I've caught the beginning where you're still learning stuff, but then you know that I gotta go deal with other stuff, and so I don't get to catch the end of it. All right. Gotcha. So they're walking you through. That is one of the things. So Pangro's saying, you know, I like that Fran is showing you new things, and teaching you why things work and how they work. Yeah, that's a really good thing for RimWorld, because honestly, like, RimWorld has a tutorial in it. It's pretty lacking, to be entirely honest. But it is one of those games like, a lot of times you just have to kind of like look up videos on how mechanics work, or just keep playing until you can like suss out how things work. But there's so much that the game never explains or has a reasonably clear path to like figure it out, that there's definitely times that it's like, nah, you're just gonna have to look this up. Maybe way back when it first came out, it was a little bit more reasonable, but now with how many new systems has been added, it very much is, how do you learn this game? You talk to someone else who learned this game. Pull up wiki. Oh, come on, don't do this right now. I just want to get one more floor down. I was really hoping one of those two. All right, we're just gonna play it safe. I wanted to finish that floor, but I'm gonna have to stop and eat things. We're running out of time. I don't have the mine carts yet in this run because we're doing a challenge run. So I gotta run the whole way back. Yeah, there's honestly, for like a lot of those genres, the settlement builder genres, that is a set of games, like genre-wise, that are notoriously bad for just not having like basic tutorials, basic guides, or if they do have something, they're like either horrifically out of date or very incomplete and all that kind of stuff. And don't get me wrong, I'm down with having to learn how a game works. But then there's a point where it's like, but there's not really a good path to learning how the game works within the game. What are your thoughts on Product Zomboid's tutorial? It is okay. It's also misleading and lies through its teeth. Like, it flat out tells you there's things that are mechanics that are not, i.e. crouching behind a fence so that the zombies don't see you is a lie. That's not a mechanic in the game at all. Crouching does zero in any way, shape, or form at all whatsoever for Product Zomboid's sight. It's just not a mechanic. I feel like I want the more wood in the long term, but the short term more gathering. Because it's strictly for harvested, double harvest of foraged goods. I'll do gatherer. We'll probably end up changing that down the road. There's another like 6,000. But yeah, no, that's like they teach you the basic mechanics, but there is tons missing from the Alright, so Flower Dance is in-game tomorrow. There is tons and tons missing from what the game does. Dear Rual Storge, tomorrow we're all getting together for the Flower Dance. If you can find a partner, you might even want to participate in the dance yourself. There's a little clearing beyond the forest, west of town, where we hold the dance. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. If you're interested, Mayor Lewis. Vote for Mayor Lewis in your next mayoral election. Do it, or you will find your property rezoned an eminent domain. Vote for Mayor Lewis. I rule with an iron fist. Alright. So, needless to say, the amount of watering we're doing for the rest of the season has dramatically decreased in the last minute. Being I got one small section of this field that isn't going to be watered. I'm sorry, isn't going to be grown yet. And then just a kind of a spot of like the halfway of that main road there. And meanwhile, I already have... Nah, we'll just grab it all again. So if we grab all of you... Okay, drop one of you. Boom, boom, and boom. And we should be able to take all the rest of these and make them into seeds. And just like that, that'll be another like 10,000 or so. That's basically what we're setting up for the whole season, was just growing a little bit, growing a little bit, growing a little bit, until we eventually hit that critical mass where it's time to cash out. And then, you know, then we do that whole cashing out stop.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And I'll get that here in just a moment. Because we take just a moment to water these plants real quick. Once they're done, yeah, so not even having to recharge the water pail now. All right. Now once we reach the bottom of the mine, so that goes to the museum. Those two go to the community center. Yeah, those I need 10 of. I've already got that on my person. I need 10 of those before they matter. Need 200 wood before it matters. That's fine. Okay. I have to pause the game to actually do the stretch. Alright. Okay. Yeah, so pretty soon, hopefully, I'll be getting my hands on some sprinklers. Like they'll be unlocked. Because once those are unlocked, I'll be in really good shape. Because then at least I can go in, pull up a gold bar, pull up some iron, chuck down a sprinkler, surround it with whatever seeds I got. And repeat the process. Okay, so there's nothing there. I'm not going to worry about the geodes, because I don't even know if we grabbed any. Yeah, so we're just pushing the mine as hard as we can. Not as hard as we can. We're pushing the mine relatively hard. So the winter route will be a winter forageable. It is one of those things that, if I remember correctly, with the winter route, or sorry, with the winter foraging, I believe you can get all but the crocus down in the mines. The crocus is the one thing that is just not available down there. So I won't be there. Won't be there. So it's got to be available on this set. Right, the frozen tier, and then I need the fire quartz. So what I can do, is the rule behind this challenge is I may not shop at Pierre's for like seeds or anything. The only exception we gave ourselves was strictly the backpack, just because inventory management.
Welcome to Pierre's. How can I help you? Ahem. Come and get it, folks. Coupons for 50% off your purchase at Joja Mart. Well, any takers? But I can't match those prices. I'd be selling at a loss. It must be so difficult for you to lose your loyal customers like that. But can you blame them? Joja Corporation is clearly the superior choice. Soon, the whole town will realize that. And Pierre's like, Rual, I need you to do me a favor. Have you ever considered murder? Okay, so that is the only thing we're ever allowed to buy from Pierre's, and now me and Pierre are done. You like the snakish voice you gave him? Yeah, because that's the way he feels to me. He feels like just a snake of a character that he's using underhanded, approaches to stuff. He's, you're dealing with the devil on him. He's, he's doing all that kind of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's I, Maurice. Like, he's the kind of person, like, if we were playing, like, if we were, like, watching our cartoon, he's the one who's like, do we have a deal? And, of course, his hand would start glowing, like, extremely bright green, and get, like, demonic eyes, and, like, the clocks in the background would melt and all that. And you'd be like, no. I try to avoid making deals with people who seem to be able to influence the entire, like, environment behind them unintentionally when bargaining. Maurice reminds you of an old store manager he had when you worked at Walmart, which is perfect because Joja Mart is supposed to be a stand-in proxy for Walmart. They make a pyramid shape with his fingers. Yeah, there's a bunch of characters who fit that they're the deal maker. That, like, they'll wait till you're, like, kind of in a vulnerable position. They'll be like, I can help, but, I will need you to do me a small favor. Do we have a deal? And sometimes they'll outline what said small favor is. Other times they'll be like, oh, don't worry. I'll get back in touch with you at a later time. That's actually, for those who've seen the Has Been Hotel series, that's actually one of the things I really appreciate about the way they depict the Alistair in that one, is they do a really good job of
for, you know, for sociopaths that are extremely manipulative and all that, like, actual tendencies they do happen to do. Like, for example, no one... Most of the time, when someone is, like, trying to, like, pull a fast one on you kind of thing, it's not like they walk up to you and the very first thing is say, I need you to sell me your soul for this BLT. Do we have a deal? Because you're gonna be like, no, geez, holy hell, what's wrong with you? Why would I ever agree to that? Instead what they do is they open up with a deal that's like, really you're kind of gaining... You're really gaining everything you want, and you're mostly only costing you, like, your pride, that kind of thing. Like, the cost is, like, really, really low. And what they're trying to do is get you used to, like, taking deals with them. Because once you've done it once, doing it a second time is much easier. And so they give you a relatively easy-to-accept deal that, you know, it makes you a little uncomfortable, but that's about as bad as it actually gets. But, like, when you step back and look at it, of course you're going to take the deal. Because, like, it's 100% what you want, and the cost to it is relatively minor. And so what they'll do, though, is they'll build up from there. Where it's kind of what they try and do is they feel it out where you start at the beginning where it's just... The deals are fairly... You know, they make you uncomfortable, but really, you benefit from it very well, so... It's mostly that you get a deal and it's not free, is the key thing there. And what ends up happening is as time goes on, you get more comfortable. They take that line of what you are and are not comfortable accepting, and you just keep nudging it ever so slightly so that you're always used to being just a little uncomfortable with the deal you're making. But as those goalposts keep moving a little bit at a time, eventually you realize, like, oh, I am making some really bad deals that, like, are really not in my best interest anymore. But just because you've gotten accustomed to this and you're not stopping back, you're thinking it's like, well, this deal is only a little bit worse than my last... Oh, come on, bats. Don't be so bad, but we're really not well set up for fighting yet. Well, I think it's safe to say we have the bat wings. All right. There we go. So on 3 floors, we get our next checkpoint. Part of this is I'm using literally the lowest quality pickaxe. That's fine. We're gonna eventually get that moved up. Usually a good time for doing that is like right at the season change. Because what'll end up happening is you're gonna be busy like planting all your plants and all that anyways. So stuff like your pickaxe and all that, you're not gonna get much movement out of it, not need it much. The axe you sometimes end up needing more because of, like, trees growing in and all that. That's fine. Alright. And I feel like what we're doing in this run, I definitely want the ore. You guys know what a salmonberry is? You can look it up. It's like, it's an actual berry. It's a real thing. It looks like a raspberry? Yeah. So there's a bunch of berries kind of all in the same, like, kind of group. So you have, like, I don't remember if salmonberry is in one of those as well. But, like, you have a bunch of aggregates, so they're not technically berries. But, like, raspberry, blackberries, loganberries, salmonberries, all of those are kind of in that same group of things. I believe salmonberry is another one of them. But you know, they'll be like a little bit more tart, a little bit whatever, but they're kind of very similar. And I'm under the impression that salmonberry is just another one. And like I said, loganberry is another one. And for the record, every single one of those, not actually berries. Like, botanically speaking, they're aggregates. Which just has to deal with, like, how the flower structure is and how the number of, like, how the, like, actual fruit is relative to the flower and yada yada yada. There's a whole thing about how they're defined. But the term berry is a bit strict. The same genus? Yep. Well, like, most of the things like loganberries and blackberries and the different variations of raspberries, almost all of those are different, like, cross-pollination of those berries in different ways. It's like, I don't know the actual breakdown, but let's say mixing a blackberry and a raspberry gives you a loganberry. I don't think that's true, but let's just say that it is. And then you take, like, a loganberry and you mix it with a raspberry, maybe a salmonberry. Like, I'm oversimplifying this to the point of basically incorrect. But, that's just kind of the thing. They're variations, like different subgroups of the same kind of plant. All right. We got a pirate sword. Okay. So that is a level 2 sword, 8 to 14 damage, versus my club is a level 2 club. We get extra speed, so it's probably gonna have less knockback. I mean, I do really prefer the slam there. Monsters have small chance of double loot. Yup, gotta go grab that and read that immediately. Oh, is it pretty sour? Yeah. But they're kind of all in the same bundle. I would say, blackberries are similar. That blackberries are another one that have a fairly short ripe window. A lot of the variations of blackberries that you grow them, they don't stay ripe very long. I wouldn't call them sour. I'd call them extremely tart if you get them outside that window. And they're honestly pretty tart by, you know, normally. But there's like tart with some sweetness and just straight up tart. Okay, so we're late enough in the season. We do not want to plant the mixed seeds. We want to save those for the next season. For the winter forage, I'm just going to drop those in there for right now. And then we're going to end up needing to sort through all this later, which is fine. And I got a bunch of the seeds. Let's go ahead and grab all these seeds. Oh, and the mixed. Grab all of those, move them over here since there's more space. Yeah, so we've got summer, 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 summer. So I've got a bunch of summer seeds that we've got our hands on. Alright, we're basically spent, so let's go ahead and pop back in here real fast. Pet the dog. Alright, so combat level 3, we can make a roots platter. And that's another 10,000. I'm suddenly realizing, did I like completely just miss the the flower dance? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did just like straight up miss the flower dance. I'm actually not too upset about that. Let's say apparently they're more common in the U.S. West Coast. You never heard of them before, Stardew? Yeah, I have no idea where the salmon berries happen naturally. Hey, Rual Storge, I have some good news for you. A few days ago, I made a breakthrough in my research on the local environment. I don't know why instead I went from being like a very sciencey guy to sounding kind of like a surfer, but not quite surfer. Like, you know, maybe a surfer who's in college at the time. So like a little bit more educated than your typical surfer dude, but still, you know, just a little bit surfer dude still. I'll spare you the technical details and get to the point. You know those empty cliffs over there? I was wondering if you would like to have a body buried there. That body is yours, just to be clear, my compadre. But, yeah, like over there by the cliffs. Well, I have a way to turn it into something useful for both of us. I'd like to go and set up a cave to attract some local species, which we'll almost certainly eat, because, I mean, come on, let's be real. If we want to see what they all taste like. That's just science. Gotta get all the senses in there, taste and smell included. That way we can observe them, again, taste and smell included, and a more controlled environment. And you can harvest whatever products you want, knowing they will absolutely ruin my studies. But I can either set up the cave to attract mushrooms, which I'm not entirely sure how that works, or bats, which makes way more sense. And sometimes they'll leave fruit for you for reasons I don't really understand. But, you know, for this challenge, I'm gonna want the bats. Because I'm not gonna be able to count on being able to get a hold of the trees, so RNG might save us. Where the mushrooms are usually the better choice, for this particular challenge, it's gonna be there. Alright, I'll go ahead and set up for you right now, and it shouldn't take any time at all. By the way, bruh, I got like 8 PhDs up in here, so just remember, I am educated AF. So, later, nerd. Thanks for letting me do this. By the way, don't look in the box. Hey, brah. You familiar with your periodic tables? I want to discuss to you, you know, about maybe we might have a way to stabilize unobtainium. That's right, unobtainium is actually a thing on the periodic table. You wouldn't believe it, but it is actually there. It's not on the periodic table you typically see in your like high school or whatever. It's one of those ones that we artificially created like way the heck up there that's entirely unstable. It basically wants really hard to not exist. So you make it and it basically nearly instantly radioactively decays. It's pretty baller. Also, did I mention super radioactive? Dear Rual Storge, it's been a long time since I've heard from you, dear. Like a whole season. Please write back, we miss you. Things are the same as ever back home. I miss you very much. Love, Mom. P.S. I found an envelope with some money that Grandpa left for you. By the way, you think we would have figured this out in, like, the last unspecified, like, 10, 15, 20 years or unknown amount that, you know, Grandpa's been kind of dead and your inheritance been thing? Did you get a job as a DJ? Hi. Sell me hats? Okay, poke? Come to old house. Poke? Bring coinies. Hat mouse. Me's a hat mouse. Want do transaction. Want do economy. Wasn't looking at the screen and was completely confused. Oh, like the poke thing or like the surfer vibe thing? Because it's honestly either would work. It's Demetrius. I normally give him like a condescending like scientist tone, basically just that he like looks down on you. Because Demetrius to me gives some really I don't actually consider the way my words are experienced by other people vibes, i.e. half of his interactions with his own wife just saying. Because I mean, you gotta make sure you efficiently use the wood in your recovery domicile, or whatever the heck he calls the bed in that scene. You're like, what is wrong with you, Demetrius? It's like you're tryharding being nerdy. Like, you're the person who's using the big words, not just because you know them, but because you really want to use the big words to make everyone else feel a little bit dumber around you. Alright, so nothing there. Oh. Let's run up here. Because I might as well get one of my tools upgrading real fast. We're sitting on 12k, and I have not upgraded tools. I've also been really bad about actually putting stuff in for upgrade, and I really should get that going. Alright, so I actually don't have much, so we can start getting a bunch of this going. So I don't have enough of this to make a full thing. That'll take too long to be worth me standing over it. Like, just because a word is German in circumstances doesn't indicate it's necessarily invoked or something. Oh, I didn't miss the flower dance. The flower dance is today. Okay, I was pretty convinced that I had actually completely missed the flower dance. It's like, well, look, man, sometimes you just miss a flower dance. It wasn't me just trying to avoid the embarrassment of being rejected by every single person in town. It definitely had nothing to do with that. Still nothing is worse than when we did the flower dance with Ridgeside and Stardew Valley Expanded. We're like, we have been rejected by like 40 different people. Please, someone, pity. Yep, so this does still count as Pierre's shop, so I cannot buy from here. So these daffodils and all that, and the flower tub and the rare crow, can't buy anything. I can look at the shop, but I can't buy. I wore my best shirt for the dance. It's the sort of thing that doesn't happen very often. Only annually, on this specific day, once a year. Yes, I would like to dance with you. Excuse me, not today. Hi, Rual, Storge. Glad to see you here. Yes? I'll be honest, I don't want to dance with you. I can respect that. I could absolutely respect that. I appreciate that she's like, look, I just don't want to dance with you. It's okay. I should have brought me fishing pole, for the only dance I know is the dance of the sea. It be an Irish jig. I don't know why. It's just tradition. If you know what I'm saying. Now this is the life, huh, kid? Sweet wine, a babbling brook, warm air, sweet wine. Wine. Did I mention wine? I'm trying to tell you, kid, to go get me the wine. Frog season is really starting to pick up. Cool, you gonna sell any? Because, like, I'm down for some frog legs. You know what? I'll admit it. I really like flowers. Please. Yes? Ask Sam to dance. I don't know. Maybe next year. Fair. Yes? As a dance. No. There's someone else I want to dance with. Have people in the... I mean, there's lots of places where people eat frogs. I really hate dancing in front of everyone. It's so embarrassing. Hey, Mom makes me do it. Hey, Abigail. Would it be less embarrassing if you danced with me in front of everyone? Would that? That's flattering. But I'm gonna have to say no. Sorry. Again, fair. Like, most of them, honestly, like, they're turning you down is totally fair. Be like, yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really interested. I've got someone else in mind. That's all fair. There's one that's like, no. Excellent sauce. Oh, the green stuff is spicy. Crunch. Dude, man, calm down. Yes? Ask Shane to dance. No. Dude, come on. You can just be like, no, thank you. You don't need to like give me the side eye while you're doing it. Literally, people are just dancing here. It's not a whole thing. Are you gonna be dancing today, Rual Storge? No, I'm gonna be wallowing in my own tears. Is that a form of dance? I feel like that's an interpretive form of dance. I feel like that does qualify as an interpretive form of dance. I wish Pierre would spend more time with his family. Caroline, would you like to dance? Ooh, I'm stuffed. Hey, have you tried the red jelly yet? Yes? Ask Emily to dance. I'm very sorry, but I already agreed to dance with someone else. Again, fair. The air smells so sweet. With these flowers. Cool. These springtime dances can be tracked back to the ancient fertility rituals. Hey, you should know about this stuff, farmer. Like, someday you're gonna care about fertility. Like, you know, of the soil, like, not of people. Because that'd just get weird for me to be talking to you about human fertility. I'm gonna go shove my face into a bowl or something. I feel... Stop talking. I wonder if Emily would dance with me. Hey. I'd dance with you. Not really, Clint. Actually, you're probably my least favorite character in this entire game. If we're gonna be honest, of everyone in this location, like, I don't like Haley, but Clint, she has character growth. I still don't like her. But do you know what you don't even have, Clint? Do you know what you don't even have? You don't even have character growth. You stay this way forever. This is your purgatory. And I feel for you. And I also hate it. Because it feels so terrible that Clint is like... He like pokes out of his shell and goes, no. And it'd be okay like to have them like go back and forth. But it's nothing but like right back to step one. And like, yeah, no, it's relatable. Like, don't get me wrong. There are certainly people who have difficulty that they never really do get do a good job like breaking out of their shell. They never quite get there. But in a game, it is incredibly unsatisfying to watch a character and it's like, he's gonna do it. He's gonna have a character growth. Oh, wait, never mind. He took it back. I'm nervous. Would it make you nervous if a person who's only introduced themselves and never talked to you ever since then asked you to dance? And she's like, oh, God, please no. Is that anxiety I detect? Because that sounds like completely 100% justified anxiety. No thanks. I'm gonna go hide behind these flowers now, and hopefully never speak to you again. I like dancing, but this one's a little stilted. The old-timers really love it, though. So, would you like to dance? I'm flattered, but no. Wait, you're gonna let me ask Penny again? I'm not supposed to be able to ask you, Pen. Hey, Penny, does it change your mind if I don't listen to your last time you asked, and definitely don't respect your autonomy and just ask you again? No, thanks. Please stop asking me. Yeah, I'm working up the courage. That's all over the place. I'm working up the courage to ask someone to dance with me. What about me, Harvey? Oh, I'm sorry. Bad signals. I'm dropping. Just stands there the whole time doing that. Oh, hello there. It's nice of you to talk to me. Spring is almost over. What a shame. Look, man, Linus, do you want to dance? You're at least kind. You'll let me down gentle, right? Love's in the air, and I'm still single. Do you want to dance? Marnie looks... Sorry, what was... I gave him like a really... Marnie looks lovely today. I wonder if she'll join my LARP club. I'm just enjoying the scenery, like a total perv. And by scenery, I'm looking directly at Haley practicing her dance moves, and speaking about her as if she's like an object and not a person. I am so wonderful. do you want to dance with me? Mostly to save Haley from you? Nah, I'm gonna ask someone else. Good luck. At least when you turn me down, you're kind. Unlike you, Haley. I'm practicing my moves. It needs to be perfect. I've been the Flower Queen for 5 years, and I'm not ready to step off that throne just yet. Yes, as a tail dance. Ew, no. Well, that officially hurts. Someday, I'm gonna be the Flower Queen. That's not fair. I want to be the Flower Queen. And I was like, you all don't understand. I was the Flower Queen for 35 years running. Nobody was going to take me on. I had to retire because they said it wasn't fair to the community. I will take back that throne one day. I've been working on these flower arrangements for a week. Do you like them? Some of them have started to wilt pretty bad. A week is kind of a long time around here, but you know, I try my best. That's all anyone can ask. Voice. Flowers. I can hardly see them. It's too bright out here. I feel you. The sun is awful, and someone should destroy it. Can we burn the sun? I feel like we should burn the sun. Like, we could just light the sun on fire, convert it into plasma. That would definitely change the sun. It would definitely impact the sun for it to be... Let's not just say flower. Let's say it is basically nuclear explosions in quick succession for all eternity. We're just going to chain nuke the sun. That would definitely be different than its current status. Just throw it in a giant nuclear furnace. That would definitely be a different situation for the sun. Well, should we start the dance now? No, you all don't get to dance. You've hurt me. No dancing for any of you. This is what we're doing now. I wasn't allowed to dance and neither will you because this is a video game and I control your universe. Oh, wait. Actually, I thought I could leave the area. Well, I thought I could walk out of the area and, like, end the thing. I forgot there's, like, a rail around here, so I actually am stuck talking to you and making this horrific, emotionally scarring moment continue. Going outside when you've, have blackout curtains, Dawn? There's still curtains. Ah, so you're familiar with the thing that is called photophobia. For those who don't know what that is, photophobia is when you go from an area that's particularly from particularly dark to particularly bright. So it's not that the light actually physically causes you harm, so much it is incredibly uncomfortable. Whereas, like, photosensitive is when it actually does cause harm. You know, seizures, strokes, whatever. Actually, don't... Oh yeah, no strokes, because epilepsy. Right. Yeah, it's the difference between photophobia and photosensitivity. And the beauty is, you solve both the same way, well, I mean, other than, like, if you get medications involved, but just, what is the light triggering thing? Stop it. Don't go from dark to light. And back. That was fun. Time to go home. That was fun. I enjoy emotional scarring. This is what I've wanted with my day. I wanted to truly feel. I'm learning I don't like it. Dear Diary, today I felt emotions. I hated it. Dear Diary, I don't think anyone in town likes me. No, really, I verified with each individual person on a one-on-one basis, one at a time, over the course of the last 24 hours. Greetings, Rual Storge. It's our pleasure to inform you that your farm will be featured in next week's Up and Coming column for the Stardew Valley Tribune in the Not Successful column. Congratulations, we're impressed by your lack of progress. Ah, yes, I definitely did not alter that in any way whatsoever. And that's the last of the iron. Okay, so we do have enough here. We've got one of each. And drop you off for even more money. We'll drop the spare carrots off for more money. It is not a day that we have the art stuff going on. There's nothing else to buy here, or not buy, to process here. Ooh. More forageables. So it's a shame I don't have one more copper bar. Because what I've got going on right now for decisions is I can put in the iron bar, or sorry, the iron for the rain pail to get the even better rain pail. If I had a little bit more iron, I could potentially choose to take the axe or the pickaxe and deal with that. Actually, I will choose that one. Because I'm probably going to the mine anyways. And that might give me an opportunity to get stuff from there. We have geodes. Yeah, we had 2 frozen geodes. We'll pop those. It would be really nice if I can get lucky enough to score a little bit of copper. I can get one more copper bar, and then potentially put the axe in for upgrade. And then by the time that's done, it'll be just about time for me to drop off the rain pail to upgrade it before the next season starts. Which means we can start the next season being able to water 5 long. And we basically didn't meaningfully water. Yes, we didn't water this whole season. No, we didn't fish really meaningfully this whole season. I caught a catfish on my first cast. And we did a little bit of fishing for a largemouth bass for a quest. Didn't find it, and then we ate all the fish. Other than the catfish, which I put in the, what's the word? Put in the, not museum, the community center. That's the one. Excellent. First time. But yeah, so there's that whole kind of thing we got going on there. Because I haven't been too focused on that, I'm expecting the the crops to be my big bottleneck this run, because all the other stuff is mostly going to work per the same. The real big pain point is the inability to buy seeds. That's 95% of the pain point in this. So I'm not going to try and upgrade. I'm going to hold off. What I am going to do is either when we're done with the crops there, or when we're like to the point where I need to decide things. All right. I will I'll turn around and do. Brain is being real dumb right now. Brain is like, no, you can't make me. I don't want to do things anymore. Complete sentences? No. No complete sentences. Just stammering. But, basically, I'm expecting the crops to be the thing that's going to be the big bottleneck because of the inability to get seeds. So fishing is just kind of like, that'll be a year or 2 problem. No big deal. Like, I will certainly be getting some fishing skill as time goes on, as we go to do certain quests and yada yada yada. But then the idea being, if I got my crops mostly locked down by the time we enter year 2, that does free me up for year 2 to not have to worry about most of that stuff. And just proceed. Let's see, how long do you have to beat the game before the bank repos? Or Grandpa's about proud? So there is no bank repoing. There's no debt. Like you just own your house. You didn't get a mortgage on it. You were one of those kids that got lucky, and you're like, But where am I going to live? Oh, don't worry, like, we're a rich family. Like, we got this really awesome place on the side of the river. Like, definitely a multi-million-dollar place. Like, even though it looks pretty run down, it's right on the river. It's a huge acreage of land and a very, very desirable, practically tourist location. So yeah, you know, but you're self-made though. Don't worry about it. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You definitely, all of your fortune is from your own gumption. Oh my god, please ghosts, stop going away. I hate the ghosts and how they launch a mile away every time you hit them. I want to make you dead, ghost. Is that too much to ask? Yeah, no, it's a comment I've made in a couple of these games. Like, you look at the town of Pelican Town. Sure, it's a quiet little sleepy town, but if you have a quiet little sleepy town like right on the water's edge, that's usually not a cheap place to live. Not unless it's like really, really out there in the middle of nowhere. But everything they kind of depict with Stardew Valley is it would definitely be like a very sought after kind of like, hey, we're in a nice little small community, you know, tight-knit group. I mean, they have a community center. Even if it's a disrepair, like they had a community center point. They've got like a public playground in their tiny little 20-person town. Like, sure, they have a singular RV, but it's not a big deal. It's not like it's a big giant RV park, you know, lowering the values or whatever. Like, it's definitely a place that would not be cheap to live. So you got 20 people. Out of those 20 people, you've got you know, your own pub/restaurant that's like actually nice. It has like an arcade and pool table and a whole bunch of stuff. You've got your own general store. You basically got your own like Walmart to you and all that for like, again, 20 people. That's the key thing here. You've got a community of 20 and they have like their own like Walmart superstore. There's only one way there, well, let's be fair. Walmart, like neighborhood Walmart, like the grocery store, whatever. That means if they don't have a huge number of people there to support that business, it means it's because they're heckin' loaded. And just that handful of people is more than enough to support the store. Zoo is literally an hour away. Let's see. You mean think about it. They are wealthy to hire a public transport system to drive them nearby desert. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like all indicators in the game would be like, this is a place that actually has some pretty serious cash to it. So like, they kind of depict it as like, oh, it's little town or whatever. It's like, okay, but sure. It's a little town that clearly's got some dosh. It's like when you play Coral Island, and it's like they're going, oh man, the town's in trouble. Like this oil spill, it's really hurt the, you know, tourist economy and all that. It's like, you know what? I believe you. I imagine if you were a like sea area that like beachfront property, an oil spill probably pretty bad for your tourism. At the same time, I'm looking at your houses and all that and going, oil spill or not, these houses are basically just a big old pile of money. Like, these are some, like, extremely fancy houses. So it's like, you would still be able to sell these houses for serious cash. You know, maybe not the ones directly on the beach. They may not do so well. Okay. Please go away, bats. I would like to get on with my life. Yeah, and there's a local wizard. Exactly. And sure, the local wizard creeps on people a little bit. But, you know, wizard. There, I was like, please give me the stairs. Cool. Oh, come on. Please give me early stairs in this one. So is the Clint one, is that a day? Okay, so we still have 2 days. I'm sure he's good with kids at birthday parties. Here, let me show you how I start a fire. And just like waves his hand and the entire cake just erupts in fire. Like there's a handful of kids who are like, just be like, whoa, and they're like all impressed and all that. And then there's just all the little kids who wanted to eat the cake who are just absolutely heartbroken watching the cake just go up in fire. Please give me stairs. Please give me stairs. I absolutely hate this layout. Please give me stairs. The spiral is the absolute worst. The spiral layout is why being able to craft stairs needed to exist. All right. So quickly eat some more of those, give me some more energy, and just try and quickly get through all this. Because we get one more stairwell, we then have access to floor 60. Okay, so 9 to 17. So slightly more damage. For right now, I don't know if that's what I want. We're gonna go ahead and chuck the painting forever, because I don't want it. I don't think I can catch Clint on his way out of the bar, but we're gonna try. Because if I can catch Clint on his way out of the bar, then I can turn in the, like, do the coal thing and get paid. But I have a feeling it's something like 10 o'clock or so that he ditches the bar. Yay, you're still here. You brought the ores I requested. It seems the ores don't have any rare gems inside. That's okay. Here's your ores back and your payment, as promised. Cool, Clint. Thank you for your money. I may or may not spend it on Emily, don't worry about it. I'm probably not. Just gonna be real. That's probably not gonna happen. Emily was not one of my favorite stories in the game. Oh. And Pank, if you're still here, the plan is Krobus this run. Like, just, the plan is Krobus this run. Hey, Wolfie, how's it going? I think we've already turned those in. We'll just drop this off for now. I'm gonna drop the cutlass here. So that needs... Okay, so I can grab these. Pretty okay? Just a bit bored? Yeah, that happens. Oh, we did not get enough... Sorry, we did not get enough copper to get more copper bars. So that's kind of a bummer, but also not unexpected. We can drop off all this. Those all go to the museum, and that tomorrow. And I believe I needed 10 of the bat wings. Yeah, 10 bat wings, 1 solar essence, so we're good there. We're just looking for the fire quartz still. That's not a big deal. So let's grab those bat wings. Alright, so it's going to be some good progress on the community center. We're still going to be stuck in the last one because we're going to have to get a hold of a battery and all that. Cool, we can transmute, materials. Alright, and there's another 2,800. Caring for streamer? Yep. Gotta self-care. Alright. So I believe, if my math is right, if I am going to upgrade the pail before next season, we're going to want to do that in-game. Let's see, it's the... Let's check our... Well, actually, I don't have a calendar at that. There's a 26th, there's a 27th, there's a 28th, if I recall, for the months. I think months in this game are 28 days. I'm second-guessing that. But I want to say there were 28 days. So if I do that, if I drop it on the 27th, it'd be the 27th I'd be doing it, 28th I'd be doing it, I could pick it up on the or the 1st, sorry, not the 29th, there's no 29th. 20 days a month, yeah? Yeah, so it'd be, if we drop it off tomorrow in game, we would get the rain pail back on the 1st, which I think will be fine. Okay, so for this challenge, I would love to grab some of these things. They're very tempting. Like grabbing the bottle of wine. I'm not going to grab... Okay, apricot is happening right now. Thank you. Sprangle seeds. I'll grab one of those. Because we are doing this where I can't buy stuff from Pierre or Joja. So that is easily one of the best places to get. So the downside is the apricot is the spring thing. But that does mean I have apricots for next year. This does pose the critical question of where the expletive am I planting the apricot? That is the big question here. Because once I commit to that, like, it's planted. I think I'm gonna plant it here and plan to like make a corridor down this way that goes to there. So we got our apricot, so that's one of our big ones. And that's a summer plant. I don't think that was one I already had a seed for. It was not. Cool. So that's another one there. What did I actually stack away? You. Okay, the rest is all fine. We don't have enough of the hardwood to use yet, nor the regular wood. So we're doing really good on getting the variety of seeds from the traveling merchant. Our prices are entirely unreasonable, but for the challenge, we're managing to make a lot of this happen, so that's good news. All right, so we got a stretch, we got a posture check, and what I'm gonna actually do for my posture check I don't want to run an ad yet. We just had one. So what I'm going to go quickly do is I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to step away. I'm going to grab myself a new drink, and I'm going to be right back. Oh, actually, I'm not going to. I already staged one, so never mind all that thing I was about to say about going to grab a drink. Sometimes they're actually friendly. Yeah, no, they can be. But, like, for buying seeds, her prices are usually pretty rough. It depends on the, like, categories you're buying seems to be the things that hurt the most. And the reason we're buying seeds is because we have this challenge where I'm not shopping at Pierre's. That's fine that you're going to be thankful and you're going to give me money. That's cool. But honestly, I don't care. Like, if you're not offering me tickets, I don't really care. Because the tickets, I might get myself, like, some fruit trees or something. Cool. So drop that off here. Yeah, so tomorrow in game day, rain pail. We water our crops. We do the rain pail. That'll actually be perfect. That'll be actually perfect. Because what'll end up happening is we'll water them on the 27th. We drop it off. They can grow between the 27th and the 28th. The 28th is the last day of the season, so there's no point in watering them then because they'll be dead the next day. Alright, so the crystal fruit. Okay. So crystal fruit's going to be over here in the foraging room on the winter set. And those two didn't need to go in. And then those two go in the boiler room. And that'll finish up one of the sections. And what that'll leave me for in this section is that'll leave me dealing with, here we go. So I'll just need the fire quartz. And then I will need a battery, a bunch of stuff. So we got a second small magnet ring. Yeah, so I need the battery, the quartz, and the iridium. The quartz is easy. We can, like, literally do this today. The battery is a little bit more involved, and then the iridium shouldn't be hard. If I get to the Skull Cavern, we'll just get it. If we get to the bottom of the current mine, that'll still probably get it to us. Just not reliably. So cool. So I got double magnet rings. Not really what I was aiming for, but I'm not going to complain. But I want my prize ticket. So they want a prize ticket, a box. We got the enchanter set. The rabbit's foot is going to be the most annoying one. We can kill dragons and probably make that happen. The rest is not that bad. I need to remember that I need to be checking our cave. The power melon's easy. I don't remember what the stuffing is made with. Oh, I only need 2 of these? Yeah, I'm just going to do the power melon and the holly. We'll have that done in no time. Okay. Forager's bundles. Well, that's unfortunate. Because we just finished the salmon berries, and I'm pretty sure we're at the outside the window where we see more of them. And the children's bundle. The children's bundle, I'm going to drop that in there before I use more of them. So we basically missed the salmon berries for this one. That's fine. We can get the blackberries. We can get the wild plums. It shouldn't be too hard to pull off. The pomegranate's gonna be a stickler on that one. So honestly, these bundles will be easy for us. Like this one, I'll have to just wait till we get those 2 in season. These are like I can literally just find those in Evelyn's trash can. I could buy that during the summer. I don't even need to care about the ancient doll. So that's an easy one. The rabbit's foot is RNG on the dragons. That shouldn't be too hard. The pomegranate's going to be RNG. The wine, I can literally buy the wine at different points. And the oak resin's no big deal. So the good news is the bulletin board, which tends to be one of your worst things to deal with, it's a pretty easy bulletin board for us this time. I'm not unhappy with that one. But one of the things I do need to remember to do is I do need to remember to check the cave. I'm really bad about checking the cave. And that's where most of our tree fruit is going to come from. Because getting the saplings lined up is going to be really hard to do. So we went with the bats because that gives me multiple things I can lean on with the RNG to hopefully find what I want. And you're spring only, so we'll just chuck you down there. Alright, so we're just gonna go ahead and pop right down in here again and get right back to it. The ghosts are so annoying. They have just a lot of health, and you knock it back so far. I'm trying to make all the progress we can before we start getting tied up as the new season starts. Good enough for me. We'll definitely need to upgrade this pickaxe soonish. My hope is that we'll line everything up, so we'll upgrade our rain pail tomorrow. And the moment the rain pail finishes, that should still give me the little bit of time I need to clean up any rocks that might have appeared on the farm over the season switch. Like, so far as, like, what I mean on the farm, I mean directly in the way of where we're putting our plants. And then when I pick up the rain pail, immediately drop off the pickaxe to get the copper version. And as I run around, like, foraging and getting everything done in the meantime, we'll just try and keep upgrading the pickaxe until we've got things basically sorted. Don't do it, Ghost. Let me just get the staircase in peace. I don't want to have to sit here and smack you like every couple seconds. You suck, Ghost. All right. They're making really good, progress. We consider, like, this is the first stream of this run. Oh, I like when I get just instantly refined quartz, so I just don't even have to put the effort in. But we're already getting down to the point of like 65, 70 so far as the depth of our mines. We just starting to wrap up spring. We did manage to get all of the forageables and all of the all the crops for spring, despite having the whole not being able to buy seeds from Pierre or Joja. So that's honestly good news. We did definitely 100% just neglect on the fish. We did get the catfish, and that's basically it. I just didn't bother because I figured we'd be stuck dealing with the rest, and honestly, the fish is not that hard to make happen. I'll definitely want to not miss the later seasons, but since we already knew for a fact we were going to end up needing to go into spring again, that's fine. Well, at least I'm getting a lot of iron. I'm still going for this. Alright, so 3 more floors, and it'll be locked in for the next one. Stop physically standing where I am. It's cheating. Alright. I was really hoping one of those would give me what I want, because I am getting pretty low on the salmon berries. Which are not really that good of energy, it's just you get a ton of them, so I haven't worried too much. Come on. Give me the staircase. I don't have the energy for this. I also don't think we've had any cave roots or anything drop either. Come on. There we go. I was really hoping to get one of those easy floors where, like, right at the door there's just the staircase. It's fine. That works for me too. Last floor. So then we get an elevator, and we do not have the energy to push on for another floor. It's also getting a little bit on the late side. And this will be the last of the salmon berries, so I'm really hoping we don't fall just barely short, because that's always a bad feel. And we got it. Cool, let's get the heck out of here, because we are spent. Alright. Anything else we need to deal with? No. I don't think we got enough copper again to be able to move forward the next day with, getting the copper I need for the pickaxe. The good news is that's not that big of a worry. Because what we're gonna end up doing here is I'll set up the rain pail to be taken care of. I'm gonna have no more work to do on the farm until the season change, so that'll be good news. They're pretty solid for all that. Let's drop the bomb off now, drop those off. Actually, the gems I could sell. If the museum didn't need them, we could just sell those. Drop that off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And grab you. Get those made into iron bars. Those are spring seeds, so there's no time to do anything with them. And those are geodes. We'll drop the slingshot for now. Alright. Pet the dog. You can call it a day. Alright, so what's going to be happening here in just a moment is we are going to be wrapping up stream in a minute. It's a little bit early, but it's one of those things, I'm kind of in that spot where if we have a day with a lot of dialogue, it'll go along. And I am running on almost no sleep, so I am getting tired. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to wrap up here. If you are watching over on TikTok or YouTube, the stream will abruptly end. If you are watching over here on Twitch, we are going to go
Sleep
find someone
mode.
first. Yes, exactly. I am going to sleep. Realistically, what's going to actually happen is I'll end stream. I'll probably, like, lurk someone else's stream, play a game while I just, like, zone out. But it'll be much lower energy than I can realistically stream. And then once I get, like, properly zonked, then I'll go downstairs. With that said, I'm going to put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. We know plenty of good people around us that we can definitely find someone to check out. Whether or not they'll be playing Stardew Valley, we'll figure that out when we get there.